Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Bonjour.
Hey, Angry Ginge.
You okay?
Great to have you here, man. Can I call you Ginge?
You can call me whatever you want.
Listen, I know that you won season 25 of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where you ate cockroaches, you crawled through a rat tunnel, and you wore a helmet filled with spiders. Is it true that the hardest part was convincing them that you were a celebrity?
Yeah, it was quite hard.
But so much of the show is eating bad food and, dealing with cold-blooded animals. Did you have an advantage with that, being from Manchester?
Do you know what? I'd probably say no. If anything, it was a disadvantage. In Manchester, we're very warm, cuddly people, very welcoming people. So it was very hard to adjust.
Who's told you that?
My mum?
Do we believe everything Mom says?
Well, evidently not, as we grow up.
You still think about the Tooth Fairy?
A little bit.
After hearing about your F1 incident, I'm wondering, did they send you to Australia for the show or because of your criminal record?
The criminal record actually didn't go through because we didn't do anything wrong. So it was for the show.
Do you have anything that you want to say to the Australians who think that maybe you think that they're just criminals?
No, I love the Australians, thank you. I think the Australian people are absolutely wonderful. A lot better than the Americans.
They do have bigger snakes, I will say that.
Well.
But we have bigger other things. What's more important, that you make a lot of content or that none of it is with women?
Oh, it's a close one, It's a close one.
It is.
Both boys actually get women involved quite a bit. So you need to do a bit more of your research. Shout out Shauna Games.
I know that you actually have a very sweet relationship with your co-star, Lisa Riley.
Yeah.
Is it true that she's the only person over 40 who knows who you are?
I mean, that's a great question. I'd probably say my mum knows who I am, so that's over 40. And my nana, that's also over 40. And my auntie Nikki, so that's also over 40.
Can you name 5 women that aren't family members?
Pass.
I have to admit that I'm not big into soccer, but I do understand.
Football.
We'll get to
Football.
that. I'm sorry, but aren't you a part of something called Soccer Aid?
Yeah, you've raised a great point.
Yeah, so maybe we wait until I'm finished asking the questions. I understand that the Manchester team has actually won the Premier League 6 times in the past 10 years, so you must be pumped about that.
Okay. So there's 2 teams in Manchester. There's Manchester City, which is like the smaller team, and Manchester United, which is the bigger team. And my team hasn't won it in the last 6 years.
So then why are you still a fan?
In England, we have loyalty. It's not just jump to the next ship like you Americans.
I don't know. I feel like we tend to go down with the ship. But listen, we're almost done. In stoppage time, if you will. Nice. But I still have a couple of goals for this interview. I doubt that I can finish, though. I mean, how often do you see 2 goals in stoppage time?
Depends who you play. There's quite a few times.
Right then.
Okay, the World Cup. Yeah, I get it. What a Yep.
I had a couple more questions for you, but I felt like they were maybe a little too personal.
Right.
So I actually have help from a friend. Jakey, can you please join me in my office for a moment?
Oh, dear.
I mean, you okay? Just sit down for me.
I know I am sat down. Can you sit down for me?
Morgan, is it?
Yeah.
Got some questions for you. Feel we know each other on a personal level.
Yeah, I'd like to say that.
Get the inside scoop. Do you struggle to maintain your ego?
I think we both know. I would probably say I've not got an ego. Yeah, I did. Brilliant. But no, I think it's quite easy to maintain something you don't have, so no.
Okay, no problem. You have your main YouTube channel, but you also have more Ginge, Ginge Plus, and Ginge Live. Have you ever considered doing something boring and not recording it?
I feel like there could have been anyone else asking that question and it might have got to me. But no, I feel like we should always record the things we do. Hence why you vlog every day. No one gives but you still do it.
I'm sensing some...
I can come back.
No, I'm just sensing some hostility. I'm just trying to do my job here.
I know who you are, so the other lady was getting off with it quite easily.
So, because you know who I am, that means you can abuse me more. Is that how you work?
Effectively, yeah.
What's another one I've got for you?
Why did my dad run away?
Hey guys, actually,
that is a good one.
Maintenance just called. Apparently, as soon as you came in, this elevator reached too high of a level of farts.
It might just be the weight limit.
We gotta clear you out.
Yeah.
We gotta clear you out.
Yeah, it will be. It says 2,000 kg. You're going to have to get out.
Put a bit of timber. I've not put that much on.
Wow. Yeah. So Jakey,
bit
we're
rich
gonna
coming
have
from
you.
the incredible bulk.
And Ginger, you can just stay in there for as long as you need, bud. Have fun.
Thank you.
Here at the Esports World Cup, it's Rainbow Six time, and it's also time to test out the fitness of two individuals. We've got Citizen and Deepak from Fnatic. Firstly, great to have you guys obviously back on the international stage, but now the real test begins and it's not inside of the server. So let's get things underway. I'm going to go and bring out some challenges. When I say fit test, we are going to check some fitness. First thing, grip.
Yeah.
Deepak, go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
Gonna go show the camera.
Oh, I thought I was gonna luck. 38.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Is that good?
Yeah, hand it over to Citizen.
Okay. I don't know if that's good.
As long as you beat me, that's all that matters.
Come on, come. 44.2.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
No messing around.
All right, no messing around. On to the next one.
What is this?
We're going to be measuring. Now, as we know, Rainbow Six, it's a lean heavy game, isn't it? You're doing a lot of left leaning and right leaning.
Yeah.
So we're going to be testing your leaning IRL. Give us a lean. Hand down, all the way. And we're going to be testing it from the floor. What do we got here?
That's pretty good, no?
36.
That's pretty good.
I'll come around the back here. Citizen, give us a lean. Okay.
That's actually pretty good as well.
Well, that's going to be a 34. That is actually our best.
Oh.
Wow. That is our best. All right. Lean test done. Fnatic are doing pretty well so far. Pretty standard hoops test, boys. 2 balls, 1 hoop. Now, who wants which ball?
I don't mind. Give me the rugby.
We'll do a best of 3.
Oh. What does it matter? Yeah. Should I bounce it off? I don't think it's good with the rugby. I think I need to do it recently.
That's an air ball.
I think I watched the camera.
Please.
It's so light.
Wow.
Bro.
To take the lead, 1-0. Citizen up. Pressure on. And he banks it in. Okay. Sudden death from here on out. Let's see who can get the win.
That's an air ball.
For the win. Fnatic on land.
No messing about.
Gone and done it. Citizen has gone and done it. He is our hoops master. Boys, we're not done yet. One last test. Stopwatch. This is trash talk stopwatch.
Oh no.
You get 5 seconds, your best trash talk. Citizen, you're first up. Trash talk. Give us your best trash talk starting in 3, 2, 1.
V2 suck.
V2 suck, apparently. All right. Deepak, 5 seconds. Try and keep it under. Maybe also try and go for a little longer than 1 second.
I'll try my best.
3, 2, 1.
Wizard, hairline, round goggles, lives in the basement. That's it.
Well, that was 6 seconds. Almost 7 seconds, by the way. So, Citizen, you win again.
Don't know how.
Wonderful stuff. Awesome. Thank you so much, boys.
Thank you.
Best of luck here at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you
very much. Awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters, they are the prey.
A real hunter always watches where he steps.
Come closer, I dare you.
They said it could not be done. They were wrong.
I trust my teammates, and they trust me too.
Let's get to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paris. Welcome to EWC. Welcome to the biggest esport tournament in the world. We're here for nothing other than Rainbow Six Siege, the greatest game alive. And I've actually got 2 of the greatest gentlemen I've ever met alive. Pengu, Dev Mata, how are we feeling in Paris? It's like we were here only 6 months ago.
It was pretty good. I'm feeling so good about EWC this year. A lot has changed since the Esports World Cup 12 months ago, in Rainbow Six especially. So yeah, it's going to get hot here in the summer in Paris.
It is pretty hot right now, I'm not going to lie. For those of you that know me very well, you know I don't do too well in the heat. Moving in and out of the venue, not so great in the venue. It's fantastic as we start to heat things up though, Nick. 22 teams at this event. It now goes for 2 weeks. It's so much longer than it was last year.
It is, and it's a good experience, right? There's some teams that have a ton of experience going to Grand
grand finals, winning some trophies, and also teams that we haven't seen much of internationally in recent competitions.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen when you get like the rookies versus the real pros?
Yeah, I feel like the scene has changed a lot. And as you said, we've got a lot of new teams, a lot of new players making their debut. It's only been 3 months to 6 months since we had a new region as well added to the Rainbow Six ecosystem.
CNL?
A lot of players making their debut onto the international stage. So yeah, who's going to take it this year? I feel like we are a lot more tightly contested than perhaps previous years. We have far fewer favorites than we might have had in the past.
I agree with that, and I think that may be a question I leave with you, Nick.
Okay.
Is it that where the ceiling, or not the ceiling, but the floor is raising to the ceiling? So is the competition getting better, or at the moment, do we just have a lot of underdogs that beat teams that should have made it, i.e., maybe a former team you played for?
Okay, listen, okay. So, for first question, okay? I think the floor is being raised right now, right? We've been working in APL, and in APL we see more teams than ever competing for the top 1 or top 2 spots to qualify for the EWC, for example, right? For majors, etc. So I think the ceiling is staying here, but the floor is raising.
Oh, it's so nice. I like it when the floor raises. It kind of brings it closer together. Speaking of bringing things closer together, we said that this is the biggest esport tournament in the world. Let's find out why.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Truly unique in the way that this tournament is played out across the course of 2 whole months. I mean, this is what we talk about when we talk about EWC, when we talk about the pride, the glory of it, Nick. We're looking at teams that aren't just good in one title, they're good across multi-titles, and they're consistent across multi-titles.
Like I said, depth, versatility, and consistency, and some familiar names as well, like Falcons, Na'Vi, virtus.pro, and Team Vitality locked in that top 4, and it's a very open bracket still. There has been EWCs in the past where one team is really stealing the show, Falcons, for a good while, but we're starting off with pretty even, 2,400 on top, and only 1,800 even that 4th place.
Yeah, and of course, within Rainbow Six specifically, we've got Team Falcons and Virtus.pro, both with some of the best teams in the world. Which of those teams will go deeper in Rainbow Six?
That's gonna matter.
Will have massive ramifications on the club championship. Notably, though, G2 in 12th place, a very huge esports organization across many games, failed to qualify despite having a very strong Rainbow Six team. Weibo Gaming also honorable mention. They are on the leaderboard
Twisted Minds as well. Come on,
Yeah, Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
To be fair, you've got to respect Paul.
Didn't qualify, but they're in siege.
Thank you. I do agree with that. But obviously, we're from the APL. We love Weibo. However, I think that what kind of culminates to this event being so prestigious is the fact that it is so complex in the way that you get to beat teams, the way you get to lift trophies. It's not just one, it's all-encompassing. I think my favorite part of any event I've ever been to is this key crush. It is those moments where you get to crush the soul of the victims that you just played, Nick.
That's it. We've seen some pretty good. I think it was it last year, the Doom meme that we had as well, when he's like evil face behind the key crushing machine. That became like a big picture on social media and whatnot. It's a cool angle to an event that we don't have typically.
Yeah.
You also have, I think, when you're the victor, right? You choose 3 sub teams to put into your trophy to showcase either disrespect, saying, "Oh, we beat these guys," or respect, saying, "These guys, they could have beaten us, but we were the winners."
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is such a long festival, a celebration of all these different esports, and I mean, you can see what it means to these teams who raise their trophies, who get so close but no cigar, and of course, for the case of Falcons, who have been the champions of the Esports World Cup. Cup for the 2 years running. They have been leading the way for 2026 as well, but not uncontested. As we can see, championships of the various esports titles have been taken by a number of different organizations.
I think it's good to see that as well, because obviously I think last year, you're referring to it already, Team Falcons were just so far ahead of the pack. They looked really good. Now, this time, things are starting to shape up a little differently. Whether that is maybe just a mixture of different reasons, I can't tell you. I'm not an esports expert. I know that might surprise you. I'm not a multi-title talent.
You're a great host.
Well, thank you, Nick. That's all that matters, is your love that you show me. But our love that we get to show this game is why we're here, Dev. I think Siege has a special place in all of our hearts, and the fact that it's in Paris as well, I feel like we add a little bit more weight to it now.
Of course. I mean, the Ubisoft is a French company. The headquarters are based here in Paris. We've had the Six Invitational here as well. And now to make the Esports World Cup's debut in Paris for Rainbow Six is a very special thing. We also have so many players, infamously or famously, who have been from Paris and from France. I actually spent the morning with Bride from Team Falcons.
People here?
Yeah, and Bibu, of course. And, Bride's from Paris. He grew up here. It would mean so much for him to raise the trophy with Falcons, especially after winning it in the past in Riyadh, but failing to go deep last year, being first rounder. There are so many reasons to get excited for Rainbow Six here again in Paris.
You spoke about trophy lifting, and that is one of the most unique parts about EWC. Let's go ahead and have a look.
In the world, its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. Etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Truly the most unique trophy system in the world across anything I've ever seen. There is nothing this comprehensive. There is nothing that showcases what it means to be at this event, what it means to make this event, and what it means to win this event. Speaking of winning this event, look how many games we have across the course of 2 months. It is unrelenting. James, we got chess on the same week as us. The most important question here, how many pieces does Magnus Carlsen, how many pieces does he need for you to win?
That's a good question. Look, I'm a bit of a chess fanatic.
I do.
I'm the kind of guy that I play by 1-minute bullet chess. I'm terrible at it. I think I would need maybe between 5 and 9 queens, and he would need between 2 to 3 pawns for me to actually have a decent shot against Magnus Carlsen.
Nick, that's crazy.
I'll make it easier, right? If he has 0 pieces, I'll win by default. I'll take that because I cannot compete against Magnus.
You might stalemate.
You reckon I could stalemate? No, I could not.
You don't think so?
Dude,
never underestimate
Have
the
you watched Magnus play before?
I have.
I've already been following his career for years now.
Yeah.
I think so impressive.
Here's a question for
Blindfolded,
you.
9 different chess boards in his mind. Boop.
So, Pengu, you're of course 2-time world champion in Rainbow Six. Back in your day.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who has a better chance of beating the opposite one? You against Magnus Carlsen in Rainbow Six,
or him in Siege?
Him against you in Siege?
I think we have one-shot headshot, right? So surely he's a decent gamer. He plays chess with a mouse sometimes as well. So he'll beat me in Siege. I will never beat him in chess. this.
No, I don't. Look, I don't think that's ever possible.
No.
But as we look at the format, this is kind of important for us to start to, I guess, hone in on Siege specifically, because it's actually quite complex this year. It's not as clear, it's not as clear cut. Yeah. But the way that this works, I think, means that it's a little more competitive. In my mind, anyway, you've got 3 individual parts of this tournament, play-ins into groups, into playoffs, Nick. Yeah. I think that's really unique. You get a lot of opportunities.
You do. You get a bit of best of 1s, best of 3s, depending on where you are in the bracket. For example, today we're starting with best of 1s, right? Everyone knows that. Actually, CNL, they don't know that because they play BO3s in their region. Yeah. But anyway.
I'm glad that you mentioned CNL because for the first time at EWC for Rainbow Six, we have 22 teams competing, so many different clubs vying for the club championship and also for the title specifically within Rainbow Six. We have the play-ins into the group stage, into the playoffs, so many different phases. Only 8 teams participating in the play-ins, and only 2 of those 8 will progress forward into the group stage afterwards.
Brutal.
Well, let's have a look at all the teams that are actually going to be competing throughout the course of this event. I think that there's a couple of names that really stick off the board just to begin with here. You're looking at your Falcons, you're looking at your EPs. Don't worry about Dark Zero.
I was going to say, forget about those guys.
But 22 teams, Nick, that is a lot of teams. That is a lot of opportunity to play different opponents from different regions you may never have even seen before.
No, it's true. And I think it comes down to teams having to really need to dig deep and have adaptability because there's so many different, as regions have said, different teams, different play styles. You need to focus on what you can do differently and just matching yourself to every opponent as well.
8 of the 22 there, by the way. So you can only imagine what teams we actually have to come. Of course, today's schedule, important to note that we kickstart with a very big matchup. At least if you're an
I'm very excited for this.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we all have quite a personal attachment to our first game of the day.
Whoa.
You don't?
I do have a big one, okay?
Okay.
Yeah?
Well, fortunately enough for you, how about we talk about Fnatic for a second? In fact, you could almost say it's a brand new day for them, Nick.
Oh, a brand new day, Rob. Yeah, okay, so something crazy's happened, okay? For the first time in 6 years, Fnatic have qualified, important to note, because they were invited to Reload in Rio. They qualified for a T1 international tournament. And the correlation between 6 years ago at SI 2020 and today the EWC 2026 is that the last victory they had at SI was beating G2, sending them to a lower bracket. My team back then, right? That hurts.
Sucker.
And then now, 6 years later, the way in which they qualified for this event was beating G2 and gatekeeping them from EWC.
Without a doubt, the largest upset coming into this event is the fact that G2 didn't make it.
They're not here.
Of course. And Fnatic, like you said, they have a bit of a history with G2, back with the Australian Fnatic roster, and when you were on G2. That was one of the greatest upsets in APAC. Unfortunately, one of the biggest moments for APAC. I mean, it's the only time we've ever had a team in the Six Invitational make it to the top 6 from the APAC region. But we have a new dawn for a lot of these APAC teams, one of which is CAG by Varel, who of course will be fighting against Fnatic today. But Fnatic, for them, this is their first chance in such a long time. They took a gamble. They made 2 big roster changes coming in to the last stage of competition. Can they actually make a splash on the international stage remains to be seen.
It certainly does. Fnatic this, Fnatic that. Let's start talking about Fnatic.
It was a great feeling to beat G2 and knock them out from qualifying for EWC. I think that we got a lot of confidence from that,
I mean, it was fun. It was a good game. Really good series. I enjoyed it. A lot of adapting, a lot of playing with what we see rather than predetermined plans.
I think one of the big reasons we beat G2 is the pressure that they had. They lost to Falcons before, and then they had to face us, and it was either like do or die situation. So a lot of pressure on them. Yeah, the GT roster is unreal. Yeah, I mean they have the GOAT Shaiko, they have Animal, great ag.al, they have Doki, who's like veteran, and then obviously they have Stompen, like one of the best players, if not the best player in the world.
It's been pretty difficult. There's been lots of ups, lots of lows, really bad games, really good games, comebacks. It's always stuff to improve. We want to get to at least the group stage. There is a lot of big names, but I think from scrims, like we know we can play against these people. We just got to hope we show it on game day.
Like we have a good chance of making the main event. Just got to make sure our confidence is high and what we've been practicing into work and go from there. My goal is to win it all.
We're here to compete.
Obviously, a very big talking point straight off the bat there we've got to talk about it, James. Citizen joining Fnatic. Has that improved this roster? Has that been a deciding factor as to why they're here?
Of course, Citizen, one of the most infamous players, actually once playing for Fnatic way back in the day, Pengu, and now he was one of the very important reasons as to why they failed to qualify here. And Fnatic, I mean, for them, it's been such a long period of, sadly, mediocrity. A lot of people had relegated them into this position in the EML of they're always going to be a bottom to mid-pack EML team, but they'll never actually qualify for another event. Citizen himself, he had quite a stint over in the North American League. He comes back to Europe to an incredibly disappointing performance with Team Secret. Finally jumps over to Fnatic just before this event started, just before stage 1, and look at what he's managed to achieve.
Yeah, and what are the expectations, right? It's going to be another Secret situation where they're going to fall short. It's a new roster. They're not going to qualify for anything, right? It's going to take at least 6 months. Wrong. Beating G2, qualifying here, and we say Citizen this, Citizen that. That's the experienced player that joined. But Smith, the new rookie, also joined Fnatic at the same time. And I actually feel that he has been instrumental as well, playing the shields, helping the team adapt and whatnot. And I think watching them today against CAG, we're going to be watching Citizen, but also Smith.
Yeah, I think for a roster with as much history as this Fnatic team do back in the day with Rogue, you know, Deepak was on that team that won the Berlin Major 4 years ago. We know that this team has championship contending material on it, but are they ready to take that next step after years upon years of being in this rebuilding phase?
That's going to be the biggest question, I think, on everyone's mind at the moment, Nick, is yeah, they did well, right? They knocked out G2. They solidified a spot here at EWC. But the bigger question is, how deep can they make it? Because you heard there, the goal is groups and also maybe finals, but they don't even seem super confident in their own thoughts.
I can see why, though. I mean, you look at the EML statistic that they had, right? They actually beat all the strong teams during the group stage. They beat your virtus.pro, they beat your Falcons, they beat your G2, etc. But then they lose to all the weaker teams. I'm thinking, do they not have the confidence against teams that are off their own level, where they get in their own head?
Yeah.
But then they think, oh, with the underdogs, we can beat the better teams.
Well, it's a question of consistency, really, because as you mentioned, I mean, you come down to the final game of the playoffs, and they got 7-0'd by GK.
Exactly.
GK historically, like...
After beating G2.
I know. All the way up and then all the way down again. But one thing is for sure, it's been such a huge Fnatic in the last 6 months, such a huge glow-up for Fnatic. 7th place in kickoff to 4th place in stage 1 and qualifying for the Esports World Cup. The sky's the limit, but it's going to be a challenge because they have to go through the play-ins. Only 2 teams will progress out of the 8 in this phase of the game, and they're up against the best team out of Japan.
Yeah, they certainly are. And there's no question about that either. We did have questions. Maybe D+ was going to be able to contend against them. But honestly, CAG have just looked unbelievable. And I think that this new, I want to say new roster. It's not a new roster, but the new way that they, the new look, the new way that they play, it feels like there's an element to it. And I think also as well, we've got to talk about Sparky. Whenever we're talking about this roster and the new iteration of it, Nick, it just feels like it's more cohesive. It's a more entire package.
Yeah, I think it's more serious, more disciplined as well. And to kind of give you guys a picture of just how strong they've been, they were undefeated throughout all of groups, right? We're going to playoffs in APL, in APAC North, and then they drop one map 3 times, and they drop it to D+, and to Scars. So it's like they dropped 3 maps throughout the entirety of Stage 1. They've been super dominant. And we speak to Spark in interviews, and they actually use a lot of Stage 1 simply for practice. They said they went into those games not looking at their opponent because Sparky, the coach, wanted the players to learn adaptation on the fly. So he said, guys, I'm not going to help you. You're going to be in the server. You see, you hear everything. I can't help you. You need to problem solve. So they're spending a big portion of the stage that qualifies for EWC as practice.
And the 3 of us are very familiar with the APAC League, so we have a very intimate look at CAG. But for most people from the international scene, they look at this roster, that the name CAG, it's meant so much for many, many years. But to be honest, what it has meant is a guaranteed qualification for these events and then guaranteed mediocrity when you come to these events. Infamously grouped every single time. But of course, the spell was broken just over a year ago when they went to Rio for the Reload event and they made it to the grand final. The first time an APAC team has ever done so, and they look phenomenal. Since then, it's been a year of heartbreak and rebuilding after some roster turbulence. They've got DD, their former coach, who basically was an emergency sub for Stage 2 last year, and then they realized, hang on, this guy is really good, and he can bring a whole new dimension of support to the team. And then it took a little bit of time to figure out who was the best coach to go and fill DD's role. Now they have Sparky, as you said, dialing in from Italy, and he's here, of course, in Paris with us. And I think finally finally, we do have this new look CAG. This isn't the same team that was cagging their way through the Mexico Major. This is an APAC team that plays like nobody else, that has serious talent, and can actually start contending for titles on the international stage.
I would agree with that. However, the caveat being, how many maps have they won internationally in the last 2 years?
I'm glad that you brought that up because since making it to the grand final in Brazil, they haven't won a single map internationally. You know, Munich Major, Salt Lake City Major, disappointment.
Stop.
After disappointment. But I'm on the APAC Copium, I'm telling you.
They're gonna win
This is
today.
the moment. This is the moment.
Could this be the moment?
This could very well
It has
be
to
the
be.
moment.
It has to be. I do agree with that. It actually, I feel like this is kind of a... We're on a verge right now of CAG, who have actually been picked up by Varel, so it's technically
Tagged
CAG.
by Varel.
It is, and I think that this is now a turning point for that roster. I think it's a turning point for the region. If they can start actually competing at international events like we know they can, Nick, they could well go deep in these kind of tournaments, and I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't. You look at the roster, you look at the players, you look at someone like Chibisu that has just gone absolutely mental over the last 12 months. They've got the ingredients for this.
They do, and a big thing that we learned from Sparky was actually it's been a mental problem for CAG, and this is common across all of APL, especially when you're talking teams in South Korea, in Japan. The way they think about their opponents, maybe too much respect, maybe too much pride on their own side. So when they played Salt Lake City, for example, you mentioned 0 victories, right? Sparky said that they went into that thinking they're going to win the whole thing. They're going to go to the grand finals. They're going to beat Falcons, Secret. They don't care anybody, right? The best teams in the world. Well, not to be. This tournament, they've shifted their mentality. They're going and thinking, we're going to do the best that we can do, but we're probably not going to win the whole event. So they have a different mindset, maybe more risk-taking and higher pace.
I do feel like there's an element to the underdog teams. We're gonna call both these teams underdog teams.
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's an element that there hasn't been before, which is like, there is an opportunity. There's a feeling that these teams can start to do something different. They can start to write a different legacy. And right now at EWC, this is the perfect time to start. It is time for us to head to Bank for the opening match of EWC.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, and a big moment for both of these teams to prove themselves. CAG might have strode through the APAC League fairly unscathed, but it's a whole different kettle of fish once you get into the big leagues. You're playing at the Esports World Cup on the international stage when they haven't won a map in over a year on that international stage. And for Fnatic, of course, they are underdogs in their own right. 7th place in Europe just 3 months ago, and now they're back into it. They're back on stage. And it's a chance for them to show that they can play at the top level, not just domestically, but here on the world stage as well.
And of course, no big surprise here. We see a shield ban right off the rip here. And I think that's going to be the big focus point for me between CAG by Varel and Fnatic. For both teams attacking side, we have to look at Anderton and DD playing the shield. And of course, Smith playing them from the side of Fnatic. I think it's going to be instrumental. So right here, Fnatic, they're betting out the Monty and the Grim, targeting a lot of execution and information gathering from CAG by Varel. And you might be thinking, why would they need information? They're a team from Japan. They're just going to go in there and just take on fights. No, CAG by Varel these days, like we keep saying, a bit of a new look on them. They're much more calculated, much more strategic. And when you're playing that sort of playstyle, you need information to make the decisions accurately. And it's why they love playing operators like your Grim, like your Monty that's been banned away. But they also love to play the disruption game. That's the second side of them, where they get the solid snake, they get the sense, they get more aggressive in the server. They have energy here on the blitz. This is them trying to make a statement, opening up this tournament for them.
For me, all eyes are on CAG on a map like Bank, which is very much attacker-sided. I look at what Anderton can achieve on that blitz. I look at a lineup like this with so much tactical potential, with the Sens to create these prevented lines of sight, with the Ying to go for a flash exclusive play. Anderton actually gets deep into Printer very early. He's into open area. He wants to try and clear out a lot of this roam from Fnatic, but he receives a lot of damage for it. FNC now peel back the layers of their defense, but they have not given up on this roam.
We see this young guy from the basement shooting up the Molotovs through the hatch, trying to support the roam game for as long as possible. Fnatic don't want to surrender too much for free. It's about holding on for as long as you possibly can, kill as many drones, do a little bit of damage towards Anderton if it's a half, for example, and then fall on back. That's the first decision for Fnatic. When is that timer gonna be? About 2 minutes. The second big question is, are they gonna fight on the server staircase? Are they gonna fall back and surrender server as well? Because that's the other area in which you can fight for time. And if you look at the defense, there's Scoria Canisters, Smoke, and Tashanka. So I believe that Deepak can comfortably stay on the server staircase and just play for his life. With the hatch not being open, he has made that decision. He's gonna stick around.
It's a challenge for Deepak now.
Why is it so low?
Takes a lot of damage. Already receiving a few shots early on the roam clear. Makes him extra vulnerable to the gas. As the Candela rings on out, Deepak manages to dodge the flash. Looks for a peek, finds a second kill. Goodbye to DD. Chibisu will trade eventually, but the damage has been done by Fnatic.
Still got the tools though, and 3 attackers left alive. They got one more set of Heart Breach, of course, on Chibisu. They got the sense and the info from Solid Snake. Now we see those Scoria fires burning 20 seconds each, and a Runi lasers on the hatch as well means that Fnatic, they have a very good idea of where that attack will be coming from, forcing CJ Bavaro, spending that final piece of util to burn the lasers. It's a must-do in this situation. They take a lot of damage, injured from the hatch below. That is not the way you want this to go if you're CAG.
Yeah, Shuri does have time to get recollected here. However, there are 2 nitro, or rather 1 nitro cell still available here for Fnatic on Wizard, the Wamai, one of the most powerful operators in the game right now with the recent buffs that have come through. Fnatic can sit back. They have plenty of plant denial.
Yeah.
They have strong positions and the numbers advantage to boot. As I say that, Chibisu suddenly changes things. It flips on its head. That's the C4 goes down. Chibisu now has to look for the plant. The fire from the Tachanka cannot find it. It's Mark Chibisu trying to force it down. Sharip and Zaka both find kills. It's up to Smiths, the new addition for Fnatic. And he has been able to deny the plant. Certainly not able to deny the rounds. An eruption from the Japanese as they steal the first round.
What did I say? They want to make a statement. How about that? 3v4. They lost the win condition, lost the shield. They can't go for a default plant. They are down numbers. They get injured on the hatch. And yet, it's a round victory from CAG by Varel. We had the last play, the Smith, Tashanka stuck between 2 different attackers. A very big moment for CAG. I mean, whoever's going to win that first round, that's confidence. That makes you feel, okay, guys, we got this. Big sigh of relief. So for Fnatic now, they're starting bank on the defensive side. It's going to be a much more challenging half, I would argue. And that right there, that should have been their round.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we've already talked about this, but this is an attacker-sided map. You don't expect the defense to get more than 2 to 3 rounds on their half. And for Fnatic, already looking so good in the first round, it's a very good sign for them. But the fact that Fnatic fumbled at the end of it, the fact that CAG grabbed that round by the horns and took it at the end of it, it's a missed opportunity for Fnatic that they may regret later on. And that's the thing we know about CAG, of course, for the longest time. They have been known to be the hyper-aggressive, the risk-takers, the innovators. They're going to really play a lot of cheesy strats that a lot of other teams won't do as much. They really lean into the shields. They love the Ying. They love shotguns on attack. And we've seen a maturity from them recently where they can still play that play style, but they do it with another level of understanding of the win conditions of the game. And that's what has made them so deadly, not just within the APAC region, but the potential for what they can do on the international stage has very much been talked about aplenty. They just haven't been able to prove it.
Another thing is, if you play, of course, domestically up against CAG in scrims and practice and whatnot, you kind of know how they play the game. But Fnatic, they play in Europe. They haven't played these guys in ages. As a matter of fact, we went back and checked the organizations of CAG and Fnatic, and the last time that the organization played each other was 2023, when Fnatic had a team in the Japanese league. So there's no inside knowledge here. There's no play on the server that goes, you know what, I know how CAG they play. I've played them before. That's just not a thing. And they also don't just have, like you said, the fast, the slow, the new look, the old look. They have so much more depth, and you cannot underestimate them. When you're up against a team where you gotta look online for the vaults to get some information, well, guess what? They play in APL. We do a bit of trolling sometimes in APL. People play Caveira on bank for no reason. So you look at CAG and go, oh, what was the last 2 games that they had on bank? Okay, against Scars, they won. Scars played Caveira twice. CAG played Tasha. Okay, that's not a real bot. What do you learn from that? You go into this completely blind if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the danger of going up against a team that perhaps you underestimate. And I have to admit, like, as a guy who's been following the APAC scene specifically, because I am from the APAC region.
That you are.
For the entirety of APAC's history in this game, like, we've always been the little brother region. And in fact, until recently when the CNL got added, APAC was always regarded as the worst region. And people just didn't, like, respect is not given, it's earned. And nothing is granted. Everything is earned, as we love to say here at the Esports World Cup. But it's very much true for the respect of different regions. I mean, Brazil didn't have a lot of respect until they earned it by making it to grand finals and taking championships. APAC has never earned that same level of respect because no team from the Asia Pacific has ever won an international event. Now, we've had upsets here and there, but over the last, it's been 10 years almost, you would have expected to see a little bit more fruit born out of these APAC teams. And sometimes that does lead teams from other regions, even, 4th seed out of Europe, Fnatic, to look at APAC teams and think, I mean, we'll probably win that one. Obviously, we'll try hard, but it's going to be a very different story to when we start playing some Brazilian teams or some North American teams. And I think that it can be the enemy of many rosters and many teams' expectations going into it. You got to make sure you curb your enthusiasm. Don't let your understanding of a CAG from 5 years ago tarnish the opponent that you're playing against today.
Yeah, and just speaking to the history of APAC teams, right? I mean, Norengo, they had a moment. D+, they had a moment. Fnatic had a moment back in the day.
I mean, CAG have had two really notable moments as well. Yeah. But, I mean, people often forget, yes, technically CAG were grouped at the event I'm speaking about, but the Mexico Major in 2021,
oh my God.
Even though they were grouped, it's the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had a tiebreaker so tight we actually had to play an entire tiebreaker match just to determine which of the two teams should progress into the playoffs from the groups. It was CAG and Team 1 featuring Alamau, of course.
Before the G2 days.
Yeah, before he was on G2. And Team 1 with Alamau went on to win that entire major.
Yeah.
And that team almost lost because of CAG. It was only just one tiebreaker match that allowed Team 1 to go through that.
So literally one round difference there. Had CAG won by one round more or lost
that
one round less,
that would have, Team 1 never won that major.
Exactly. And then maybe Alamau doesn't go G2. A lot of implications all of a sudden, right?
Of course.
So, now they've been here for a long time, the boys from CAG, and they've stocked most of the roster also very consistently. It's not often that you see a team go to event after event, fall short technically, and then stick the roster and get better and better and better, but they truly have. And if you're curious about the whole Saka name here from Dokkaebi, it's Arcoli.
Yes.
Same player, but different name. That happened in Stage 1 in Kickoff. Maybe, I think?
Yes.
So earlier this year.
The only player that's really changed for CAG by Varel for quite some time is DD moving in from that coaching position to be on the starting roster, which happened after they made it to the grand finals at Reload. It was halfway through the following stage that he jumped in.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, it's just been like a dream. It's been far better than anyone could have expected. Notably, if we do get to see some shield play later, DD is a very different kind of shield player to Anaton. Let's focus up on Fnatic. They're the ones that have a shield at the moment. It's Smith, the young gun, the shield in front of his face, trying to hold on to a very undefensible bomb site here on the top floor.
Yeah. Almost unplayable. I mean, with the Asami band here from CG in particular, almost nothing is playable. And there's not even like a castle or a mirror in play right now from Fnatic. They're playing a much more, I'm going to say, proactive defense right now. They got DMR from Deadshot. They got the shield from Smith for information. They got Solus to give you a bit of verticality and plant denial later on, which is why we see Saka downstairs in Archives constantly holding on to the downstairs area beneath the site itself, because they can't go for a plant if Solus is going to be beneath them. So this is actually CG being tested now and problem solving at many different areas at the same time, and doing a great job so far. They get the walls popped, using Adela for a bit of coverage, and he's on the Thermite this time around, so a bit more free in the server. Can become the entry, can become the planter. A lot of options here for CAG.
I like the way that CAG used that Dokkaebi as well to deal a little bit of damage to the Clash of Smiths. Every tiny bit of tick damage you can get onto a Clash is highly valuable. The execute will likely come in the form of the Candelas from the Ying and some smoke grenades, but it is very finicky, very challenging to get done. As Shuri makes his way inside, gets picked by Citizen, takes him down, and finally Anaton will finish off the clash. The gates are open here. The CAG, Fnatic, have to have a response.
How did they do it? They lost so many bodies already. Another injury, another one confirmed as well. Leaving just 2 members against 3 from CAG.
The D-Pack has held on from the elevators. Now at the top of Banana. It's him and Deadshot to try and clutch up the round for Fnatic. Good shot with the DMR from Deadshot. DD now repels inside, finds his kill. All up to Deepak now. As the Dutchman looks to find a third and fourth kill in this round. Can he revive his dead teammates? I very much doubt it. Now the plant confirmed. DD and Chibisu need to do their best to get outside the building. That is the safest place for them to be right now, but not so safe to get there. Caught in the crossfire, and it's a swift finish for CAG.
Beautiful crossfire, yeah. I mean, again, they baited so well that the person who planned to just kind of pre-fire towards Deepak, forced him to shoot back, and his teammate swings from stock. And there was only one person on the window repel from CAG. Something that we often see from this team in particular, from Japanese teams in general, is they play very heavily on the window repels. They play like your Capital, your Ying, your Sense. They rebel in the windows. That's the execute. They just had DD with the Ying. And then they were pushing stock, they're pushing in for Skylight, they're attacking from lobby with a backstab, they're everywhere. And I think it caught Fnatic by surprise. When you don't have your Asami, you don't have your Castle, like I said, you only have the Clash that can give you information. That only sees one teeny tiny area. So CAG, from attacking from so many different angles at once, there's a bunch of blind spots. And they just win their individual gunfights up against Fnatic. Greatly entries and a great execute, to be honest.
And this is the final round now, Pinky, before we get the additional operator bans for the half to come on through, which to me means it's even more important to win this round for Fnatic. Don't go 0-3 down. Win this because you're about to lose another tool in your arsenal on the defensive side. Another one of these power-ups, whether it's the Mirror or the Smoke or the Tachanka or the Goyo or a number of other things.
I think you hit it right there, one of those four.
And I will admit, like, Fnatic are actually probably on one of the best bomb sites to pick here. I mean, this tertiary bomb site here of Star from open area, in theory, it's a very challenging defense, but in reality, you actually can play a lot of map control. And there are a lot of ways to try and stall out this attack. On the flip side of that, I think CAG are probably not going to have the Ying available after this round. So they need to make sure they make the most of this chance here as Fnatic attempt a third different bomb site, desperately trying to clutch around a defense.
Seeing Shuron 0, by the way. That is like a 0.something% pick rate operator. Never played in pro play. And then that's because it's a poor operator. It's just underrated. A lot of action
Mirror,
here. You gotta sit on the cameras, you gotta try and sap some gadgets. There's a lot of doing nothing, but that nothing gives your team a ton of information, which helps you progress the round. So I love the pick right now. It's about that map control. I think for CT by Veil right now, they gotta figure out what's the first step gonna be. Where can we kind of drill in a little bit, get a foothold, and then move on from there. Because when you're up against the verticality, the waifu buff is activated, by the way. Of course, Eniton representing the Elevate skin, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it is. Oh, that's a big Nitro.
Tried to melee it. Didn't quite connect. It's a fair bit of damage. Stays alive.
Yeah, the problem is here, he's not going to be able to be as aggressive now. Big C4 from Citizen does finish off the blitz of Aniton. Deadshot finds one before he's traded back from the repel of DD. Look, this has been a rough start for CAG, particularly with the double C4s from Fnatic taking down the shield. Even though FNC have lost top floor control, they fall back to the bomb site with an advantage. And Pengu, I'm getting flashbacks to that first round of defense from Fnatic. We find ourselves in a very similar position.
We are, but there's less ways in throughout the site, right? There's a single hatch and there's pretty much 3 doors. Kitchen, the small office, and the main staircase. And they got Goyo canisters. They got a mirror window maybe still somewhere looking over. And they got a bulletproof camera as well. So a ton of intel here from the defense. I think CAG, they have to get a pick somehow. But how they're gonna find it, I'm not certain. They have such limited tools right now. There's no easy grenade kill, no Capital, no blind angle towards the bomb site. It feels like Fnatic, they have to be the ones to make a mistake to give CAG a fighting chance.
Yeah, the lack of a Ying here means that the flashes will not protect DD. They cannot land into the deep corner onto Citizen. And now it is all done and dusted. Big couple of kills there from Fnatic. They found their advantage early, and they sat back and waited for CAG to walk into their open arms. Finally, first round on the board for the Europeans.
Big question for me is, you mentioned the Ying. What about Capital? If you've been watching CAG like a fair bit, I feel like there could be a Capital in the backup plans here. I think banning another shield is not going to be worth it because any can play them all. And from CT themselves, as you said, like the Goyo, the Smoke, the Mirror, the Tachanka, very plant-oriented, stall-oriented. Bandit ban. So you're right with the Ying, completely on the money. But a Bandit ban. The only scenario where the Bandit gives you any sort of real value is top floor and CEO, because now you can't deny the elevator wall whatsoever, and guaranteed open it up. But that's really one bomb site being affected out of 4. Well, let's say 3. Tell us archives, I don't know. Oh boy.
Yeah, no, interesting choice from CAG. Very interesting. Yeah, I do think the Ying ban is huge though. And Fnatic might, now that they've found a round on the board, be able to start building a little bit of momentum. You go back down to the basement. This is the strongest bomb site on the map. And now with no Ying to deal with, how does CAG intend to execute when there is so much time delay util at the latter end of the round here for Fnatic between the Goyo and the smoke? Every single Goyo canister delays 20 seconds, every single smoke 10 seconds. That said here for Fnatic, they actually are leaning quite heavily into the roam game. We've got the Solus, very good for a roam at hunting drones and finding out where that blitz is coming from, among other operators like the Solid Snake and the Nook. And Smith's great for holding on as long as possible on a roam as well, with the Boss G no less. I'm interested to see if we get any interactions between the Solid Snake and then the Solus and the Vigil, because the Vigil is one of the only ways to hide from a Solid Snake.
The tricky time to be a defender right now, and you see Deadshot playing inside a quad window room. This is very common. You have one player playing those nasty spots because all about the angles and the timings, knowing how to get the most out of it. Meanwhile, Shurip right beneath Deadshot, who's in that pivotal position, looking for a gap somewhere else. Archives, Tellers, here's a player who's gonna be above him. It's all about timing. If CAG Barrel can get in the middle of the building and get one of those picks, it's gonna cause a lot of panic on Fnatic's side.
Interesting that Shurip hasn't been engaging his gadget. It actually allows him to get past the Solus' scanner and find the kill, finishing off Citizen. That's the danger of Citizen letting his phone explode. He's now lower HP, and one shot from the DMR will down him. Deadshot tries to get some revenge, but Shurip shuts down a second. Fnatic dropping like flies. And now, if they are to drop back to the bomb site, would be leaving their anchors in such an unenviable position. Smith feels the need to lash out for a kill before he falls back to the rest of his team.
Bit of desperation, but rightfully so. He cannot hold the side 3v5 against the Monty, the Dogaby, the Solid Snake. There's too much information. So the call has been made, guys. Stick around, try and play for that one pick, and then drop the hatches. But we're seeing Wizard just stuck in the corner. Doesn't look very comfortable. He's hoping somebody drops down this hatch as a freebie. Nate goes out, forces him back, and now CG can take back control in a smart manner. So common. Wait, hold up. Smith is still around, actually, going for a backstab.
Doesn't manage to finish off Shibisu before he gets taken down, and that'll be a free revive there for Kag by Varel. Deepek tried to contest that hatch. He's taken a hell of a lot of damage for it. The round is almost irredeemable from Fnatic. It would take a miracle to come back here.
It would. And here's the thing that's new for CAG. They don't just rush into the building and make mistakes in a very strong position. They use the grenade to force back the player, then they take open air control.
And the call. Deepek has to answer it.
They call. Deepek is completely in the gutter if he doesn't go for it. They should know that as well. So now with 35 seconds to go, they can wait for the fire to go away here from the Goyo. And when that happens, drop the lobby hatch, push from server. They know there are only 2 defenders. They can't watch all the angles.
That's right.
Second Goyo popped.
Time is ticking away, though, and you look at that clock, it is very dire now for CAG. Deepek has to answer his phone, otherwise he will die to the explosion. Wizard gets revealed by the Solid Snake. He will take down Zaka as Deepek actually denies the plan successfully.
Where's the push?
CAG have had such an advantage, but now things get desperate. DD starts to force that plant down. Anderson and Shibisu to claim both final kills for Kag by Varel. A third round on the board for the Japanese as they start to run away with this half.
If I'm Sparky watching that round in the final seconds, I am stressed. They started planting with no coverage whatsoever. Andy looking for a kill, Chibi looking for a kill. They find them. A little bit too close though for comfort. But that's Fnatic again on the back foot. What could have been a very good round for them. Shuri walks on in, gets 2 kills. No one's watching the cameras. And like you said, Shuri played it very smartly. Didn't activate the Nook gadget in fear of the Solid Scanner, figuring out where he was going to be. So very many small things again from CG, just very well thought of, very well communicated, and no one's overstepping. There's a clear line saying, guys, you can take a risk until this moment. At that point, we gotta play together. And that was open area. Nobody's gonna walk in together into Wizard and just take a bad gunfight and lose the round. No, we use a grenade, we use a drone, we force him back, then we take it for free. Smart siege, good siege, simple siege.
However, the advantage for CAG has prompted Fnatic to use their one tactical timeout right now. So they've had 60 seconds to discuss with their team. You can see Sathis, Tristan, their coach behind them, getting in the ear of his players. He's got 2 more chances to get a round victory before we swap sides. You need 2 rounds in this half. Yeah, 3 rounds
Absolutely.
in this. If Fnatic win 2 rounds from here and it ends up a 3-3 half, that is a huge dub for FNC. Like, that is favored to win the map if they're on out. But, you know, if they don't find any, this is going to be a very quick game for CAG by Varel.
Going back to the very beginning, I did say that the shields are very important for Fnatic. It was kind of how they started finding a couple of victories in the ML, how they got themselves into this winning position of qualifying for the EWC. And it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. When you can crutch something to success and win, beautiful. But when you have to crutch something and it's also not working, what's your plan B? Smith has been playing Tashanga and Clash and then something else. Yeah. He hasn't been super instrumental. Like, last time on CEO, he died before the execute. On Tashanga, on the very first round, he was last alive in a 1v2. CG, they're not really bothered by Smith whatsoever, whereas a lot of European enemies, they're saying, oh dude, the shields are too good, let's ban them away, let's deal with it, whatever. They didn't even ban the Clash, they banned the Bandit.
Loading new mag. Cam in position. Located a
You know, the Bandit ban tells you that CAG are more than happy to play against the Wamai, more than happy to play against the Clash, more than happy to play against the Mirror.
I see it.
And I really like the way that they're countering the Wamai here with Zaka down below with the IQ. And he can very easily destroy these magnets one by one, which would have caught that Selma. So very clever work there by Kag by Varel. And now the air jab as well to prevent Smith from retaking.
And it's smart because they're doubling down. Last time they had the Dokubi downstairs, also with Saka. And again, he's watching the C4 downstairs. There was a Solus previously, actually, for the plant denial. When you're the IQ below, you're both destroying their utility and getting information, while also gaining map control beneath the bomb site, meaning that there couldn't be a guy below the C4, and nobody's flanking server stairs up into square. So all of a sudden, against CAG, they're gaining many things from a single player position. No one's wasting their time, no one's in a bad position. Now they have, as you said, the air tip on stock, that's stopping the Clash from pushing forward. If they do, they're gonna die. They got a lot of pressure being applied, the flashbangs going through. All they're missing for CAG is an opening, and that could be Anaton, because he's in top lobby.
Yeah, he's in, and the Clash, which would counter him, is the only operator not in a position to actually fight him. Thankfully, though, Wizard is able to backstab Anaton, a little bit disconnected from the rest of his team, but now it gets desperate. Zaka goes deep, misses his chance to find one, can't even backstab the Clash. It all goes down the toilet for CAG by Varel. Fnatic look to have a reprisal with a flawless round. DD on the window repel in a 1 versus 5. He's dreaming. This ain't happening. There's no universe.
Here they come.
They can go lobby and peek him from the windows. They can toss a C4 out his direction. He cannot fight the players from the rappel inside of ATMs as they jump outside.
Hello.
The Clash will surely finish him off. It's a taunting move from Fnatic as they finally make a statement and get into the game.
Beautiful. And nobody had any fear. They recognized, okay, Annie's in top lobby with the Blackbeard. We can't just fight him 1 versus 1. I need you guys to just sprint through the bomb site, pass the guy on the repels, and try and get this kill. And they do. They win the bomb site top lobby, or the gunfight rather. They win the gunfight on main staircase, outside a stock window. And it all came down to CAG actually never opening the top elevator wall, despite banning the Bandit and the Kai.
No, they did open it. They just weren't
on the far left, because the right-hand side was not open. You see how many feet here?
You're right.
So either they
got shot, because I saw him throw the Selma earlier in the round, but maybe the breach didn't actually detonate.
Possible.
That's a great point.
All I know is that they were playing on the wall, so...
You're right. Yeah, no, I did see the Ace actually toss that Selma onto the Kanto wall. I noticed Shurif doing that earlier in the round, but for whatever reason, Selma didn't detonate, whether it was missed, whether it was shot. Perhaps. Yeah, I actually have no idea how that was played by Fnatic, but you're right. The Citizen in that position at top elevator was one of the core reasons why CAG were unable to win that round. Now we move into the final round of the half here before we go to our halftime vibe check, and the teams will get a little tactical timeout. Fnatic, if they are, I mean, they're out of the woods, that's for sure, finding a second round. But if they can find a second round, that's not just out of the woods, that's into Candyland.
It's crazy how it swaps so quickly, right? Fnatic, backs against the wall, just looking rough here, and bang. Oh, now they're good. And it's just how Bank works. It's so attacker favorite, generally speaking. You need that second defensive round to have a realistic chance at winning, and they've done so. You know, when you play first to 7, every single round matters oh so much. It's one of the frustrating parts about being a pro player, is that you make one tiny mistake that loses you one round, that can define the whole game all of a sudden. So risk assessment, hey, do I dare to make this ballsy play that's super high risk, super high reward? Not every player has that gene in them, because that one round is oh so important.
I do have confirmation that the Kanto breach was actually open that last round, but
just in the far left from looking at it?
It must have been on the far opposite side, which allowed a little bit more freedom from Citizen. And also, it's possible that nobody from CAG was actually watching the angle. Oh, that's unfortunate from Sharif. He just nades his own drone. Not sure what happened there.
Maybe he's a striker player.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you played the Recruit before, guys, you know. You got an EMP in one hand and breach in the other, and the order could be very easily messed up.
I mean, we've already seen people bring out the tin can openers instead of throwing their flashes and grenades a few times in this game so far.
It's an honest mistake to make.
Yeah, look, I do feel like this is a big round for both teams. Potentially the most important round we've had so far. Also a very quiet round. I mean, it's almost 2/3 done, and Fnatic are just sitting back. I feel like they've rattled CAG by Varel a little bit with what happened last round by winning it so flawlessly. Now the Japanese are extremely slow.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Fnatic right now, you gotta say, guys, don't give them any openings. Like, if you're Deathshot, don't peek. Like, he's a good shot. He likes to play that high-risk playstyle. Right now, there's 50 seconds. They don't have a way in the map. Don't give them anything easily. In fact, just shot Manton.
He certainly doesn't listen to you, but he does win his fight, which matters. But will they bite off a little bit more than they can chew? Never mind, he comes back around at the exact same time as his teammate takes down one. Zaka will claim the first of the round for CAG, but the diffuser is down, and Fnatic have really found their footing. It doesn't matter that all the walls have been breached open, because Fnatic have the numbers advantage. That now favors them. And they know exactly where Zaka is. He'll find the first kill. The Citizen feeds him a little bit too much. Spots Deadshot's elbow for a brief moment. Does he have info on that position? Gets sprayed through the smoke. Caught in the camera, and I mean, the round is over. It doesn't matter if he takes down Deadshot. He will not find both of these players, surely. Goes deep into the smoke, breathes a little bit too deep, and Fnatic find 3. It's a massive half from the Europeans. Redemption, and now a chance to get one back over CAG by Varel.
Such an important moment from the rookies of that young Fnatic roster, right? You go to your first LAN in a long time, international ground, CEG, unknown territory, and you start off on the wrong foot. You lose the first round in a way that you should never have lost in a 4 versus 3. You bottle that one, despite Deepik's heroics in the very first round. They slowly, step by step, they figure out they get more comfortable in the server, and no one's over-swinging and over-committing to things that are unnecessary, because the last 2 round victories, it's Fnatic doing exactly what they should be, not too much. Don't be too eager to start the round off. You're defending, and CAG, you're awfully slow.
Of course, Rainbow Six is a shooter, right? It's about your mechanics, but it's
of the thing.
Also so tactical. And that was a bit of BM. It's so much about playing your utility, and more importantly these days, not just playing the utility, but playing off your teammates.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will focus too much on the utility and forget that, you know, sometimes it's not as simple as if you bring this operator and you put this gadget in this position, you're gonna win. The lucky cat wasn't so lucky for DD at the end of that half, though.
No, it's actually been Anderton having a hard time. He's statistically 1-5. He is now playing a role where he's on the shield some of those rounds. He's like walking the building, getting double C4, getting shot down very early here. Good counterplay from Fnatic. But one of the things about CAG Bavaro is that they have those 2 different styles of attacking. They're very, very slow, execute heavy, going for plants, and they got the map control, let's go for fighting. Anderton is very required when it comes to taking map space, because he is one of those entry players. And when he's having a hard time, often CAG, as a result, will also have a hard time. And I do think that's how they've been struggling in some of those moments where no one's the one to make the first play and open up the round. Like that very final in the half, right? There's like 50 seconds left. It's a 5v5. Most of the CG members are outside the building. No one's taking that initiative because Anderton was on Capital. He couldn't do it himself.
Yeah. As the teams start to load back up in onto the second half, now Fnatic on the favored side. of attack, and it's time to get into these operator bans. For Fnatic, of course, when CAG were attacking, you had to get rid of the shields. It looks like CAG will return the favor.
As they should. I think that was the first note I made prepping for this match. Was like, they're both gonna ban the Monty. I was like, they have to. There is a world where they ban 2 shields on towards Fnatic, but I think on Bang it's a bit excessive. So probably not for this particular map, but future-wise, if they were to rematch or just watching Fnatic in the future, that could definitely be a case for them.
And quite a few mirror bans. I mean, the Grim and the Monty being the same bans we saw from Fnatic as well, now taken by CAG. And the Kaid as well was also banned by CAG by Varel on their attacking half. So get back into it. I mean, Fnatic, of course, have really made a big statement at the latter end of that defensive half. They've shown they're here to play. The first time they have been here to play in quite a long time. For a player like Deepek, it's a long time between drinks. I mean, he remembers back in the Rogue and Boy days, making it to those majors, making it to the 6 Invitational.
Hey, Trust Gaming. Wait, before that even. Tier 2. Benelux League. Deepek has more trophies than I do, by the way. Have you seen his...
do you count the Benelux League trophies, man?
Benelux is the place, okay? Great players are forged in the shadows of that tournament. And so he doesn't have his background anymore in his home, but I think about a year or 2 ago, he had his trophies displayed on the shelf behind him. That guy's stacked.
Yeah.
Okay, Deepek has trophies.
One of which was a major, of course, in Berlin. Not too far from here.
No?
Just 4 years ago. Huge moment for him.
Great grand final.
Yeah, one of the best grand finals we've had. 5 maps. I think it was overtime on the final map as well against FaZe Clan.
Final round. Clubhouse. Bar bomb site. They're going to defense. Crazy.
And Deepek clutches it with the Yokai drone as well.
Yep.
It's been, a long time since his former glory, but he's looking to reforge it now with this new roster and under a new organization to boot. Now onto the attacking side, CAG looking to bring a bit of fire on their defense of their own. Oh, that was unfortunate there from Deadshot. But he gets in the building regardless. The big thing to worry about here for Fnatic is Shuri.
Yeah.
The Grim Reaper on the Vigil with this Boss G.
He snuck past the drone and can play the sound key on the window repels, the skylight, and of course on the outside balcony. And if anybody walks in top square, there should be a kill. It's dead. There's a shield. The second player. He gets the kill. Thankfully, does the Fuse Shield remove from action a 1-for-1 trade, super worth it for CAG. And you saw Fnatic, big surprise. What is Shuri been doing there?
Yeah, well, I think they're certainly going to be thinking twice about taking ground without thoroughly droning in future. Perhaps they didn't even know that the Vigil was on the board.
Oh, no.
Losing that Fuse is a lot of util and most importantly the shield, but they still have all of the utility to get the breaches done that they need to when it comes to executing down below. But the roam is still at large as Zaka falls back after taking a little bit of damage. DD has to keep answering his phone if he wants to keep his Yokais alive in the late round. Now Chibisu, the final roamer, decides to fall back for CAG by Varel as Fnatic are given complete map control.
Yeah. But the timer is low enough, 60 seconds, and there's no Goyo and whatnot in this round, but there is going to be a C4 and the Yokai drone, so they have plant denial. Thatcher, though, changes everything. You can find the Yokai as a mini IQ scanner, EMP them, shoot them, and you can catch a C4 mid-air. Fnatic, yes, they've lost the shield, so planning on that default angle might not be possible, but if they can get into a safe position, or just get into a smoke grenade, a plant is very possible.
A very popular angle these days taken by Zaka here. We already saw one of the CAG players die to this angle previously, but you can see how aware of the angle Deadshot is. Gets a lot of damage on, but might not be able to finish off. Zaka, 20 seconds to play doesn't mean there's much time here for CAG to get that revive off.
No flank drone.
Instead, there's a flank here from Chibisu, top frag from CAG, and he has found his moment. He's found his gap. 1 kill. On to Citizen, can he go deep and deny the plant? Doesn't matter, Anderton's done it for him. A team kill to boot, but it does not matter. Wizard has no chance to get into the bomb site nor get that diffuser planted. CAG will take the lead.
Really big risk there going for a flank, because if you just walk into a drone, they know it, they turn around, you're free meat. Like, you're gonna die, and that's gonna probably be the round. But I was watching the players in the bottom layer. Smith was dead already, of course. He was watching a drone inside of server room right now when the plant is going down, and the only other drones upstairs were not main stairs. They were admin offices by lobby. They were somewhere else on the first floor, but they didn't have actual vision of that flank itself until it was too late. And I don't think they communicated that. You know, when you're there watching the cameras, it's very important to say it, and I'm not sure if Fnatic had that happen, but guys, there's no flank cam.
Yeah.
All I see is server. I can see what you guys are doing, but that's it. Because at least then you're making your teammates aware that the flank is open. So that means when you're going for that plant in that 7-second gap of like, we're very vulnerable, maybe the guy in open area has to turn around and watch his flank for 7 seconds in case it happens.
Once you lose that player on the hatch and the defenders have retaken that control, you can no longer safely plant in the default position. That's right. Technically, you can continue planting in the deep position, which was where they were planting, like on the single wall facing server. But in the end, if you're planting in that position without a shield on your back, you're vulnerable to getting peeked from the red hallway, which is what happened in the end.
Exactly.
I didn't manage to see how Anaton team killed, but I saw Shurip.
I didn't see it either.
Yeah, he team killed. But Shurip was having a laugh about it in the post-round cameras, so no sweat off his back.
I mean, that's one thing that we know about CAG. No sweat. They will lose a tournament and usually go out laughing and smiling. Not because they're happy with the result, but because like you can either be upset about it or you can have a good time with your friends.
Bunch of jovial lads they are. But of course, Sparky is quite the opposite.
Yeah.
He's a very serious man.
He is. It's maybe a good mixture of he'll ease another bit and they'll tighten up a bit and they're going to meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that tug of war. I think it's good for CAG. You need a balance. Now Fnatic on the attack as CAG go to that top floor bomb site. We saw this from Fnatic with the Clash playing in the hallway. Anaton, a very infamous Clash player. Oh, I like this. There's Zofia down below. CAG got to be careful with the new Zofia buff. We're seeing a little triple tap becoming extremely popular. If you know where an attack or
That's not what
defender
we call
is.
it.
What do you call it?
The three big booms.
The 3 big booms. I mean, if he knows where someone is standing, you're going to see 3 big booms and a free kill.
That's it. Thank you very much. But now, though, I think it's going to be more about Citizen on the glass. A classic pick of his. Can watch over the bomb site, grant a bit of protection.
Oh, nice.
A bit of pre-fire going through, damage back and forth. Saka injured and Smith's very low on HP. Fnatic still looking for their way in. Here comes the plant with that smoke cover. C4 ripped.
Faked out, it does. Bait out that C4, I believe, successfully. Shurip does miss. Zaka and Anaton both go down. The Clash eliminated. Now coverage from Citizen looking very pretty here. Plant denied, and a second from Shurip. 1v3 now. A little bit of damage on a dead shot. But got to be careful, he falls on back. This will need to be a 1 versus 5. If CAG are to win it, it will be solely on the back of Shurip. Deadshot and Smith, both low HP, and Shurip knows exactly where that defuse is. The flash has come out. Does he know he's being flanked from the top of Elevator? I'm not sure he does. Doesn't matter. Deadshot lands the shot. Back tied for Fnatic again.
Good effort there from CAG though, but doesn't have the right ways to disrupt the plant from going down. It becomes a deep swing with gunfights. It doesn't go in their favor. Despite having C4 in pocket, it was in the wrong location to be utilized. And I think just well done for Fnatic. They're very quick to the punch, right? The smoke grenade goes out, they breach the walls, and they just start planting immediately. They're not wasting any time. They're not letting CAG figure out what they're trying to achieve themselves. And it's also the beauty of a glass is until you fire your primary weapon, no one knows what that smoke grenade is for. It could be cover, it could be a glass behind it, it could be nothing. And also, of course, with the sound being very good on land, because it is on the land build, it's amazing, you gotta try and disrupt the sounds as well. So you're shooting a bit, throwing a smoke grenade, throwing a flash grenade. Odds are CAG had no idea the plan was going down until it was too late.
Yeah. I think the first rip of the plan prompted the C4 from Shuri, but you can see
after that,
quickly Deepak was away. He was baiting out that plant. The time was not a factor. He could afford to go for a fake plant and then go again. Let that time whittle down. CAG were the ones under pressure. And so they remain. We're even again. And CAG decide to go to staff room open area. I think this is a better bomb site than that top floor. It was where Fnatic started to mount their comeback.
Reloading.
Let's see if CAG can do the same.
You said a comeback if you used to be in the lead, but now you're tied up or behind.
I don't know. We can argue semantics all day.
I'm just curious, you know? I love a good comeback story, though. And right now, I'm supporting Anaton's comeback story because he is still yet to find his individual performance here against Fnatic. And It's not many players that I would point my finger and go, this guy just needs to get activated, but Anakin is that guy for CAG. We talk about how phenomenal Shub has been, how good Saka can be, how good Chibi has been so far today, but usually in that middle pool of consistency, we find Annie, because so many of the plays in both attack and defense, it's built around him. He plays a shield, his team helps him. He plays an anchor position, his team plays around him. And when he's having a hard time, I do believe that it impacts the rest of his team. Oh my days.
Hey, good pre-fire from Citizen, good read. And now, repelling into upstairs, Fnatic have taken a lot of map control. Chibisu forced back, Zaka the same, and Annie will fall. He continues his rough goal of it today with another death and no impact in the round. I think Zaka might be about to get betrayed by his hollow housing here. Citizen, if you can check his gadget, he'll know exactly where Zaka is. Out goes a nade, as the Lamai looks to try and find another chance to look for a pick. Wizard is watching his retreat, however.
They've missed it. I think he's probably still around the main staircase, but Saka's found that tiny bit of gap towards the lobby double door, and the big question now is, do you just stay in this corner? Do you try and flank in throughout lobby? Do you retake that main staircase? Because you're in this 3v5, you have to feel a little bit desperate, but the round is not over yet. If you make the wrong choice now as Saka and you go down to a 2v5, then the round will be over.
Yeah, Kag just have to be patient here.
I like this flank though.
I think that DD and Chibisu have to just be so patient and wait for Fnatic to make the move, wait for Zaka to rotate into position. Problem is, he's got a long way to go, and I believe they're watching his hallway. It is Citizen. Ooh. As he moves away, Citizen does go to the hatch. He's not checking his gadget right now, which means they don't know that Zaka is upstairs with him. Patience will be the virtue here for CAG, but Chibisu starts to feel the pressure. Big kill from Zaka, but now he's left all alone in a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to play. And Fnatic still have that Blackbeard up and alive from Smiths. Rounded by the corner, it's Wizard to conjure up another round for Fnatic. And they're in the lead once again.
Beautiful. Again, very simple kind of half take there from Fnatic. They take top 4, they force back the roamers. They don't really hold the roam flank that effectively, right? We saw Saka go back up top floor and get a kill into Solid Snake, but it doesn't matter because now they're by the bomb side. So this Fnatic being good at surrendering map control when they no longer need it, but still take it initially to make CAG feel that pressure and get a couple of kills. It's a good way of simplifying what can be a very difficult map to navigate in Bang, on a staircase, on a window repels, etc. CAG by Veryl now call their own tactical timeline. We get to see Sparky get into action. And I guess the people back home are curious, how does that work? Sparky's Italian, he speaks English, you know, CAG are from Japan, how do they do it? Well, Sparky will say what he has to say in the way that he does. And then both DD and Saka can translate if anyone else doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
So it happens in English, and then the players will figure out if they need to translate a bit of that. Right now it's DD he's talking to a lot.
Yeah. I had a little moment where I found Anaton yesterday, and we spoke. But when I say we spoke, like, it was like hi, how are you? Yes, good, hi. You having fun? Yes, fun. Like, my Japanese is non-existent. His English is only slightly better.
But he tries.
Oh, he does, and he's got the biggest smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the catering here. CAG, they are notoriously good at flaming the catering and international events. They are.
I didn't know
that.
They
pack a second suitcase with food from back home to consume all the
Have
events.
you seen the ramen shelf here in the catering area?
First thing I saw was Annie in line for the ramen when I arrived yesterday. And he was so happy. And the whole team just had ramen together.
Yeah.
And so did you and I.
Yeah, good times. Look, that'll keep them very, very happy here.
Food's important.
Oh,
you travel away from home and everything's different. The bed, the table that you're playing at, the food that you're consuming, the weather.
That's the thing that people don't realize, you know, if you're used to playing even esports at home, maybe even if it's just ranked or whatever it is that you're playing, like, you're in your comfort zone, your setup.
You've built it for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, your favorite monitor, mouse, keyboard, everything set up, the height of your desk, the chair that you're using.
Yeah.
You get to bring your own mouse and keyboard and in-ear monitors. But aside from that, you know, you're at the mercy of what we have here. And look, I'll be real, like, we have the best equipment you could possibly buy. We have the best stuff you could buy, but it's still like we're in a
it's different still.
We're in a massive expo hall right now. Like, I don't know if people get the scale of the the Esports World Cup from watching on the stream right now, but this is a huge hall with so many events happening, so many people walking around, and you have to lock in. Shuri has struggled to do so, and while he did get a free kill before being traded back last time he roamed on the Vigil, he will not do so for a second time.
Yeah. Deadshot has just been unleashed right now with those DMRs. I mean, he's there on the entry, on the attack. He's holding down air as a defender, and he has now found his stride 9 to 6 rather, being quite positive. With Smith being up in the fuse shield once again, can pressure open area, falls back on member, but Chibi just sticks out for too long, and Smith just right-clicks him, gets another freebie. So Saka does take down Citizen on the Deimos, but let's be honest here, the roam game is no longer relevant. It's just ending the service there, so losing Deimos is probably the best person that could have died for the attacker Fnatic.
That said, I mean, Smith was the one who was killed last time on the roam game by Shuri. The fact that he's survived means that there are a lot more options in the late round for Fnatic for plants, because you'll have that shield on the back.
This is going to be the minigame that wins you or loses you the round passively, if Fnatic wants to try and attempt it. It's going to be clearing server stairs.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wow, the Nitro Cell actually destroyed the breaching charge.
Did he throw it from... Yeah, okay.
Interesting. Oh, he threw it from the other hatch.
Yeah. I was going to say, how else would you... that must be it.
Very clever there. I like the tech from Zaka.
They're gonna rotate though. The droning server stairs, they're watching the hatches, and no enemies down there. Goyofire popped, so that's gonna... Once that subsides, then you make the push forward. A C4 primed above the doorway is gonna limit how aggressive Smith can be on the shield. And it might make it a little bit tricky to deal with anything.
A shot from Annie. Now he's at the mercy of this fuse up in close range. He brings out the shotgun. The fuse should have the advantage if supported by another teammate. This engagement here could very well mean the difference between winning and losing the round for CAG. Can't go for a headshot when he's got the shotgun in hand. But Deepek bought enough time by the bait from Smith, is allowed to get into position. Now Smith with low HP will be a very vulnerable planter. So Deepek has the diffuser for now. The gas babes will make short work of Smith if they are to land. There are 2 left in pocket and only 15 seconds for DD.
Might as well go for kills here, honestly, because if you take 1 ticket damage here on Smith, you're going to get injured and die shortly after. Only 10 seconds, last smoke popped.
And so they need to go deep here. No C4 for Zaka. Deepek is taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he finds his mark. It's up to Zaka now in the 1v3 to prevent Fnatic from claiming match points here on Bank.
So clutch, so close, and yet so precise. A battle there with Annie on the server staircase, taking Smith down to just 1 point of HP. Not to be for Annie. Again, his individual struggles continue. A great first pre-round to that shot, but that doesn't win you the round. That second kill that just might have. And they find the one area that was safe. Right by the rotate, supported by a smoke, and supported by both Wizard and Deepek pushing in deep, taking a lot of attention and damage in the process.
Fnatic are looking so inspired. So much better than what we saw from them for the majority of the EML. I mean, you and I casted a few of their games, Pengu. If I'm not wrong, we cast them getting absolutely thwacked. I can't remember who by.
It was a rough showing.
They got 7-0'd by... 7-0 or 7-1? I'm going to have to go through the...
I think we saw 7-1, if I recall correctly, but...
7-1 by VP, I believe that was the one that we casted.
On Clubhouse?
They got
the map?
Yeah, they got destroyed on Clubhouse by virtus.pro.
We saw that.
They got destroyed by Rebels on Chalet 7-2. They also, of course, in the playoffs, got dumpstered by GK 7-0 on Chalet. We've seen a Fnatic that has seriously high highs. I'm talking, knocking out G2. I'm talking about wins over Twisted Minds. And then
Falcons, I think, as well. Didn't a little bit Falcons?
I do have them losing to Falcons.
I knew to. I thought they beat them.
But some pretty low lows as well. And it looks like it comes down to whether Fnatic is on their game, and they are looking so ready today. This is a Fnatic that is very much inspired and looking like the better team in the server. CAG staring down 2 match points if they are not able to push overtime. That will mean going down to play an elimination bracket later today.
I want to see a wake-up call, but nobody wants a wake-up call first day of EWC. You wanna just win, do your thing, go forward.
I mean, what have we said?
Exactly.
CAG has failed to win a map in the last year on the international stage. We thought this was their moment to change things. They're up against the lowest-seeded team out of EML. CAG need this so badly, but Wizard is looming. He's cooking something up. Makes his way forward.
Oh, the timing.
Waits for his teammate. Finds the headshot. Goodbye to Shurip. And now the gates are open. It's a second kill. Chibisu finds one, but traded back. Wizard has made this round his own. Finally traded by Zaka. As DD decides to get aggressive as well. It's a retake here from CAG.
Different overheat there from Wizard, maybe. Teammates still in outside window repels, outside lobby, so far away from him. And with him going down, they lose that top main stairs control as well. A lot of pressure that was applied towards the defenders of CAG. So now you kind of reset the round to the beginning again. Everyone's downstairs if you're the attacker, everyone's upstairs if you're the defender, and they have smokes to work with here from Fnatic. They have to enable Citizen. They got Cappy smokes, 2 in pocket on the arrow of Smith, and 1 in his own pocket of Citizen. If he can find that first kill, find the way in, that can change it all. But there's 60 seconds and a clash in their path.
But the util here from the Capital could be everything. The smoke comes through. It opens the gates for Citizen to peek through with the glass. How do CAG stop this? Fnatic desperately fishing for a kill. The CAG aren't giving them anything. He goes deep, doesn't realize DD is still tucked away. Out comes the shotgun, tries to escape, but Smith will take him down into the 2v2. Fnatic want to get it done here and now. Gun up for Anderton as he wants to go for a peek. Brings out the shield again. Info galore. The CAG by Varel as Deepak and Smith desperately look for that second player, but out comes the SMG. The guns come to life for CAG by Varel, and they stay alive.
A beautiful dance back and forth there, and Andy puts down the shield, hits the barricade wallbang, and gets that kill and puts his team into a 2 versus 1 position. And again, they counted the glass, they stayed in the corners, had a good crossfire, but it's a rough start to these rounds for CAG. It's more clutch than calculated, but that's the thing about them. They do have that clutch team when it matters the most. I love this pick here from Fnatic. They used the Capital Fire in the elevator to clear Wizard's right-hand side. Used a grenade into one of those 4 single windows to clear his left-hand side as well, giving him individual gunfights, not worrying about too many angles at the same time, and he could win his individual ones. So a lot of support went into Wizard. Then he got the adrenaline. I got 1 kill, I got 2, I'm gonna peek the 3rd, I'm dead. And that's where you overcook. And that's where you're a little bit lesser experienced maybe, and you make that play. Instincts take over, where maybe statistically on paper, if it was Deepak or Citizen, a more experienced player, even Deathshot, you get the 2 kills, now you hold the passive angle, you wait for backup to arrive so that you don't lose that ground. On the other side though, if you knew that clash was coming, you're better off trying to go for a gunfight 50-50 than to get peeked by a clash behind the shield while you got the other guys fighting it back as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you talk about Wizard, I mean, he is a relatively new player. I mean, he's only been in the professional scene for about a year.
Yeah. And how many lands?
I mean, what, 0 lands up until today. I mean, it wasn't very much of a known player before joining Fnatic. I mean, just a young gunner from the UK.
I think a console player originally, if I'm not mistaken, actually. A lot of current Tier 1 talent is actually former console players.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 11 kills in his debut on LAN is incredible.
It's pretty good.
Top fragging in the server. Chibisu chasing him. But like we said for CAG by Varel, it's been players like Anderson that need to step up. Now, he had a big round there on the clash. Even though he only found, what, 1 or 2 kills, they were monumental. They were instrumental. CAG on their defensive now, and you can see how much more passively they're playing, Nick. They do not want to give away an early numbers advantage like they have done so time and time again.
I love the Smith on the fuse right now. It's a very underappreciated operator. You get hard destruction or soft destruction, smoke grenades. You get the primary gadget declares some bit of utility, which is great for bank here for the Goyo canisters, for example. Even the Echo drone sometimes if you're lucky. And you get a shield in front of your face for good planting opportunities. Now, though, I play an elevator on the pressure. Saka drops down. C4 Rit. They peek the hashman back out. It doesn't connect, but that could have been the moment there when CET found their opening. Instead, Saka will tank the 40 damage from Tokebi's call going off. It's still a 5v5.
It's been 4 rounds in a row that Fnatic have found the opening kill. CAG do not want to let that happen. They play to fight and delay time. A C4 tossed out by Zaka and by Chibisu early in the rounds, but they don't want to overcook this. Big thing here for Anderton holding the blue stairs is he has DD's support, and there is no Thatcher this time from Fnatic to counter the Echo.
There isn't. So it's a play now supported by DD. They gotta work together. If the shield just gets too close to the door, you can 3-2-1, say stun it, go for a swing pre-fire, maybe get the kill right off the rip. It's all about synchronization.
Falls back, does find the kill. No, he doesn't! A lot of damage, but not enough. And Citizen with a shotgun on the Deimos. fights Anatton's fire with fire. First kill found by Fnatic for a 5th round in a row. Now it's time to shape up for a plant.
We've seen this one before, exact same story. Fuse canister on the wall to clear some of util, breach both of the reinforced walls shortly after, and then set up for a plant. We know that there's gonna be Goyo on the board, but so does Fnatic. They're ready for it. They got Doki Pickles as well. Time that correctly, and Echo will be completely ineffective. Because they got a 5v4, they're also backstabbing Garage.
This is it for Fnatic, surely. There's a backstab here from Wizard. He lands his shot against Shurip. DD and Chibisu up against the wall, and Fnatic are hungry for their first win on LAN in years. The underdogs from Europe are here to make a statement. Through into the upper bracket of the play-ins. They're gunning for so much more than an appearance here on their international stage. And look at what it means to this roster. Just a few months with 2 new players, and they've taken down the best team from Japan.
You say for a couple of years, for 6 years since last international team that they qualified for. I don't recall what happened in Rio. They probably had one victory there, right? So
not great.
But what if it didn't? But a great showcase here from Fnatic and a slow start.
They came last in Reload, by the way.
But did they win?
They won a single match.
Oh, they won a single match. Okay, so then it's not too crazy of a stat line then. But they've done
still
it.
a pretty crazy stat line, man. Still very big for Fnatic to get this win today.
Couple of nerves in the beginning. I think first 3-4 rounds, you could see it, you could feel it. They were not really playing with confidence, and then it flipped. I think tactical timeout, halftime vibe check where they get to swap sides and talk to Tristan some more, their coach, and then they hit the ground running on the more favorable side of the attack.
Yeah. I mean, just to find 3 rounds of defense was a miracle, especially after CAG coming up 3-1 at the start of this game. Fnatic to finish the match with 5 rounds in a row of finally opening kill. They were here to play, and they've really shown today that even with a few rookies on the roster and a few roster changes, Citizen is returned to form. They're here to do more than just make an appearance.
They certainly do, and a very solid start to their campaign. On the flip side, I think that it could be said that CAG still had a decent performance. If you maybe look at it in isolation for the first 4 rounds, we'd be like, hey, CAG have turned out.
We have this every single time that CAG come to an international event. We're like, guys, these last couple of months, they've been looking the best CAG that we've ever seen. Trust me, they've got in whatever it is. We're always on the APAC copium. And sadly, we've just seen this pattern. I mean, again, the stat line continues, the damning stat line. Ever since their appearance in Reload at the Grand Final for the last year, they have not won a single map on the international stage.
Very upsetting. No matter what you like, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It's very upsetting for CAG and the APAC North fans. I think that we would expect a lot more from them, and I think that they do. They show the glimpses, they show the moments, but then we start to see them lose a little bit of traction in a game. And Nick, it just continues to come back to that sentiment of it's themselves. The biggest hurdle is themselves.
I guess right now, like Fnatic, CAG a couple years ago, they would lose in the bigger picture, right? Glaring mistakes, blunders, not having the skill level individually as a team. I think today they lost in the micro details, right? Very small decisions, a gunfight going that way, bit of timing, bit of whatever, a little bit less sharp in the server. It's a great way to lose because it's very fixable. It's small things,
in theory,
but it hurts a lot because it's harder to figure out where those small details are.
We said this nearly a year ago in Munich, which was, I think, such a big moment for CAG because they'd just gone through the roster drama and DD came onto the playing field. And we were like, hang on a second, now they're playing a new playstyle. Maybe there's some longevity for CAG. And in Munich, they played, off the top of my head, I think it was Falcons, Furia, and FaZe or something like that, or G2. It was like the three of the best teams at the tournament, and they went 0-3 down. So even while technically they didn't win a map, they had such a strong performance against these top teams. Can't say the same for Salt Lake City. You know, they were losing to teams that, on paper, a peak CAG should be able to win. And I think a peak CAG should absolutely be able to win today against Fnatic. But like you said, small details. Fnatic being a team that seems so much more present in the server. And I think you can particularly see that with 5 opening picks in a row. That is very unusual from CAG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that on the flip side of the coin, what needs to be talked about is the format. 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done.
One more BO3 and CAG go home.
That's it. And if you look at it on the Fnatic point of view, I mean, are you happy with how they've started their campaign? Because it does feel as though there were moments where we were a little worried.
I think I'm pretty happy with their performance actually today. I think the first 4 rounds I was scared for them, and the last after that I was very happy with their performance. Yeah.
I think that they're going to continue to lock in because they could be a dangerous squad, and there's no more dangerous than Citizen and Laxing.
Yep, it is me back here. I am with Citizen. You're no stranger to being on a stage, taking interviews. You guys take this win 7-5. We were talking about this quickly. It was a little closer than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was a bit too close. You know, first game there has got the better us, I think, and yeah, just they surprised us a bit on the attacks and defense especially.
Definitely. I mean, now you guys push yourself one step closer to qualifying to get closer to that group stage. Now, going into this best of 3, obviously, I'd say being a former pro player, being in best 3 is obviously a territory you want to be able to find yourself. Now, I believe your opponent, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be mibr.los. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling good. A good team, you know. I think we'll match up well against them. Last time I played them, I beat them, you know. So I think I had that confidence going in for today as well.
Okay, well then I guess going forward, the next question before I let you go back and do all your prep, is there anything that you want to say to mibr.los?
Be ready for Smiths.
All right, you heard it here from Citizen. Be ready for Smiths. I'm going to send you guys back to the desk to get us set up for our next match.
Thank you very much for that, Lax. Obviously a big performance, but you guys obviously have no idea what happened on the other stage, on the B Street.
Tell me, bro.
Let me break it down for you. First 4 rounds, all King Zero. Dominant. I'm talking flawless rounds.
Let's go.
But just relax.
Okay, so what happened?
It started to roll out of control a little bit to a point where, unfortunately, if you are a CNL fan, it didn't end too well.
Lost.
It went overtime and it was 8-6.
Hey, overtime's good. That's
very
pretty good.
It's very good. And we saw some really good performances, so I think it's nice to know that CNL's here to play.
I mean, of course, King Zero being like the bottom seeded team out of CNL as well. This is a huge moment for CNL, getting an overtime loss. I mean, I sound like such an APAC fan. I'm like, yes, we lost, but at least we took it to overtime. It's the most APAC victory ever. But look, that's credit to them. Of course, that means that we've got some big elimination games later today. I mean, King Zero, CAG will both be on the verge of elimination. We've got 2 more teams that will be fighting to try and stay in the tournament later today as well after we play the next 2 BO1s.
Pretty tense. It is pretty tense. I think that is, we were talking about it a long time ago on the APL desk, just how brutal this format is for play-ins. You know, it's so cutthroat, right? These teams, they have made it a long way, but this is what... Look, I say it's cutthroat. It's double elimination. You have plenty of opportunities in this kind of matchup. Again, CAG, like you said, they had plenty of opportunities, Nick, to bring that back. Yeah. Ultimately, they can't. How do you think Fnatic will go up against a team like mibr.los at the moment?
Ooh. I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, no.
Can you repeat the last bit again?
mibr.los?
Yeah.
Fnatic.
But Fnatic,
what do we think?
Is that the matchup?
Yeah, sorry. So
are they on the same side of the bracket?
Lax did just say
I had to confirm.
Let me double check.
Oh, he did say it. What did he say to them? He said, what's up with Smiths?
So let's go with that. If we're wrong,
Okay. I was not sure if that was a bracket, so I didn't want to... Okay.
It's 100% confirmed.
Okay, good. I don't want to throw Lex on the bus either.
No.
So I think... Honestly, pretty decent matchup. They're not up against, you know, your FaZe, your Fury. You're like a super experienced team from Brazil. And LoS, they're not bad whatsoever. But they've also been on a rough edge as of recently.
Yeah, I think that if you just look at the head-to-head between like what happened in the Fnatic game, what happened in the mibr.los game, I would probably put Fnatic on the up there.
Ooh.
But that's
just a little bit.
Maybe. But also remember there's an elimination game, which will be King Zero versus CAG.
Yes.
If CAG lose that is doomsday.
Oh, it is. It is.
They can't lose that.
You can't
They can't lose that.
Yeah, and you look at the performance that they put up today. Look, it's just isolation. Bring it to the first half. Yeah. There are really good signs for CAG.
Totally.
You have to say that they do look like a team that could beat a given team on their day. However, the problem is, we know, we've heard it, we've talked about it, the biggest hurdle is always going to be themselves. And that's a trope that hits APAC in the wider spectrum.
Yeah.
It's not isolated to CAG, it's not isolated to APAC North, it's consistently a problem within APAC. And I think that when you look at this, and then you look in the isolation of the game that was just played with KZ, only barely losing out to mibr.los, I'm really worried for CAG.
It does get a little bit scary. It
does, doesn't it?
I mean, okay, Copium again, right? Best of 3 is different landscape. You can make more risk, make more worse decisions and still kind of recuperate from it.
Yep.
Again, small things like today, like I look at the highlight package right now, I'm thinking, okay, CAG, they're on the attacking side. They banned the Bandit and the Kite. Like, the Bandit was the ban after the 3rd round. I'm thinking, there are many bigger problems. It could be the class, it could be the mirror, it could be a target ban. They go with a Bandit, which only affects one bomb site, top 4 CEO. I just don't feel like that's enough up against Fnatic, up against EML teams.
Yeah, honestly, if I was CAG here, I'd probably be avoiding bank for a bit because I just don't think that
Take a
their
breather.
bank, I don't think their bank was looking perfect. I know that CAG are really good on maps like Lair. I would really like to see them play that. I mean, I've seen some phenomenal showings from them within the APL, but there's also the game of, do you play something where there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of material for your opponents to study up on? Do you play something fresh?
Consulate. Ooh.
Oh man, I would be
People
very
banned
scared.
against them in APL.
I'd be scared of anyone playing Consulate in a BO1 because it is our most defensive sided map. And if you pick the map and you get the last ban, then usually the opposition is the one that gets to choose the defense starting side. And yeah, I don't know. I'd be pretty scared for CAG going on a map like that. But you never know, right? And the one thing that I do know for sure is that like it's been way too long that CAG have struggled on the international stage without winning a map.
Yeah.
This, on paper, is the best looking roster we've seen from them in a very long time, in the best looking form. They need to get not just a map win here, like take down King Zero, stay in the tournament, that's step 1. Then you need to continue fighting through that lower bracket. You have to beat the loser of Fnatic versus mibr.los to then qualify for phase 2 of the play-ins, which will be a single elimination match in a BO3 against the first seed team from the other group. It's going to be pressure. Bloody hard. They're probably going up against Shopify Rebellion in all likelihood.
Yeah, well, and they're setting up at the moment, and I think that is going to set a very big tone for what we can expect in the play-ins, because I think it's fair to say, Nick, that a team like Shopify, they should be coming into this with...
Totally.
Like, they should be looking
Why are they here? Why are they in play-ins, by
Grand
the way?
finalists of the last stage.
I agree, and I think that when you look at them and you look at the team that they are, the individuals that they are, going up against... I don't want to say lesser teams because it just feels rude.
No, against
but
almost anybody.
I would agree. I think that's a very fair statement. I think that if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're looking at this tournament as an opportunity to not only make a grand final again, but to also take it.
You say last time we got so close, why don't we just finish the job this time? And it happens to be EWC. But which would, of course, mean qualification directly to Six Invitational.
We haven't even talked about that yet, by the way. It's like just such a huge point to touch on is the fact that, you know, the winner for this, they get an auto slot. It is like a major. It
First team to qual.
It is so important that this no longer is about money, pride, glory, club championship.
Although it's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice. Money's actually
there are worse things than an EWC paycheck, I'll tell you that much.
That is for damn sure. But I think when you look at it now, when you've got that SI qualifying spot, teams like Shopify Rebellion, they sit in a completely different discussion to any of the teams I look at in play-ins, Nick. I don't think there's another team that I put in their category.
No, I wouldn't either. I really wouldn't. I mean, we're talking about the above that, the experience of a veteran and truck Canadian with the fracking power of people like your Spot and your Envy, your Serve, etc. They should be taking this very comfortably. But can they get it done? That's the big question, because they too can fumble.
Do you know what the best part is?
What is that?
We don't have to wait. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, this is the matchup you don't want to miss.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
It's not all about size.
Ambi said it best. It's not about the size, but it's how you use it. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it may just well be about size. Welcoming back to the desk for the first time, actually, Xenox. Guys, boys, how are we doing?
Oh, it's been a long time, Rob. How
It
long
has been a
since
minute.
we've worked together.
Week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Sadly.
Yeah, it's good. And we got Nick out of the screen as well.
We did. I can't believe that. It actually feels surreal to be able to touch him and he know that I'm touching him. Well, that's okay. Let's move away from that one, shall we? Because we can move on to something bigger and better. We said size. Look at the two teams we've got on stage at the moment. Guys, this one is a David versus Goliath, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it very much is. Shopify Rebellion going as very, very firm favourites. Alula Club come in as the team that qualified through the separate MENA qualifier, so a fantastic opportunity for them. And a team that does have actually a little bit of experience, spearheaded, of course, by Valentino, who in previous years has done some pretty spectacular stuff at international events. It's best of one, so who knows what may happen.
I mean, but speaking of size, Shopify Rebellion, absolutely the dead set favourites in this. Now, as Gus is alluding to, best of one, these things can sometimes happen where the underdog can cause a big upset, but this would be monstrous.
It would be. This would probably be, I would hedge a guess and say this would actually be one of the biggest upsets that we would see, at least for the play-ins, because we were just talking before with Nick, and you know, Pengu just knows a little bit about the game. The weight that is on Shopify Rebellion's shoulders at the moment, having to go through play-ins, Guz, that's big enough, let alone the context of what happened last major and the fact that now they really should be gunning to be on stage here at EWC, but it's such a long way between where we are now and where they need to be.
Yeah, it's been a pretty extended period where the Shopify roster's been under the spotlight, and probably not for the best of reasons, not performing up to the expectation that they have upon themselves. And so this tournament is going to be a challenge. It's difficult enough to make it out of this first phase, and to then go on and achieve greatness in the second as well will be a short feat. They're also a team that historically is much more comfortable in the best of three environment. So is there potential for this match to pose a threat?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. Alula Club, this is the problem, is when you're going up against a team like Shopify, it's
Shopify
very...
Rebellion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you adding the context there for the viewers at home that didn't understand that one. So the APL desk comes to EWC. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
That's why we're here.
That is why we're here.
We've got the ramen ranking coming up soon as well.
We do. Actually, the halftime break, we've got the well, you didn't have too much fun with the ramen last night, did you?
I did actually have some ramen yesterday.
How did that go for you?
Not great.
No, not great at all. But look, unfortunately, the context for this game is absolutely going to be that of a uneven battle, no matter which way you put it. I do think, though, when we look at the wider view of this tournament at the moment and how things are panning out, there is that opportunity where, yes, best of one goes. And in a bracket that is so brutal, right? Double elimination, you don't have many opportunities to get this right. It's 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done, skis. That's a very scary prospect to think about, given the fact that you do have some pretty big teams in this. And I think a really good point, guys, is actually if we just look at that lower, not the lower bracket match, but the lower match in our upper bracket, King Zero.
The middle one.
Nearly, yeah, thank you. Well, technically, yeah. You're in the middle one. Like, we nearly saw King Zero come out on top, and it probably should have.
Yeah, they got off to a phenomenal start. Of course, you can catch some of those games over on the B stream as well. Hot start, but unable to complete the match or get the win. Unfortunately, probably seeing some of those issues from CNL surface here at an international level. And so, I mean, in terms of contextualizing that for this match, will Shopify have the same issues? Because it's more likely than not that they will be the stronger team and they should get off to a strong start. But it's all about conversion and just making sure that on the day they can be clinical in completing the match.
But you look at the first 2 games that we had today, King Zero hot start, CAG hot start. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if we see Alula Club also get off to a hot start, and that's going to be their goal in a best of one against a team like Shopify Rebellion. When you're the underdog and you're a team that there's also not as much known about you. You know, we're looking at the stats pre-game, and well, we have all of the stats for Shopify Rebellion. There's nothing for Alula Club. So for them, it's all about the start then. But unfortunately, you look at the first 2 games, the start didn't end up meaning a lot once the more prominent teams started to get going and understood the game that was happening. So that's going to be the other aspect of it, is if you are Shopify Rebellion and you do start slow, don't panic. It's a long game, and they can then claw it back. But if Shopify Rebellion start really strong and fast, this could be very dominant.
It could be over very quickly. You'll blink and you'll miss it type action. I do think that the context needs to be around a little club that there's a good opportunity for them here to actually make a strong start at this event. The pressure's completely off them here, guys. Like, there's no need for them to stress, whereas on the flip side of the coin, you lose this as Shopify Rebellion and the whole conversation changes.
I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that this team on screen now, Shopify Rebellion, are the favorite team to make it out of this play-in phase. I don't think you can make an argument there's a stronger team than them on paper heading into this particular event. But with that comes pressure and expectation. And if that pressure and expectation that we saw sort of back half of last year, for instance, rear its ugly head, they didn't perform as well as they would have liked, they really started to go through a bad patch. It seems like they've been able to turn that around, though. So heading into this event, obviously not with the greatest of seeding, pending their NAL result in Stage 1, they're still in a good position here to have impact and to play into the tournament nicely.
Taking a look.
Did you want me to go there?
Well, I mean, you're welcome to, but I think we're going to move on pretty quickly here, mate.
Go ahead.
No. You know what the question's going to be?
Is ag.al Club?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be completely honest here and say there's not much known about this team, and that's just going to be the reality. But that's not a bad thing for us. It's actually a fun thing. We get to see what they can bring to the table. And in many ways, it's kind of like when you see teams coming from CNL and maybe even APAC teams that we don't typically see all that often, is that you get to see something foreign, something different. And that's hopefully what we can get from this game. If ag.al Club is to win this, or even just be ultra competitive, they cannot play default Siege against Shopify Rebellion. So they're going to have to play and bring a style of Siege that is going to look to offset the balance, be a little bit different, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. And that may be also in the map selection too.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost polar opposites. They come into this event with literally zero expectation, zero pressure, but they also have really good form. Looking at how they qualified, their road to qualification here for EWC 26, they played 4 matches over the course of that bracket. They did not drop a single map. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's 3 best of 3s into a best of 5 where they went 3-0. So they're clearly a strong team regionally within MENA. And this is just a free shot for them to have a bit of fun here at EWC.
It certainly is, but more importantly, where do we go? What map are we heading to? Let's have a look at the video and hopefully get a little bit more of an insight. Again, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it truly matters what map we go to. It is Cafe in the end there, Jake. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, so looking at some of the numbers that we've got over the last, since February, so basically the start of the year, if you will, Shopify Rebellion, 4-4 record, 3rd preference map, so it's not the kind of map that for Shopify Rebellion we're going to look to and say, well, this is their strongest map, or this is the map that they'd be looking to. Often, last played it against Dark Zero, 2-7 loss. But Dark Zero are quite a bit of a higher caliber opponent than ag.al Club. Again, we don't have any statistics when it does come to ag.al Club, but I will say Cafe, guys, structure. Talk about Shopify Rebellion and where they should have the advantage. I think this is a map that bodes well for them.
Yeah, it doesn't stand out as being a massively dominant, massively strong map for Shopify Rebellion, but as if you contextualize that, the quality of opposition, especially within NAL, is mighty competitive. It probably goes as far as to say that in terms of regional competition, it's the most difficult league, and that's probably why they're in this position, right, where they struggled a little bit in NAL, still qualify for EWC, but now they need to make the quote-unquote gauntlet run. So yeah, Cafe, structure, going to be a fun map. ag.al Club, trying to find win conditions for them. It's
I think play the Vert.
Yeah, Vert, get hyperactive, abuse the repel mechanics, just try to be a menace on repel. Bans are also going to be super critical, right? Do they go for more of a tilt towards info, utility, etc.? Can they try and play the game on their terms?
I take Shields away from Canadian.
Yeah.
And try and limit his ability to get into the map. And then on their attacks, abuse the Deimos, abuse the Solid Snake, the Dokkaebi, etc. Be aggressive, play the Vert, as you said, repel, etc. If they try and play structure and they play the 3-2-1s, I don't know if that's going to work for them. So I think for ag.al Club, it's about just making this messy, make it as chaotic as it possibly can. Take the structure away from Shopify Rebellion. And obviously then inverse, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just try and play it as normal as you possibly can.
Yeah.
This is always the problem, isn't it? When you go to talk about two teams that have maybe never played each other, have never even seen each other in a server
maybe
before.
Valentino, but
it literally would be Valentino, and maybe even then you don't even know if they did. Who knows? But I think the fact of the matter is, when I look at this matchup in particular, no matter how it goes, whether they play aggressive, whether they play passive, that won't matter until we actually get into this map. And Cathay, as we well know, can be a very chaotic map for the defense and the attacks. However, I have a really big concern here because Alula Club have the opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean here. Like you said, if they can cause chaos, if they can play the game on terms that are unknown to even Shopify, this could completely change the conversation, guys.
Yeah, it's likely, and I think the game plan will be, let's play it differently to NAL. If we play it in a fashion that Shopify are comfortable with, that they've seen time and time again, it's probably not really going to work out too favorably for them, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos, 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 but I think it's just about having a diversion from the typical plan that we see in NAL. What that may look like, again, I think is going to be heavily directed by bans. Is it info? Is it shields? Like what kind of direction both teams want to play it? But Alula need to try and get it on their terms as early as possible, I think, in this matchup. If Shopify get off to that early lead, I think you mentioned earlier, there is that potential for a blowout result, so they need to apply pressure early.
I was looking back some of the numbers for NAL Stage 1. Spoyd actually leading the way for Shopify Rebellion. He currently entered the stage in the top 3. That's pretty good. Only behind Newers and Ashen, who Ashen had the stage of his life for M80. I'd like to see Ambi take the reins in this game. Just go and just... if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying Ambi, go do whatever you want. Run around the map and frag out and try and get some confidence early in the tournament, because clearly for a player that has proven he can be a top 5, top 3 in North America, you look at his stage for the stage 13th, so that's a little drop off, but we know what quality he has.
For sure.
I think at his very best, he can be considered one of the best in the world, just has to find that ability again, and maybe this could be the tournament for him. So I'd say to him, you've got the license to do what you want in this game.
Contextually, it's very important to remember that both of these two teams just completely different storylines, completely different focuses for these kind of events. And that does mean that it comes with added pressure, but I also think for Shopify Rebellion, they should be as comfortable as any team will be in play-ins. And I even think as we get to groups, you should see that confidence transfer into groups. They should be getting through groups, not with relative ease, because we've got some unbelievable teams here, but I do think that this has to start here. I don't think they can afford to get off to a slow start. I think that is then when we get that little spite of doubt that just starts to fester in the minds, not just of the team, but also of us here, the viewers at home. We start to get a little bit more worried, a little bit more cautious, I guess, around what we expect from Shopify Rebellion, but there is no two ways about it. Let's keep this as clean. Let's keep this as easy as we can make it, Jake. Shopify Rebellion have all the pressure in the world on them. They are coming off the back of a Salt Lake City Major Grand Final. They must perform here. They must get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think if for Shopify Rebellion, if they were to lose this best of one, honestly, regardless of the opponent, Rob, it would still be a devastating one.
I agree.
It's not so much to the way you're kind of framing it, it's not a negative to the fact that it's Alula Club. It would just
no. That's
whether it be Fnatic,
that needs to be clarified.
Chiefs, etc. For Shopify Rebellion, and we said this on the podcast, guys. I think in North America, where they're at as a region now, you look at the top 4-5 teams. That it is a very competitive region to the point where it's almost looking like the region. Shopify Rebellion, they may be in play-ins, but they are quite literally one of the top teams at this event overall.
Absolutely.
So you're expecting them to win the best of one. You are expecting them to be able to go and beat a MENA team that we don't see at the global level, that hasn't got this experience at this LAN. Now, I kind of feel a little bit hard done by for Alula Club, because we can't maybe give them as much analysis as Shopify Rebellion because we just don't see them, Rob. But that's their story. That's the story that we're going to go with, is we don't really get to see these guys. Now they get an opportunity to show on the big stage what they're capable of. And I'm curious to see what that's going to be.
I think that, like when we do look at these kind of matchups, I think you've got to take that approach. I think you have to look at the approach of saying, sure, like we don't have the expectations for Alula Club, but that also means that it's a good thing. I think that we look at Alula Club right now as the same as we looked at KZ earlier against mibr.los. I actually think that both of those have very similar kind of tangent points.
APAC teams in their first international event historically. That's the way that you want to kind of look at this matchup. And so, and also, by the way, if you wanted to frame this in a different way, guys, is for Shopify Rebellion, they come into this also with an unknown quantity as to their opponent. Like there's a tiny little bit of there's like, well, what are we going to get? What do these guys like to do? Hard to find as much vision on them. They might surprise us with a couple of things, and in a best of one, that can get be tricky. And kind of what Rob was alluding to before, you lose this, and boy, the fallback is going to be massive.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that they'd be worried or scared or have too much of a negative mindset heading into this.
But they know they can't lose
match. But they know that if they lose, could you imagine? Again, they'll then go.
Reddit threads are going to go off.
They'll then go into a BO3 format. Naturally, I think they'll be stronger there. But you just don't want to be put in that kind of awkward position, right? So for Shopify, it needs to be a dominant win for them. Lula Club, they get a free punch.
You know what? I think that of all the teams that could be going up against a Lula Club to start with, I think Shopify Rebellion is the best possible team.
Really?
They've got experience. They've got gunners. They've been here, done this before 100 times. I think if a Lula Club goes up against a Fnatic, if they go up against mibr.los, I maybe feel a little bit more worried. But I think I look in the server, I look at these individuals on Shopify Rebellion, and at international events anyway, they look dangerous. They look scary. They look like they're on the ball at every given moment. And I feel as though this is a very difficult game to sell to the audience.
But I'm trying to find the positive angle on this, Rob. You're trying to...
No. I'm just kind of... I need to be honest.
Okay.
This is the problem.
You said this is the best matchup they could get, and I'm struggling how to...
No, that's a good thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's a good thing for Lula Club.
No. Let me clarify that. It is horrendously bad for a Lula Club that they're going up against Shopify Rebellion, because I think of all the teams right now, they do have a fair amount of eyes on them. And they're fully aware they have to perform. It wouldn't matter who Shopify Rebellion goes up against, like you were alluding to before, Guz. It doesn't matter who they go up against. Play-ins, groups, I don't care. The context for this roster, for this team is main stage.
Well, yeah, and group stage minimum. So you think about the format that we've got, for those unfamiliar, maybe missed the pre-show, 8 teams for play-ins, 2 get out. Like, that's brutal. And it's across today and tomorrow.
Yep.
So, and there's not really much room to slip up. Realistically, this is the only game I believe you can slip up.
Yes, you can't lose 2 when you're done.
And following on from that, right, if you come into this event and you have a bit of a slow start, well, you're done. 2 days. I don't know if that's really enough of a window to be able to recover, find form, scrim their quick turnarounds, like being able to resolve any issues that may arise at the very beginning of this event here on day 1. You don't really get much of an opportunity to recover that. And that's, again, not really specific necessarily to this matchup, but it's relevant to all 8 teams that are battling. And with only 2 making it through, with Shopify probably a very safe bet, it leaves maybe just the 1 slot remaining, right, which is very, very tricky.
I think what we can do, because we've been chatting, I don't
honestly,
know how much
if we've
more
got a little bit more feel. I did actually do some content
do you
yesterday.
actually have something?
I did some content yesterday with Shopify Rebellion. Now, it hasn't gone out yet, but you saw the one with Fnatic.
I did, unfortunately.
With Deepak and Citizen.
It was very good.
Pretty much did the same thing. I did it with Canadian and Spoit. I'm hoping at some point we'll get to see it, but
I don't.
Canadian was not a big fan of me, let's just say. Troy and I had a bit of a beat. We had a beef.
You have history?
Oh. Well, we don't have history. Now
so now
history
you
has
do.
begun from this point.
Okay,
In fact, last time we were in Paris, we had a good day. We walked around. We went to the Louvre. Had a great time. Now, the second time in Paris, I actually swatted him.
Do you call... No context. No context.
The context of the
no context.
Him or the ball?
The ball.
Oh, okay.
But he shot the ball and then...
I can kind of see Jake being like a Shaq-esque swat, just straight over the top.
I didn't know he had any element of athleticism about him.
I did. I also took part in the fitness test as well. Yes, I did.
What did you get on the grip strength?
The lowest.
Of all the players?
Of all the players, 32.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which by getting that 32 was
almost broke your hand.
It was
the highest. So the highest, by the way, I can spoil it.
Well, it's up to you, mate. I'm not.
It's your content.
I'm merely a host.
I filmed it. So Spoit actually got the highest.
No.
Oh.
47.
He
does hit the gym.
He is a unit.
And as we saw in the content piece, Citizen was the second highest with 44. The lowest out of the players was Canadian, but he was still higher than me.
Yeah, the Canadians
obviously.
He's also a pro player. He's fit.
Well, can we technically classify a pro player as an elite athlete in terms of actual muscle strength?
I would consider Canadian to be an elite athlete.
Fast twitch
maybe
fibers.
at the end of his career.
I think fast twitch fibers wise, these are the greatest athletes on the planet. But I think in terms of strength.
Now this is the thing, right? If we were back in the APL studios right now, we'd be carting out the ramen.
Yes, we would.
Get the board out.
Well, We're trying to try and get onto production, and we'll see if we can get some ramen in.
You should maybe explain what you were saying earlier about him having some ramen yesterday. How did that
it didn't really go too well, did it? So
no,
I guess for the
yesterday
viewers,
was fine. Today wasn't as fine.
I'll give context for the viewers.
I don't think the viewers.
No. So if you haven't watched the APL shows,
which you should,
you absolutely should. We run a ramen ranking segment, and on this ramen ranking segment, we try ramen from all over APAC. So that's from Korea, Thailand,
Japan,
wherever it may be. We go ahead and try it. And there's a specific one from Korea that is quite interesting. It's a little bit problematic. It's a little bit spicy. Jake Xenox and Diddy, the hero he is, decides when we're doing the ramen ranking, yeah, sure, I'll smash 2 of these. It didn't go too well.
No.
However, that's here at EWC. You did it again. And how did it end for you?
Perfect.
Perfectly.
And we've also ended the Phil segment perfectly, Rob, haven't we? Do you want to go? Are you done? He's done. Rob's done. Oh, we did well. No break time needed. We got through that technical pause. And now that we're into the game, guys, time to get a little bit more energy.
Yeah. Bands roll through. It's Castle and Wamai from defense taken out. So we're going to see a utility emphasis here from Shopify Rebellion. On the flip side, Alula Club, they deal with the Canadian Monty. They also take the Grim out of play. So it does leave quite a bit of info still up. Snake, Dockerby, etc., going to be available alongside the Deimos as well. Tracking back to the Castle and the Wamai ban as well. Wamai, of course, is now incredibly powerful post-buff as of a few weeks ago. And in combination with the Castle as well, it's going to make a significant portion of that defensively a lot tougher to hold. When you think about top floor, especially against repels and some of the power positions that typically are facilitated by those 2 operators, it's just going to open up the match a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because teams have bans that they just ban regardless of their opponent. To me, this has got to be the Monty ban is towards Canadian. It's his most played attacking operator, stage 1. The 3 most played attacking operators for Canadian. Monty 20 times, Capital 11 times, Blitz 9 times, and Bazooka will be the opening death. Ambi does get that license to begin with. Opening kill straight away for Shopify Rebellion. The Grim Band, by the way, Rexon will typically play that, so he will obviously have to flex over to the Nomad, which is his 3rd most played operator. And no surprise to see, well, actually, somewhat of a surprise. This is interesting. Surf is playing the Solid Snake. The Spoint and Ambi, their most played operator is Solid Snake. Surf, it's not even in the top 3, so that's a big change-up for Shopify Rebellion.
So a tough start then for Alula Club. They'll be looking to fight back into the round. And Shopify Rebellion now given a platform and a bit of space and time to work with. Player up. And well over 2 minutes still remaining in the round. We'll see what they ultimately look to shape up for here. Still looking to gain information courtesy of Surf. Rexon takes a big chunk of damage elsewhere as he wins the fight onto Crazy. Alula Club continue to aggress here in the opening round, and unfortunately for them, Shopify Rebellion are ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they look switched on, don't they? In the opening minute of this game, Shopify Rebellion already early pick, expecting maybe Alula Club to go for these peaks. Now, this is pretty much the perfect start. Hold it. Good information as well for the radar for Surf, knowing that they're wanting to play side, expecting the pressure now from Shopify Rebellion because of the numbers disadvantage. Good clear from Valentino, at least Cocktail to keep that in control. Got rid of Ambi. Canadian the trade, though, very quickly. And unfortunately, Rexon then gets the double. And for Alula Club, it's the worst start possible. They get clean swept, really, on the opening round of Cafe. That is the dream start, though, for Shopify Rebellion. No funny business, no upsets. They just get straight to work.
Yeah, clinical opening round there from the North American roster. I think they'll be pretty pleased from really beginning to end how it played out. Opening kill going the way, of course, of Ambi. And then the transition into the map was just completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion. The vibes seem good post round 1. Alula Club now looking to respond. They'll head us over to Kitchen for the follow-up as they try and find some ground in this matchup. Now, as you said earlier, there is a little bit of precedent so far already here on day 1 of the underdog maybe getting off to a strong start and then being caught later in the matchup.
Yeah.
We haven't quite seen the scenario where the underdog's gotten off to a slow start and what that may entail.
It could be the opposite. Maybe Shopify Rebellion get out to the hot start, then they think it's done and maybe just cool off a little bit. And give Alula Club a way back in, but remains to be seen. The best thing, though, for Shopify Rebellion is the way that, Ampy gets the opening kill. Okay, 13th rated player, NAL Stage 1, but so talented, continuing to impress, still as a young player. Straight away expecting Alula Club to go for these peaks, be aggressive, wanting to bring that chaos like we were suggesting. And Shopify Rebellion were very much switched on and ready for it. And what that does then is for Alula Club, then they second guess themselves. Do we want to pick the windows? Do we want to be aggressive? Because it didn't work. And then they end up going into their shells, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion will want.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Some good early drone work here from Shopify Rebellion. It's Joza caught over towards Cocktail Lounge. They go for the double swing, and Spoit catches him in the back. Clean headshot. Back on the Solid Snake for this second round, so resuming normality.
I have intel on the enemy.
It's another strong start for North America. Important reminder as well that the winner of this matchup will take on the winner of Chiefs and Tai Lu, currently taking place on the B stream. An opportunity for the winner of that to then go on and qualify for the second phase of play-ins.
And back-to-back opening kills. If you're Shopify Rebellion, I mean, so far so good. Haven't really put a foot wrong. And now they can play the patience game as well. Cafe, get into these good positions, hold the angles, control the stairwells, and then enable the likes of Spoit to get the information. They do lose Canadian, by the way, knifed. Maga then gets the second kill onto Rexon. And Alula Club now make this second round quite interesting. No Blackbeard, and you lose the ROUs. So you've lost the ability to maybe get into the site with a little bit more ease. And then the actual execution too from the Sands. Crazy catches out Ambi, wanting to get in towards Train and play with the Boogie Auto breaches. Good control from Alula Club around the map. Both second floor and first floor. Leaves Spoit by himself in the 1 versus 4. Alula Club are going to strike back in this second round.
Yeah, the structure from Shopify getting disrupted.
Ooh, okay.
And that's a bit of a statement piece from Alula. Not a bad little response in the second round. I mean, it was courtesy of a massive hero play over towards Garage, disrupted the Rexon and Canadian double stack outside on that dining rappel position. And then the rest of the team was able to play clean up. Here's a replay package of that round. It's a great start for Shopify. Then Haga then ran out and got that 2K in the meantime. And that's a nice little confidence builder. It's a little moments like that where if an individual can have a moment, the rest of the team can then feed into that confidence.
And you didn't win the round just simply, a 1v1, close, clutch, or Shopify Rebellion made errors. You dominated them that round. You had 4 players left alive. He had a big, crazy play as well mid-round to get the double kill from Mhaga. And, well, in just the second round, if you're Shopify Rebellion, round 1, perfect. Round 2, disaster. Now it's all tied up, 1 apiece. And that's all you need, I think, if you're a Alula Club in this sort of match, is you need the first couple of rounds. So as I said, you need to start well because you want that confidence, that belief that we can actually do some damage against a high-quality outfit in Shopify Rebellion. Well, there is the evidence for Alula Club. That second round. Now the follow-on we shall see going into the third.
Swapping mags.
Keep our position.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Reload! The floor?
We'll see if there is more aggression to come then from the defense, particularly mid-round going forward. The Nomad brought once again from Shopify Rebellion to try and suppress some of that aggression, but it can be limited in its impact. And you can see in response the pulse in the hands of Crazy, already feeding some valuable information to the rest of this defensive unit. The attack looking to shape up for top down as Surf goes exploring below, and by clearing that barbed wire over towards Brown Stairs, then has a route maybe for a pinch lake and split the attack and hit a back stab. And will actually drone for himself, so pretty self-sufficient currently. Spots out the Mozzie over towards Pillar, the hero from the previous round. And just monitoring that staircase at the moment, maybe trying to catch a timing as we flip back over towards the top-down clear here. Spearheaded by Spoit. Some utility has been invested over towards this lounge corner of the map. Alula, though, not electing to overextend. They'll peel back over towards Cocktail. space now taken by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi finds the opening kill onto Valentino. Love that second one as well onto Bazooka from Ambi on the slightly inclined angle. Surf got rid of Mhaga as well, and this time the defense of Alula Club shredded by Shopify Rebellion. Joza with a big play into washrooms, clears out Spoit, had one as well on the rappel window, needed to beat Ambi, cannot. Ambi's got 3 in the round, and Shopify Rebellion answered back here in the third round with a dominant fashion themselves. 4 versus 1. Crazy by himself. Plant to go down, and we're going to get a tech after this round. Shopify Rebellion will lead 2-1 as the Nitro Cell does not connect. The plant will be successful as Crazy is surrounded. It's Surf who finds the final kill. Shopify Rebellion with their second.
Yeah, they look back in there in the third, and it's a return to normality. As you alluded to, tech was called in the chat, and so hopefully we can get that resolved in a moment's time. Final bans as well to be introduced. An interesting talking point as to, I think from the angle of Shopify, what do they try and take out here that is aiding Alula, particularly through mid-round aggression? Is it maybe some of the info gathering? No, they go the Aruni, so they'll continue to triple down in terms of the utility game. Aruni picked on 2 of the 3 rounds played thus far. Solid Snake, though, in response. I love that ban as well. We've seen it used on several occasions from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a big operator that they really lean on.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of information. Canadians more of a, at least at the moment, this stage, Monty player first versus Shield player, where you see some Shield players will just play them all. Doesn't matter if it's Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard. He is predominantly dominant on the Monty. So I don't think that if you're a Alula Club, you need to worry as much about banning the Blackbeard or banning the Blitz. Canadians choosing to also prioritize things like the Ying, help facilitate the entries. And I think getting rid of the Solid Snake is definitely the right play if you're a Alula Club. Well, what they need to make sure that this game develops into is a bit of back and forth. Keep it close all the way through. You can't allow Shopify Rebellion to go on a run. If that even happens once, I don't know if they then have the ability themselves to then go on a run and pick up 3-4 rounds straight against the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So they need this to be kind of back and forth.
Well, the reality is for Alula Club in their campaign here at EWC 26 is this has never been pitched or viewed as a must-win game. And in fact, even if they were to go on and into that lower bracket, depending on how the seeding actually does eventuate, I really don't think they will have major issues in potentially being able to make that run. So this is an opportunity for them to test out a couple of ideas, see what the synergy is like, get familiar to the LAN environment, etc., 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 and then that can carry them forward in terms of the knowledge and the confidence for the remainder of the event.
Well, I mean, I think that right now, if you were to look at the first 3 rounds in isolation, first round, not great if you're a Alula Club. Yeah, just losing players too early in the round, didn't really get a chance to fight it out. Second round was perfect. Maybe a little too perfect. And then the third round, again, similar to the opening round, where it's like you're just losing too many too quickly. You can't really fight. You can't really get the game on your terms. And especially when you're defending here on Cafe, you want to be able to hold the positions, make it difficult for the attacking team pushing into the building. And they haven't really done that so far in this first half, except for that second round over towards Kitchen. We've been in a tech pause, by the way, since the bans, reiterating the round 3 bans, the Aruni banned away, along with the Solid Snake banned away. Just a little bit of a lean back time here for Spoit and Shopify Rebellion in this technical pause. Hopefully won't be a lengthy one.
Getting the guns out. He did have the best grip score.
He did. And
as you mentioned previously,
I think when you have the best grip score, you can get the guns out anytime.
You have the license. Yeah, I believe it's just an audio issue on the side of Alula, so some teething issues, but should be resolved in a moment's time. Don't think it'd be too much longer. Been an intriguing map of Cafe so far, a map that can, well, historically was a grind fest and has opened up a lot more in the info meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and we've seen that develop over the course of this first half. It's going to be intriguing with the Solid Snake taken out, and then the ability for Shopify Rebellion to backstab and split pushes with maybe a little bit more confidence and a little bit more ease. It's going to be interesting to observe that change in playstyle and approach. May mean that drones are a little more valuable as well going forward for the remainder of this first half. And Cafe is a map where, to be fair, their pre-play zones have actually been quite good, but typically the kind of map where actually setting those up can be really challenging. So
well, and don't forget, Shopify Rebellion haven't played Cafe this stage. For stage 1 into Esports World Cup. So the last time that they did play it, as I mentioned, was against Dark Zero, but that was at the Salt Lake City Major. So that was the conclusion of kickoff stage, first portion of the year back in May. And so for them to have not played it since May, since that major, there's been quite a bit of time. And there's two ways you can kind of look at it, and we're not as privy to the information. Either they've shelved it as a map and put focus elsewhere, or they've put it in the workshop and said, we're not going to play it in the officials, but we are going to keep working on it. Now, I don't know which way they've actually gone in that regard, but clearly happy to play it against ag.al Club to start Esports World Cup for a map they have not played for, well, 80 days. I mean, 80 days is near on 3 months. It's almost 3 months.
In esports terms, that's about 3 years.
But so far, so good. I think we're going to be getting a full-blown rehost looking at the fact some of the ag.al Club members have left the lobby, or might be hopefully a case of just them two leaving. I don't know. But such is the case on land. We sometimes have the pause in the action.
Yeah, I'm hearing a couple of noises, some shouting from the opposing side of our arena here.
Technical pause here on the A stream, but on the B stream right now is Chiefs versus Tyloo. That is actively happening. So if you do want to make your way over to the B stream as well, or watch both,
might actually tune in and see what the score is.
You can give us an update. I almost don't want to know the score. I'm a little nervous for the boys.
Just waiting for the score to pop up here.
Well, there's also a delay, I believe.
It'll be close enough. A weird matchup. One where I think Tyloo have an opportunity to get a result, but Chiefs are clearly favourites in that much.
I believe that one's also just starting as well, or having just started. I don't think it's too far into the game.
Oh, it looks like last round came down to a very close 1 versus 1 actually, and I believe that has drawn the score to a piece. So a close one over on the B stream currently, 2-2. Playing over on Fortress, the newest map in the comp pool. Over here though on the H stream, OG map of Cafe currently paused. Couple of technical gremlins to be ironed out.
It seems like it's
off to a decent start though, 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like some audio issues for ag.al Club, unfortunately. And unfortunately as well, when you get issues such as that, they're the more tricky ones to find where the gremlins are. You know, for the, we'll say, more expected issues, things like FPS bugs, usually a bit easier to resolve. Waiting patiently. And I think if you're Shopify Rebellion right now, you're just sitting here thinking, we just want to get on with this, get this one done over and done with as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And we're here a little longer than we would have liked.
Yeah, they're just sitting there in silence as is typical. Not really allowed to communicate or discuss, and so you just got to kind of enter a mode of relaxation and patience. Very much will be eager to jump back into the server just like you and I are, but when it's outside of your control, you kind of just have to put up with it for now. Probably a benefit of this team having so much experience. It's not like this is the first technical pause on land that they've ever had to sit through and endure, so I don't think it's going to be too uncomfortable for them, or certainly not unfamiliar territory. That would be an interesting fact. How many minutes of technical pause do you think Canadian has sat through in his career?
That's a fun. I don't think there's a world in which you could actually calculate that.
Well, you could, but you'd have to watch a lot of VODs. You'd have to watch 10 years of VODs.
You would have to watch his entire career. But if you had to estimate, I mean, I'm sure you could probably find the law of averages.
Yeah, you could find a ballpark figure.
And then multiply and pull something out in a bit of a range.
Yeah.
Definitely hours upon hours. So, 10 plus, 20 plus, 100 plus, I don't know. Unfortunately, this is taking a little longer than we hoped for, so we will be heading to a short break. But when we do return, it will be round 4 of Shopify Rebellion versus ag.al Club.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Esports World Cup.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a pump, blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Well, hard to believe that we've only played the 3 rounds so far in this match, guys. It's been one of the more long-winded pauses, but it seems as if we're moments away from getting back into the game. I saw the fact that it was no referees. I got word in my ear. We're coming back to the broadcast, and I look behind me, and we've got 2 referees now back on the stage. I really hope this is going to get sorted. I do apologize for everyone watching along. Of course, it seems as if there's been an audio issue that's been plaguing this match, and it's actually been watching the referees and the admins. They've tried, from what I can see,
I don't know what's going on.
It seems like they've tried to replicate the issue and they're having some troubles.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get back underway very shortly. Shopify Rebellion have been sitting, waiting. Yeah, only 3 rounds played for a match that, for all intents and purposes, should be done by now.
Yes, could have been done, and regardless of the victor, it's been that much of an extended pause. Yeah, not entirely sure what has taken place. Seems to be something audio related. We had a look across, and both players were, it seemed like they were in a lobby trying to replicate some kind of problem, so no word as to what exactly that may have been, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like it has been fully resolved, and thus the pause shall continue.
Yeah, so to allude a little bit more into what you're talking about, 2 players leave the lobby for Alula Club. It seems from what we could gather, they then joined a different lobby to see what they could do to kind of fix the problem and replicate it, whether they've sorted that out. I did just see a thumbs up going around from the referee to all of the players, and with that, I think we will be getting underway here very, very shortly. Again, 2-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion on Cafe. We just concluded the bans and then ran into the problem. So the bans that we did get to see after 3 rounds were the Solid Snake and the Rooney. The next site choice will be Fireplace and Mining, and we are underway with the 4th round. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and staying with us, and we can now get back into Cafe.
Yeah, send out the message to the B stream. It's time to come back to the A stream. I've heard that the matchup over on the secondary stream between Chiefs and Tai Lu is developing into a potentially very interesting game, with Tai Lu actually currently in the lead at the halftime break.
It seems like Chiefs actually just won around from what I can see from Nate's body language, so that one might end up being a little closer than we expected. As for this one, well, pretty much we reset now. Any momentum that there may have been. I will say, though, I think for Shopify Rebellion, from what we've seen, they've clearly been the better of the 2 teams across the opening 3 rounds. But that second round win from Alula Club was very dominant. They won with 4 players alive. It was a very solid round win for them. Just about replicating that. Otherwise, if we kind of look back at the rounds, by the way, 3 opening kills straight for Shopify Rebellion. 2 of those from Ambi, 1 from Spoit. The 1 round win for Alula Club was on Kitchen. We will be going mining for the first time.
Well, let's see then if Alula Club have fight in them for the remainder of this first half, or whether or not Shopify Rebellion can spring back into action with the expected form. Early Nitro Cell from the defense, unsuccessful, still 1 in the pocket of the Pulse. Crazy, once again, resuming that operator for the 3rd time over the course of this first half. Bit of a switch up here in terms of the comp from Rebellion, with the Finker in play.
Now, Rexon had to be careful there. Ambi, another opening kill. Well, I said pre-show, give him the license to run around, and so far he's followed through nicely. 3 of the 4 opening kills for Shopify Rebellion. There was a trade back, though, on to Surf. They lose the Twitch, 4 versus 4, heading into the second half of this round. Canadian still with 2 Adrenal Surges remaining. It's a reading hold. Crazy will get the information, and quite a lot of it on the pulse. Valentino losing his life. Nitrocell, a little bit of damage onto Ambi towards Cocktail. Damage onto Canadian. He just walked up to the doorway. Wasn't expecting maybe the double stack as Joza gets the kill. Again, equals things up. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, very intriguing round developing here for the 4th. Signs of life for Alula Club. Can Shopify Rebellion, though, on attack. Shows some good initiative here. Final minute of the round. Diffuser still needing to be collected. Vert established by Rexon, exposing into sight. Can he pluck a kill? Feet spotted, but the kill doesn't follow. An opportunity to reposition here for the defense.
I think if you're Alula Club, you're happy with this. Now 3v3, 40 seconds left. Yes, Shopify Rebellion get a bit of top floor power play with the Rexon sledge.
Deploying sensor.
Crazy, though, can get quite a lot of information still remaining in this round on the pulse. Couple that with Bazooka too on the Solars, so Intel's not going to be terribly difficult to gather here for Alula Club, but they do lose Bazooka. Rexon from above. With the floorboards opened up, the pressure mounting, he finds the kill. Ambi pushing in through mining can go for the plant. Wanted to maybe think about enabling that window and will do so. Pushing closer left side mining. Where's the follow-up from Alula Club? They're not going to be able to deny this plant. Crazy losing his life to Spoit, and Shopify Rebellion win arguably the closest round that we've seen between these two teams and go 3-1 up.
Yeah, a really good way in which they've been able to problem solve and break down the remainder of that round. Some good discipline from Shopify Rebellion. I think credit to Rexon in particular, the amount of value that he got individually from the sledge late, from the vert in flushing out the defense, clearing, reading, plucked a kill, and then gave his team the advantage to play into for the plant. Some good coverage there of that particular plant attempt. And Shopify Rebellion will extend that lead.
Well, in one of the more close rounds, Shopify Rebellion still just having the experience. In a 3 versus 3, they had the top floor, they were able to utilize the sledge, and from there that really got them into a round-winning position. Well played, North American club. 4 straight rounds though. Opening kills. That's been quite the concern if you're Alula Club on Cafe defense, where you're just never really in an advantageous position early. Ambi is just doing whatever he wants.
They've been fighting from behind over the course of every single round so far, and while they were able to pluck a singular back in the second round thanks to a really nice multi courtesy of Mhago, outside of that, it hasn't really been all that promising for them, with Shopify Rebellion being able to flex their muscles largely over the course of this opening map of their EWC 26 campaign.
Well, it's funny I say that round that we just played was the closest we've had so far. 4 alive, 4 alive, and 4 alive, then 3 alive. So indeed I was correct, but it highlights we haven't really seen closeness within the rounds at the moment, which is a big benefit for Shopify Rebellion. They're dominating in the opening kills. 2 plants as well within the 4 rounds played, so going at a 50% rate, that's incredibly high. Double multi-kill rounds from Rexon and Ambi. So statistically right now, this first half has been largely dominated by Shopify Rebellion. 2 rounds to be played, and 2 opportunities for Alula Club to get some more rounds on the board. But already noticing the gulf between these 2 clubs. As expected. Rexon taking some damage towards Bakery on the Capital, but not only will he takes the damage, he takes the space.
Yeah, Canadian able to cut that cross small bake courtesy of the ROUs. Rexon takes that space. Well, Surf elsewhere has been able to straight drop through Freezer.
And he's just straight away into the site. Got the free kill onto Valentino. Joker Payload doesn't connect. Just so much pressure. Mhaga never getting out of there alive, whether it was going to be from the flames or the bullets. In the end, it will be a combination of both. Joe's had to push down from Red Stairs. Missing quite a lot of information from those ROUs. Canadian does eventually fall to Crazy. Big battle to be won. Surfer finds a way to hit the headshot. The spray controlled nicely. Ended up getting rid of the Fenrir. Allows Spoit now the entry through Small Bake and leaves Crazy by himself. Again, another very one-sided round. And this again in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Crazy will enter the Jugger Payload, but while doing so, the plant will be successful. 4-1 on the scoreboard now looks incredibly likely.
Yeah, Crazy spending a large portion of the round off site, unable to have impact from top floor. And while he dropped down in that transition, Shopify Rebellion have taken space on both sides of the objective. They have punished the playmaking opportunities presented by that defensive structure. And it's good positive signs that they've been able to problem solve that quickly. That's now adding to a collection of rounds where Shopify Rebellion haven't been in, amazingly dominant positions, but they've been able to identify the weakness, I think, from the defense and done a really good job in exploiting that. Surf, another really good example. Great backstab, just overall execution. And the brains in this team, they're firing here on day one.
And what's helping them, again, when you're getting these opening kills, it's a lot easier to navigate that way, where you're looking to exploit the gaps, because you're always basically playing a 5 versus 4. The defense is always stretched thin. There's always these avenues to play a drop or push in through Small Bake or control this spacing. so much easier on the attacking side when you're consistently having these advantages, and that's the disappointing factor for Alula Club. Now down 4-1, final round of the half coming up. 6 for Rexon, 6 for Ambi.
I think so far it's fair to say that this is playing along the script that we expected.
Yeah, I would say the script that we expected for this matchup has been thoroughly met.
Not to say that that may change in the second half. It could potentially be that dynamic where it's a little more attacker-sided, pending ban.
There's just no statistic that I look at, though, and say, yeah, I mean, this is where it can change.
It's certainly a glass half full perspective.
This has been very, very dominant from Shopify Rebellion. And so, therefore, if it is to change, right, because you're never going to say 100% certainty this game's done or whatever. You don't want to ever do that. There's still a whole second half to play. But if it were to happen now, it would be from seemingly out of nowhere. And that would actually be even more damning. If this were a competitive first half and Alula Club were then able to win like the arm wrestle in the second half, it's a whole different storyline. Right now, Shopify Rebellion have been so good. Now it's just about closing this sort of match out. Again, reminder, this is a best of one here for the play-ins. Earlier today, Fnatic won their game over CAG.
I'm reloading.
And what was the other game as well? Because they were both
King Zero looked competitive against mibr.los,
That's right,
but then unfortunately that result flipped.
Another opening kill for Shopify Rebellion. They'll be flawless in that regard to close out the first half. Crazy with a very important kill onto Rexon because it was a 5 versus 3. And well, it's another trade 1-for-1. That's good though for Shopify Rebellion. They still have the advantage. mHaga and Crazy, the remaining duo for Alula Club on the defense. A little bit more fast pace in this round from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they lose the blitz, but they retain advantage, and that's going to be critical. Final portion of the round. 3 $10 for Surf to create space. Double nade for Ambi and some flashes as well. Good position here. Potentially they're good info for the defense with both the Valk and the Mozzie in play, but tricky to make plays. Caught out again and Crazy. Last man standing.
He needs the ace. He's already got 3 kills this round. 2 remaining in Surf and Spoit. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's still a minute. If there was only 20 or 30 seconds left, I actually wouldn't mind his position here in the 1 versus 2. But with so much time for Shopify Rebellion to just work their way through this, you've still got a frag grenade, you've still got 2 $10, so you've got some utility. You may even have drones that are potentially playable. Drone in pillar at the moment, so they know they can safely drop. Information, though, from Crazy. So he knows this is a double drop.
Util, Candela.
Yeah. I think Crazy's going to need to look for a reposition. I honestly would maybe expected him to go for the full sweep around. Surf, though, expecting him to just watch. 5-1 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Very, very dominant. We expected it, and that is exactly what we received. Their attack was way too good. Flawless from the opening kill department. 6 rounds straight. They got the first pick. And you can say 3 of the 6 rounds they got the plant technically would have been 4 of the 6 if that kill didn't eventuate at that point, because the plant was going to be successful. They got all of the multi-kill rounds. There were none for Alula Club until the very last round. Not a lot really to look back on and find positive angles for Alula Club. They got taught a lesson here. And maybe that is the overarching storyline from this match. If you're going to get taught a lesson, this is the game. Then it's either Chiefs or Tyloo after this. And you can take some learnings from this match against Shopify Rebellion.
Again, though, as we discussed, given the nature of this format, you don't have a huge turnaround. You really don't have a turnaround.
Yeah.
If it's not your day, it's not your day. You could be sent packing, right? So certainly a rough introduction for them here at EWC 26.
Well, they play again today.
Yep.
So you're going to have to learn pretty quickly. It's not like you get a chance to really go back, VOD review this game either. So it's more of a what do you take from it, from the game directly afterwards. The first-hand experience. By the way, we're into the halftime break.
As is customary,
as
2-minute
customary.
pause, an opportunity for both teams to kind of rehash the game plan heading in to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you look at these numbers. Surf with 6, Rex and Ambi with 7, Spoit's got 5. They're all going positive. No one's really giving their life away. Canadian's 1-4, but of course, as we know with Canadian, that his job is to throw in $10, put the shield up, and heal people with an adrenal surge. Maybe throw out some RUs every
Kill
now and then.
people with an adrenal surge?
Heal.
Oh, I thought you said kill. I was like, that's some new tech. Nah, he's doing his usual stuff. It's been a good team effort from the NA squad thus far.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right? When you think about the hard support. You know, back in the day, Canadians' role was almost expected to get negative kills. You think about the
and it was also not a case of being a. Today in Modern Siege, it's a standout. Back then, it was an expectation for there to be that dedicated player, right? But they're still making it work.
But the new age is, well, if you want to be the best, you almost need all 5 to have that capability to frag out. But Canadian is so just, I'm going to enable the rest of my team. I'm not just support player, I am enabling, I'm helping, and I'm doing it as best as I possibly can, and that's why Shopify Rebellion still have a lot of success. It's a lot easier for, and this is to really, when you think about stats, Canadian's not going to get the kills. Why? He's throwing in the Candelas so that Ambi can then follow up and go and get the kills. He's not going to get the kills because he's setting up the REUs so that people like Rexon can take the space into Bakery. He's not getting the kills because he's got the shield up and pushing and taking space. So that's just the way that the support role works. But you think about the very top level support players these days, and they can do a bit of both. I don't know if Canadian can do a bit of both, but what he does really well is support.
Into the second half we go then, and the bans have rolled through. Shopify Rebellion electing to take the Monty and the Solid Snake out of play. 2 respectively very powerful operators in taking space on a map such as Cafe. And then on the side of Alula Club electing to take out the Aruni and the Wamai. So an emphasis on catch and utility from those guys. It will mean that Wamai persists over the course of both halves thus far. Again, a testament and a reiteration that Wamai is in a very strong position at the moment. It does, though, mean that the Blitz is available. We're going to see that exchanged here in round number 7. And I think for Alula Club in this second half, it's just a case of let's just go in, confidence, again, really emphasizing nothing to lose. Let's just throw our weight at Shopify Rebellion and see if we can get some rounds.
Yeah, but don't try and play this too quickly. Sometimes you're 1-5 down, you're the underdog, you almost just feel like we want to rush at them. And that's just not going to be the way that you're going to find success. You need to play your game back in your system the way that you would typically play this. Don't adjust and change it based on your opposition. And if this is the kind of set play that they're used to employing, then no problems with it. Crazy going all the way up top red stairs, met by Surf. So far, Surf is just kind of letting the utility do the work at keeping the Blitz at bay. And Surf will know full well that it's not going to be just a solo Blitz. It should be the double stack top red. Now they lose Rexon. Surf now starting to feel the pressure. He's also wary of getting pinched from Lounge with that window position. Spots left side, but he did get some damage onto Crazy. Knows there indeed is the double stack. Bazooka shot through the wall, gets through to Surf. Good little pinch from Alula Club here on this top floor. So far, so good on their attack.
Not the tidiest pinch ever, but they made it work in the end, and it will force aggression out from the rest of this defensive unit. Canadian forced back, courtesy of the Lion scan. His position revealed, so they can't actively hold the staircase any longer. Spoit may go searching. Ambi's, of course, second floor. Spoit will look to join him. Well, you mentioned before the Canadian frag power might not be the greatest, but he's keeping Shopify Rebellion in this round.
It's usually the way it goes, doesn't it, as a caster? You say one thing and then the opposite happens, and Canadian's going to turn into the top fragger in this 7th round. We'll see if that does eventuate. Still a minute remaining, lots of time for Alula Club. As they get inside of mining, we'll go for the plant. Valentino looking to stick that down. No one outside at the moment. Crazy gets rid of Ambi with a pistol on the Blitz. It will be a successful plant. Canadian not opting for the swing. Bazooka was holding the angle. That's exactly why. And while Spoit does get the kill onto Valentino, this one's done. Alula Club. Bit of a statement here to start the second half that this game is not done just yet. Really solid attacking round.
Could we see something special develop over the next few rounds? That's why we said that sort of leading into the halftime break, it is a game of 2 halves, and whilst a 5-1 comeback, especially on attack, is incredibly challenging, especially when you consider the discrepancy between these two teams, it's not impossible. And some really positive signs in that opening round. Good pinch work early, opening kills. Surf got caught in an awkward spot. He was dealt with. Rest of the defense forced to try and aggress, but they had the operators to contain that. And in terms of the execution and the ability for them to get the checklist done in that round, it was, pretty good.
There's winning rounds, but then there's where you've won a round and the system worked. The double push up red stairs with the repel pressure, clearing out that top floor, and then eventually turning your attention to site. So clearly they had a game plan. and followed that game plan and won the round because of it. They didn't just win the round because they were looking for random picks and just trying to play aggressive, random chaos siege. And that's the good sign if you're a Lula club, is that from the system that they employed, they got the round win. Let's see if they can do it again in the 8th round. And if they can, then it's suddenly 3-5, and then suddenly some pressure onto the North Americans. 9-5 for Crazy. He's been their best. He's been their best standout. And that was also the first round, by the way, guys, that they got the opening kill. It becomes a little bit more easier when you actually do get the advantage to begin with. And a good sign that they were also able to get the plant down too successfully. So, what does the follow-up look like?
Well, they bring the blitz again. That was used to spearhead control up through red into shop last round, and they may look to use that as a spearhead for round number 8 as well. Doesn't, again, have to be super aggressive or anything along those lines. Blitz can be a rather structured operator in how you try and inject it into the lineup. Bit of vert as well, courtesy of the Bark that will help in the flush on site late. And Deimos always going to be strong, generally speaking, for info gathering, but needing to be mindful, of course, into the mute of Surf. And on the side of that defense, Canadian looking to play the late game with Yokais on Echo. I'll be intrigued to see if that has impact towards the tail end of the round. That it means that the longer the round goes on without a Lula club going for plan or being able to pressure the site, that's going to play further into the hands of the defense naturally.
Yeah, I mean, Valentino's going to be the one to watch here over the next 30 to 40 seconds on that Bark. He's going to use that skeleton key, open up the floorboards, but Shopify Rebellion are going to largely play that off-site position. So double stack towards Bar. They're going to play VIP. They've got small bake and bake. No one technically right now is in sight. So as we watch Valentino opening up these floorboards and putting the... He's not going to find anyone. He's not going to get a kill from this. But it's still pressure then for the later part of the round when eventually you would hope for the attacking team you're going to keep someone above. Otherwise, you know, the potential retake's an issue, so someone has to stay.
The round for both teams hinges on this VIP clear.
Yes.
It's critical that a Lula club deal with
and Bar as well, as an extension of that. When you're double stacking Bar, it's not Ambi by himself. Typically, VIP, you can be on this island, but he has someone like Surf that can swing and help out. And he's also got the Yokais we can see on the pit.
I love this lineup from Shopify
Ambi is well protected here. 45 seconds too, and suddenly then also...
He's looking at Canadian screen, you can see for the info.
From the Blitz, a double stack as well. Ambi was ready, a 1-for-1 trade. And Surf, though, loses out. There's the clear towards Brown, and nicely done from Bazooka. That's bar control established. Fall back into sight, but again, remember, Valentino had the floorboards. Rexon wins the battle, though, from sight. And suddenly now, 25 seconds, 3v3, the most critical and pivotal round.
Yeah, the vert doesn't matter. Full attack, first floor, and they're going to try and spearhead on this half of the map bar side.
Don't forget as well, the Yokai's for Canadian. He's playing towards Bakery as Bazooka falls. The spoil advantage again for Shopify Rebellion. Down to Joza. Needs to clutch all three. Does get one onto Rexon. The other two will play hide and seek, and he does not have the kit. Therefore, the time will expire as Shopify Rebellion take match point.
Yeah, really, really clean work. I really do think that the largest portion of the round was going to hinge on VIP, and whilst it certainly did have impact, it didn't ultimately confirm the round either way, but I think Shopify Rebellion's ability to respond to what happened with this play here, get back to site. Of course, the attack then transitioned first floor. It meant that it took the vert out of play that was previously established. And there just wasn't a ton of time.
But there was also nothing Bakery side, nothing red stairs.
It was a little 1D.
And it was a little white stairs and a little brown stairs and one side push. That meant that for players like Canadian, you can play Bakery, you can play the Yokais.
Love that little tech as well in that round that you only really typically will see in a LAN environment, right? Ambi was VIP, has Canadian in person sitting next to him, being able to look at that Yokai information. It's not a case of where you may be playing online and you're getting a verbal call out. He could physically see just how close and aggressive that blitz was, could see the double stack, and then he was able to execute.
And even though he does die there, he does take one with him, and that's the job done.
He didn't give away his life for free, which was the most important part of that hold.
So really well played for Shopify Rebellion. They got tested in that round from a Lula Club, but they passed the test. Now they've got 4 opportunities to get themselves one step closer to what would be play in phase 2.
Correct.
Again, it's a brutal format here. 8 teams for the play-ins, 2 to qualify then into the group stage. So a reminder, I guess, for Shopify Rebellion fans, win this, you're into the upper bracket final of play in phase 1 for Group A. Win that, You qualify for play in phase 2, while you play another team from Group B. Win that, you are into group stage. It's a brutal run.
Reloading, cover me.
But this is also double elimination for this portion of the play-in for the loser, which seemingly at the moment is seeming to be Alula Club. We'll play the loser of Chiefs and Tyloo, which seems as if that's still live at the moment on the B stream.
Yeah, last I heard, Tyloo was actually in the lead and Chiefs looking to try and push an overtime.
Ooh.
So not quite sure how that's developing currently, but certainly a bit of a closer affair than what we have on our hands here, but that was probably a fair expectation heading into the day.
Well, I mean, ours is still going because of tech issues, and I know they did have some tech issues as well. Rexon finds the opening kill onto Nhaga. Again, just the way the Canadians are able to get this information from the polls as Boy gets rid of Valentino. Need a kill from Crazy. He crosses the threshold of double digits. Decent for him as an individual, but would rather the team success. But it's Shopify Rebellion and are now very much edging closer to taking this map of Cafe, and therefore the game itself. It is only a best of 1.
Fair play to Crazy, by the way. Up to 10 kills.
Yeah.
Actually will end this match as one of the higher rated players across all 10 inside of the lobby. But Siege, of course, is very much a team game. Solo carries are rare.
Ooh, hang on. Okay, so round not done just yet. Canadian has a little slip up. Bazooka will get the free kill, and we're tied. Evened up for numbers heading into the final minute. Still double Nitrocell available for the defense, but the Blitz available too for Alula Club, and being their best player so far in Crazy. Push up white stairs now from Bazooka and getting the live drone. So some good information, but also good space that's now been taken for the attack.
Can they problem solve their way through this round? Can they try and get Crazy in a position to break some space and structure here that Shopify Rebellion do have on offer? Keep in mind, double Nitro still up for the North American roster.
And keep in mind, it is mining, so this position towards Reading not quite as valuable. Damage onto Crazy, but stays alive. The smoke actually helping out Rexon. Oh, it's a shot onto Josa through the smoke.
Loading full magazine.
Devastating for Alula Club. And now the time is their enemy. But Crazy did get the down onto Rexon, but ultimately falls to Surf as Bazooka. 7 seconds to find this double kill onto Ambient Surf, who fall back. And unfortunately, with no kit, no time, it will not matter. Bazooka cannot win it as Shopify Rebellion make it a 7-2 victory over the Mena outfit and move a little closer to getting out of play-ins. That's step 1 done.
Yeah, 1 step. Still plenty to go, though, for Shopify Rebellion, but I think they'll walk away pretty happy with how they've played today. A good display, game plan worked, minimized errors, and overall just played a really good brand of Siege that I think is positive for them, especially best of 1s, which can be a little volatile, a little bit dangerous. Didn't really look like that for them today.
No, certainly did not. Unfortunate for Alula Club. Some little signs that they were able to do some things nicely. They got 1 defensive round, they got 1 attacking round. Both of those rounds in particular looked strong, but for the most part, they got dominated in the opening kills. 9 rounds played, only got a single opening kill in the entire game. They gave up way too many plants in the opening half, essentially 4 out of 6 rounds. They only got 1 plant themselves. Multi-kills dominated by Shopify Rebellion. All the stats in favor of the North American club. For Alula Club, though, their next match, at the very least, will be easier.
You would imagine so. And again, I think it's, of course, important to remember that Alula Club did not qualify for this event through the traditional means, like EML, for instance. It was a separate MENA qualifier. And so this is always going to be a tough challenge. I think they, put in a respectable effort, Rob. They can take some learnings, but it's the fact that that turnaround is so quick, so brutal. Even if their next matchup is a little bit easier, it's still going to be very tough to envision them making it out of this play-in phase.
Easier is a very interesting word to use, isn't it? Because, I mean, anything is easier against if you're going up against Shopify. It doesn't. It's the problem, isn't it? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. Like we said, Shopify Rebellion were always the favourites in this matchup. They're always the favourite in this entire bracket. For play-ins, it should be them. It should be them dominating. And to be fair, there's not a single category in which they didn't. They found their openings. They pushed onto site when they needed to. They, as you mentioned then, plant meta for them, apparently that's what they're focusing on. They didn't even need to worry about the outcome of half of those rounds because they had it in the bag by about halfway through the round. So I think that when we contextualize this matchup, it's important for the viewers at home to know, whilst yes, Alula Club could potentially go on to do something, it's definitely not going to be against Shopify Rebellion. Sets a really nice tone now as we head into the rest of the day. Shopify are in a really good position, guys. And we said literally at the start of this, they had to hit the right note from the beginning.
Yeah, the spicy thing as well, as I'm looking over your shoulder, and the Chiefs-Tyler game is actually still ongoing. So in terms of the forthcoming matchup for Shopify Rebellion, we actually don't quite know yet who that opposition is going to be. And whilst against either team, they're obviously going to be
clearly they're
favorite.
similar quality opponent, right?
Exactly. Like, I don't think that teams should be underestimated in this playing phase in terms of upset potential. So for Shopify Rebellion, it's very much going to be a case of head down. Let's ensure that we're, prepped and ready to go for that upcoming matchup because of the quick turnaround.
Okay. Can you take anything negative away from this for Shopify Rebellion? Because the thing is right now, this match ended up exactly how we expected. Do you have any takeaways where you're like, they need to be doing this better? Because from what we could see, we were talking about it in the green room, they played a pretty good game of Siege.
Yeah, and I appreciate your point because it's a good way to look at it, even if you're nitpicking.
Yeah.
And I don't even think if you're nitpicking, you can find too many faults in what Shopify Rebellion did this game. Just because they didn't win 7-0 doesn't... that's irrelevant. You can't lose a round or two. That's normal. That's going to happen. But the fact that, again, statistically, you play 9 rounds of Siege, you get 8 opening kills. Dominant. Yeah. Ambi leading in a big facet of that, which was something we spoke about pre-match in terms of his strengths and what he can do. So he followed through on that again. They got the plant meta to go their way. They had multi-kills, but not too many of them, which meant it was still very much team focus. Canadian played a really good game in terms of setting up his opponents, even there in that second half, playing the polls, providing the information, Rex and jump out off that intel, etc. So everything they wanted from that game, they got. And so they weren't really too tested. If anything, the only negative for them was probably sitting around for 20, 30 minutes for the tech balls. That was about it.
But that in itself was, I actually think, a pretty positive takeaway, right?
I agree.
There is a world in which a pause that long, which is pretty atypical. I think it ended up being, 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
could have rattled them. Could have frustrated them. They could have been upset. They could have lost focus. But they were immediately bang straight on it at the resumption of the match, right? So that's a sign of a team that has a lot of experience, and they are ready to go here at EWC.
Certainly are, and we're ready to go across to an interview with Lax. So please take it away, mate.
Thank you, Rob. I'm here with Rexing. Congratulations on the 7-2 victory. I mean, you guys made it practically flawless on your guys' starting half, going 5-1. You ended on that 7-2. How are you guys feeling going into the rest of the series?
I mean, we feel pretty good. Just come here and play our game. So excited with the first one that we had. There's no land jitters.
I was going to say, obviously, we know best of ones typically aren't SR's forte, but you do get it done. You do set yourself up to be one step closer to getting into that group stage. You now find yourself in best of threes. Is there going to be anything different that we're going to be expecting from this SR from the original NAL stage coming into EWC?
I mean, obviously, after SSC, we had a bit of a hiccup. But, it's really mostly focusing on ourselves. Best of ones typically aren't our thing, but we're just going to lock in, play our game. That's really all we're worried about. So good first start. I think we'll be a 3 later today. And that's really all I look forward to.
And even for yourself, we didn't get to highlight you too much throughout the NAL stage. I've talked about your role. You kind of have to bite the bullet. You got to play the roles and the supportive roles, that help facilitate the rounds. Are you finding, the success, especially in this game yourself, kind of boosts your morale going into the rest of this series?
Yeah, you have to have role players at the end of the day, and I'm confident my teammates do their job. So if they need somebody, hold a rappel, hold a drone, flank watch, I don't mind doing it. At the end of the day, I know I'm good. If I need to do something, I can. So it's just, I just said, you have to have your role players, and just not really much to say about it.
Absolutely. Just one last thing. This is kind of looking a little into the future here. You guys were 1 game away last year at EWC from making it to the main stage. What's going to be the difference maker this time around coming into this year's EWC?
I think most of the time, or at least with most teams, I think, the upper echelon, they're really good team. It's just mental and just showing up that day. So as long as you keep a level head, just play how we know we can play, we're fine. As you saw in SLC, kind of slipped at the end, but just showing up, worrying about what we're doing, not about what they're doing, and trusting our prep, and that's pretty much it. It's default as that.
All right, well, sounds good. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of your series. That's it for us here on the floor. I'm going to send you guys back to our studio.
Tell you what, it's really good to have a pro player do the interviews because you actually get questions that can be a little more harder hitting than, say, if I was up there, Jake. I think we'd be in a bit of trouble.
I don't even know what you would be asking, Rob.
How's the morale going? Great, thanks, mate. But I think what the key talking point is, at least from what I took away there, guys, is all around Shopify Rebellion's focus on themselves coming into this. Every time Lax asked the question, Rexon was basically like, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to keep it blunt, keep it short. It's about us. It's about us focusing on our game. It's about us continuing on what we were able to do at Salt Lake City and wipe kind of stage one out of their minds.
I mean, naturally in that kind of matchup, though, you're sort of forced to go with that approach with such limited data and VODs, etc., on your opposition and going in to a map that you also haven't played in, 3 months, I think it was. You're always going to have to sort of take that approach. I think for me as well, the big takeaway was kind of the idea that selfless siege is really, really important. You need to play your role, not worry about hitting numbers, and that's exactly what Rex did in the match, Canadian did in the match, etc., and then the rest can, find the highlights and get the job done.
I don't know if you want to touch on it, Rob.
Do it, Jay.
We
Do
kind
it,
of just
mate.
looked over your shoulder, and it seems as if on the B stream, Tyloo has come away as the winner against Chiefs, which we would probably consider an upset, but we would consider.
I'll be honest. No, I don't think I do.
Really?
I don't think. I think they went in the favourites. I think Tyloo went in
You
the
think Tyloo went in his favourites?
I do. I mean, when you look at the formats and the way that the two different leagues play, I just had always had Tyloo in the books. Devastated for my own region. But Chiefs, obviously.
I mean, we've got Enterprise.
Correct. We're going to wait for a bit to see them, but that is very true.
I mean, look, we'll focus here, obviously,
Correct.
and I'm sure that there'll be discussion about Tyloo Chiefs later on because it matters. It's in this group. It now means Shopify Rebellion will be playing Tyloo in a best of 3 later today. It also means the Lula Club will be playing Chiefs. And I'll segue into that because it's perfect, Rob. It's the best team you could have if you're a Lula Club. Chiefs haven't played internationally until just then as well. Yep. So they're both equal in that department. They've both got, players that maybe haven't been at this level and players that have, the likes of Valentino, etc.
Yep.
And so ultimately, that is the best follow-up best of 3 series now for them is Chiefs to stay alive in an elimination game.
Arguably for Chiefs as well.
The EWC scriptwriters have cooked on day one so far. So it's off to a good start.
They have. And to be fair, both games on B stream, 8-6, 8-6. So there's no close games in play, at least
well,
on
not on the B stream.
Not on the B stream. A stream's a little bit of a different script altogether. And I think looking back on this game, it does just go to show the calm, the composure, the confidence that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. We really expected that, but to be able to see it kickstart in match 1, that is probably the most important takeaway we can have from this game, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that now moving forward, I think Blacksing and Rexon spoke about it in the interview. The best of 3s now moving forward, that's going to be a big strength for Shopify Rebellion. I think getting away from the best of 1s is going to be... Because we kind of said it pre-match. We were like, well, best of 1s, Shopify Rebellion, done. Away from that and away from any kind of weird upset. I think they'll be very comfortable. They'll be very difficult to beat now, but the reality is the way the format works... Even though Shopify Rebellion now moving forward will play Tyloo, as we kind of just alluded to, and they'll be favorites for that, your next game after that is against a top team from the B group, which could be Fnatic, it could be CAG, it could be mibr.los. None of those are a given for a team like Shopify Rebellion. They might be the favorites, but it's not a given.
Look, this is where things get tricky. Double elimination bracket, 2 different groups. You are not focusing on that other group. I know you're probably keeping an eye on it, but you're not focusing on it. When it's a big group,
we
if
can't
it's 8
control
teams,
what's happening in
you
that group.
can't do anything about that. That has to unfold the way it does. And the problem is, with how this schedule works, they can't even watch those games.
And all you can do is focus on yourself. Now, Shopify Rebellion would love to be the top seed from this group, which would mean they would play the 2nd seed from Group B, but who knows what that team's going to be. Could be Fnatic.
I think I'm really intrigued now that we've seen that result. It was close, which means that Chiefs aren't out of the league completely. But I also think from Tyloo's perspective, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable on land? How long is it going to get... How long will it take the CNL teams in general, guys, to get comfortable at these environments away from their land environment that they have at CNL?
I think it's 2-pronged, right? It's about being comfortable in the environment, but also against the quality and the meta of opposition, right? Being exposed to North America, who are in really, really good form, just as an entirety of a region. We saw that at SLC. So that's going to be quite dangerous for them. I think the one positive that they have, though, and unfortunately Shopify do as well, it's the exposure to best of 3s and how well-versed they will be in that format. CNL is quite literally the only region that plays such a massive volume of best of 3s. So we'll see if that ends up being a big positive marker for them later today.
Any final thoughts from you, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy?
I mean, I think that I'm looking forward to what Tyloo can do in a best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they weren't playing Shopify Rebellion, who I rate as the best team in the play-ins, because I think, as you're alluding to, when it comes to the CNL teams, their ability to play the best of 3s is at a very high level. Great map pools. but you're going against Shopify Rebellion, so it's going to be a very difficult ask for Tyloo, but should be a really fun series altogether.
Well, guess what? The best of ones are done and dusted now. We move on to the best of threes, and that's a scary time because things start to open up now. Lower bracket, upper bracket, there's a lot of implications. You won't want to miss this one as we move forward with EWC. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Off, blow the house down.
Things are getting very interesting here at EWC, but the best of ones are done and dusted. Now we move forward with best of threes, which is where true teams show their form and show their class. Speaking of class, speaking of form, two teams that we've got going toe-to-toe right now, mibr.los. I know, boys, don't just forget about it. And Fnatic go head-to-head, and I think that this one, we've had a lot of conversations about this. However, there's been some interesting performances. I don't know how much you guys got to see the B stream before. 286s.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big way to kickstart EWC games.
Absolutely. For sure. And like you said, we're into the BO3s now, which means that these could be long, drawn-out games. These could be massive runs for mibr.los and Fnatic, who, like, according to my knowledge, like, I don't think these guys have ever played each other. Certainly not in these current iterations.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen some pretty significant changes to both of these teams recently. Very notably, Fnatic coming into this stage of the BLAST-R6 ecosystem, they made two very significant roster changes. Citizen joining the team for the first time, and Smith's young gunner. On the flip side, in the MRBOs...
It's not just me.
It's going to get me next. mibr.los, of course, new combination of two long-standing organizations in the South American region. They made 4 roster changes after failing to qualify for the 6th Invitational in February. 4 roster changes.
That's a lot.
Hell yeah. And they really immediately rocketed up. You know, kickoff for them was a top 4 performance. They made it to Salt Lake, and while they didn't do so well at the major, I think they've certainly earned some respect, especially now that they're going back-to-back international events. They knocked out NIP. They earned their spot here. However, we know that Brazil as a region, historically the best region in Rainbow Six, but not so recently. NA has overtaken them. Europe might even be able to do the same.
Hopefully, right?
Well, they get a chance to do so today.
I forget who I'm sandwiched by. Okay, 2 Apex shields over there.
APAC and EU sandwich over here.
I mean, I see Hawkswood in the background as well, right? A player, I was going to say, a coach with so much experience as well.
In APAC as well.
Oh, yeah.
With Elevate.
Stint on Elevate. Yeah, that was a short-lived story there. And I think it's very important that when you get these new rosters in Brazil or any region for that matter, that you have a solid foundation. Either your support staff, your management staff, someone who knows the inner workings of a successful team. And I generally think Hawksword, he has a good angle for that. So raising these younger-ish players that are not, you know, star players just yet, and help mold them into that kind of performance.
Yeah.
If we look back at their, I guess, both of these teams' opening performances, right, I think that I probably look to the Fnatic, because obviously you fortunately got to cover the Fnatic matchup. CAG by Varel still looked pretty good, James, but I think that ultimately we were saying it's the 1%ers that keep changing that discussion, and I think Fnatic at the moment, they do look pretty good, pretty comfortable going into this one.
100%. I mean, Fnatic have a good big picture idea of how to play the game. They have so much experience. I think they finally got a handle of playing in the current meta, which is a little bit more chaotic than, for example, when the previous iterations of this roster were in power. When Deepak won the major, the meta was
very different.
Yeah, a lot less chaotic back in 2022. They've got new talent. They've got solid players, very fiery players like Citizen on their team. They're looking like they have a much more decent handle on how to play the big picture of the game. And when it comes down to the micro, as you said, also Deadshot finding kills, like 5 opening kills in a row to close out that bank game against CAG, one of the most aggressive and mechanically talented teams in the world. That really speaks volumes about what this Fnatic team is capable of. I think they came to this tournament modest expectations, but high understanding, high belief that they can really deal some damage.
If we flip the conversation around a little bit here and look into the opening match against KZ for mibr.los, I feel as though there was an element to the start of that match. Now, there's obviously discussions that go on in the green room, and we always try to keep it as friendly as we can. But one of the big questions was, why are you taking KZ to Nighthaven Labs when they have played it 12 times in the past, 2 months? It was a very well-known entity, and I think the first 4 or 5 rounds, I was talking to both of you about this, but Nick, they started KZ, the CNL team, started out on fire. There was 3 flawless rounds. They looked really good, but then once mibr kind of got their claws into that matchup, they just took over and took control of the match.
And that's probably the one weakness that I think that CNL have over any other region, is that they don't have as much depth just yet, right? If you look at them domestically, they play a freak ton of Nighthaven and a freak ton of Clubhouse. They have a lot of maps where they haven't played a lot domestically. And secondly, the strategy they do have, probably a bit more linear because they're newer to the region.
The thing about Siege these days, right? You've got Attacker Repick. We have Yeah. So many operators. We have so many maps in the pool at the moment. You can have a really good strat. You can have a really good setup. You can be really good at one specific thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. You cannot win it 7 times for 7 rounds in one game. Like, this game just doesn't work like that. Now we're into the best of 3s, which means it's even more so the case. We've had our opening games. Now we're into the winners matches here. Of course, here in Group A, this is going to be not what we're casting today here on the A stream.
This is what's happening across on the other. Yeah, this is the B stream matchup that we're looking at in the upper bracket that we were kind of alluding to, the fact that there are still 4 best of 3s left in today, 2 on the A, 2 on the B.
Well, yes. So we're watching them. Okay, we're watching backstage like 5 minutes ago, and we were fighting. You know, we're like, dude, they can do it overtime against Tyloo. Maybe the Chiefs, they got it. APAC, O's, no. CNL is better. CNL is what APAC could never be, apparently, James. That's what everyone is saying backstage.
There's still time. Both APAC teams here in the play-ins are down in the lower bracket. And these matches in Group B, this is what's going to be playing out right now. That's it. So we're doing Fnatic mibr.los over on the B stream. CAG by Varel on their last legs against KZ. That is going to be a big moment because KZ already made a bit of a statement by going overtime against mibr.los, and CAG, I think, have a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming into the EWC.
I think if you looked at KZ at the moment with where they're at and what they did against mibr, again, it's really difficult because a lot of the APAC teams start in the first half really strong, and then they slowly dwindle out. And I hope we don't see that for the CNL team, but I do feel as though in that matchup in particular, I do favor KZ. I think that CAG by Varel. Yeah, look, I think, Nick, I understand that. I also had Tyloo beating Chiefs as well. I feel as though it's a slippery slope right now in APAC, and they need to, as we were saying before, they need to get their claws into this matchup.
So, mate, when did you become a trader? At what point in your career did you become an APAC hater?
You love Chiefs.
Well, been running all of the APL stuff. We've been doing the broadcast from back home in Australia. You
for months on end. I came out from Denmark.
We've been seeing Chiefs. They made an upset in the APL over the EP.
They earned that second spot to
Come
be
on,
here.
bro.
They did. And
when did you decide to sell out?
I will sell out for CNL every day of the week. I will 100% do it. I think right now, the unknown entity that is CNL, the fact they're on LAN, the fact it's continuous best of 3s, that for me excites me because it's going to give us something, James, that we have wished for my entire career in Siege. A LAN in APAC that is consistent. And that's what I'm excited for CNL. What can these teams do? How can they continue to snowball forward? But keeping it more relevant, keeping it more topical, this matchup right now, Fnatic, mibr.los, upper bracket, right? The winner of this, though, they qualify through to what is phase 2 of the play-ins, right? So this is a massive, massive game for both of these teams. I think what I'll do is I'm going to throw this up in the air. I'm just going to say, what side are you going for? Who do you actually think has the better chance?
I grabbed him.
Resident Europe shill over here.
I'm going to go Fnatic. My boy Ben, Citizen. I call that because we're close like that, right? And you have to take Los, of course. That's how it goes.
Look,
you gotta go one or the other.
We've been talking about this for a while on our broadcast, but eu aprender de português. Eu falo pouco de português. I'm doing my best to learn. We have some Brazilian staff here who have been helping me practice, but admittedly, I have a very, very long way to go.
We were watching and commentating Brazil dominate for so long, and we kept saying, I wish we understood what they were saying in the tactical timeouts. And you took it upon yourself to learn a bit of it, to be our inside man.
I'm working on it.
What is FaZe talking about? What is mibr.los talking about? How do they find the success time and time again from this region, James?
We'll see. We will see. But it is early days in this best of 3, Nick. Of course, we're getting into Fortress, which is our first map here in the BO3 Cafe. Up next, Clubhouse. Should we need it to cap things off? Fnatic starting on that attacking side. We saw them looking pretty comfortable on the attack of Bank earlier today. But Fortress is a whole nother ball game.
Another respectful multi-ban as well from mibr. CT did the same thing. There's a target ban on towards Smith, who will find the Blitz, or the Black Pit, this time Blitz instead. Blitz and Fuse on Bank, of course, as well. I am a little bit curious, though, actually, if playing Fortress is going to favor mibr.los in the bigger picture. Because I'm just thinking here, right? Citizen, Ben, pretty verbal player. He's also, juggling ideas, trying to ag.al, helping his team forward. This is the newest map in the pool. Citizen is far less experienced on this map so far. It's going to give him a little bit less, I guess, knowledge to have his team forward. So I'm actually going to be looking even more right now on players like Smith on the Blitz, on the shields that help them take map control in space, and also players like Deadshot who can be super lethal on the entries, or even Wizard for that matter, because they were sharp earlier up against CAG.
Very much. Now, mibr.los, a relatively new team in that they had that massive reconstruction where they brought in 4 new players after failing to qualify for the 6 Invitational in February. But they still have a lot of talent. Players like Perez have really made a name for themselves. Of course, Dash had quite a campaign on Wildcard back the day before returning to Brazil. But have a look at that. I mentioned their names, and immediately 2 players will fall for mibr.los. Fnatic have come to play today. Big kill from Smiths. It's a flawless start for Fnatic. Europeans flying into the server on their map pick of Fortress. They've made a statement.
We do a bit of gap finding, we do a bit of split theory, attack from all different avenues. Smith on the Blitz, solo injury, backstab, finds on the final 2 kills. Deepik as the building finds a kill as well. Just really good stuff right there from Fnatic. Not showing their cards early, doing like, oh guys, full map clear, we're gonna drop tower, slowly work towards games, clear the shield, step by step. No, they just simply work the middle of the building from many different angles and just get the kills instead. And that's honestly also why I love Fortress. It is a map that has a middle of the building. If you're thinking of maps like your clubhouse, it can be hard to be in the middle of it all. Cafe, hard to be in the middle of it all as well. Skyscraper, back with Dows in the mid pool, so hard to be in the middle of the map, so you're often ending up doing an overclear from one side, and it's very predictable sort of where you're going to be attacking from, what kind of options you're going to be bringing. Fortress feels very open to me, almost like a chalet in some ways, and I love that. Fnatic showing that perhaps they do know what they could do on this map because they picked it.
Yeah. Very much so. Fnatic decided to go with this map, though admittedly, in recent history hasn't been phenomenal for them. We saw them play against G2 and VP quite a long time ago. I believe that was in kickoff. They lost both of those games very convincingly. 7-0 to G2, 7-3 to VP. Recently, we haven't seen much Fortress out of them. As for Los, we've seen a little bit more. They did play it at the Salt Lake City Major against Weibo, and however, they did lose it. Nothing so recent. The most recent result for them was just a month ago. They played INTZ, they won, and then they lost to FaZe Clan over in the South America League. We'll see, of course, early days, not just in the map, but also in the BO3. Looks like it's dorms this time around here for mibr. After struggling on the primary bomb site, they mix things up.
I think I prefer this bomb site personally. I know like in pro play, even ranked, like this is the second choice for most people. I don't know, I just feel more comfortable on this side of the map. Like playing lobby, playing commando, master bedroom, I feel like there's just so many angles you get pressured from, and like it's a very open bomb site. Kid Storms, you can close off a lot of those walls mid-round if you need be. You can start in bathroom, fall back, reinforce, fall back from meeting, reinforce again, and just play the layers. Yeah. Something that we saw a lot of actually in APAC from CHG in particular just a few weeks ago.
I think it's a lot easier to roam on the like command and master side of the map than it is to roam on the dorm side of the map. So when you anchor dorms, you can actually waste more time on that roam game.
I like that.
But of course, with Fnatic, we've seen in just that first round gone by that sometimes it's not about a slow and methodical roam clear. Sometimes it's about looking for a gap and pouncing. Not a single body has fallen for Fnatic in that first round. This time, however, mibr have changed things up. A lot of info gathering. I love the pulse pick from Daffo. The mirror as well from Dark is going to be super helpful. Oh, hello, Daffo. Look at this. Nitro Cell. As he jumps outside, tosses it out over, doesn't find its mark, but yeah, really goes to show that they are here to make a... They're here to take the fight to Fnatic.
I quite like this. Fnatic early on the roof, opening windows, applying that phantom fake pressure, and then meanwhile, they just have Smith and Deadshot walking from lobby, taking master bedroom, taking command, and The reason why this is so free is when they're applying that pressure early around the building, all the roamers of mibr.los kind of fell back, playing much closer to the bomb site, probably fearing a direct attack. So then they say, okay guys, they give up the roam game, let's take it for free, nice and quickly, spare the drones, keep the shield alive, C4 went out, takes a little bit of damage off Smith, but he's doing his job right now. He's got behind him, Citizen finds both players. That's not just a bait play, that is a double injury.
That's your mate with the AK-12. Immediately followed by Wizard getting active.
Another flawless.
2 rounds deep, and not a single kill found for mibr.los. Could it be back-to-back flawless? This is looking better than ever for Fnatic. 2 in a row. The Europeans doing away so quickly with mibr.los. It's all up here, says Citizen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm living rent-free in their heads.
I mean, I don't think mibr have any idea what's going on in the server, because I think it was Dash who swung out and was the first casualty in bathroom. He saw there was a soul blitz, C4 went out, did a bit of damage. I'm gonna swing him again. They had no idea how many bodies they're expecting on that roam clear. They thought, okay, it's gonna be a solo blitz like in the very first round, but it wasn't this time. And meanwhile, they also had pressure from outside the building, opening windows, applying pressure on the bomb side and the external wall as well. Again, Fnatic doing a great job of just doing many different things at the same time, keeping mibr guessing. Despite having a pulse, they had a bit of information to work with, but it didn't look like they knew what was going on. Again, the beauty of a map that actually has external access to important areas of the building. You can do so much, jumping in a window, walking a door towards the bomb site. So much freedom Fortress has to offer.
Let's see now. 3rd round in, mibr haven't found a single defense as of yet. They chose to start on this defensive side. It's where most teams are more comfortable on Fortress. Both of the top 4 bomb sites bear no fruit for mibr. So they go downstairs. An opportunity found by Deepak. He saw Perez's head for a brief moment. Pengu, you and I have talked about this at length. Roam clearing the ground floor is very hard from Hamam, but it looks like a quick pace move here from Fnatic. Smith gets active, his flash does not land, he goes straight to the crossfire. However, the trades come through. Fnatic deal a little bit of damage, though they meet massive resistance here from mibr. Only Dark is found, and the Brazilians can recompose now. Deadshot is inside the bomb site, and now he is left all alone. R4C in hand, the Swiss find nothing. And the Brazilians finally have their first round on the board.
Honestly, very small thing there for Fnatic. If the smoke grenade from Blitz goes out to disrupt that crossfire from the left and the right-hand side, Smith is in there. That could be a freebie. That could be bomb site control. That could be panic for mibr.los, but he missed the flashbang because, well, I should say, mibr.los, they juked it. They turned down very quickly that 180 flick, so they avoid the flashbang. The smoke grenade was not successful. Crossfire was good. Now it's mibr.los being ready for something quickly. Had they not been in medbay, had they not peeked out the bomb site door, they don't know that Blitz is pushing in until like a couple seconds later, and that could determine everything in that round. Clashbang going out to further enable Smiths. A Demo spam to target Deadshot, who's been on that in the previous round. Again, the information, the entry, the early kill advantage there on those kinds of operators. What did Citizen say in the interview? Fear Smiths? Something like that? Yeah,
he did.
You should be fearful of Smiths.
I love to hear players gassing up their teammates like that, especially when they're not statistically the top-rated players. Smith actually has the worst stats of any Fnatic player, but it doesn't matter because of his role on the team. He plays these shields. He's played Blitz this game. He played Fuse earlier today to great effect. It's plays like that that really enable this gap finding and forcing the issue, looking for plants, looking for ways into it. Smith's actually going to change off as we, for the first time, see no Blitz brought by Fnatic, no shields at all. Interestingly, no Snake either, so not a lot of free info. Usually shields or the Solid Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos are kind of these operators that at the moment, the current meta, look to expedite these roam clears and look to enable these executes by getting free information, low-risk information. At the moment, the only low-risk information to be gained by Fnatic will be through drones. However, they have a few extras of those thanks to the Twitch and the Brava pick. This will be a much slower round from Fnatic, a lot of measuring twice and cut once mentality as mibr return to the top floor.
A big fan of this. choice in general, right? You go for a fast push with the blitz twice, you play some demos, you play for the roam clear, you play for killing. Now, as you said, they play for anti-utility, anti-intel. Measure twice, caught once, to your words. And it's just keeping mibr.los guessing once again on what's the game plan gonna be. Are they gonna watch the bomb site? Are they gonna go for a roam clear? Should we be afraid of, you know, this area or that area? Okay, let's get some traps active, right? Let's get a Fenrir mine in there. Twitch drone clears it. So they feel like their layers are just being peeled back piece by piece, second by second. There's a more phantom pressure. Deadshot inside our old tower could just toss in some Cadella, say, hey guys, I'm over here, and they have to respect it. Because if they don't respect the fact that he's there, he could drop, maybe go for a quick kill. So they have to have one or two people constantly looking in his direction.
Distraction game there.
Yeah. You see, Wizard, he can walk into this courtyard, walk into Walt's bedroom door, right by the site itself, at any moment.
That barbed wire, though, is going to make things harder. Oh, no way, you're kidding me. Dash, how do you lose that fight? Wizard should surely be dead right now, but thanks to his quick reactions and that F2, he's given an early advantage here for Fnatic. mibr.los will be kicking themselves at that one. As Fnatic look to edge closer to that bomb site. Notice how this Aruni gate has actually been hacked. It works in favors of the attackers now. Deepek can shoot his gadget through it if he stands close enough to get it to disappear.
Fnatic that did this early pressure to get that first pick. Wizard did that. Now they're going to play much closer together by the horse door and the hallway as well as the central staircase. So it's going to be a more regular execute. 4 people working together. Maybe one guy backstepping later on. That's going to be Citizen playing his best role as the lurker.
Perez
window,
is going to meet that Grim B. Oh, and also the Twitch drone to punish that mirror window position. Now he's fighting unfavored fights, and Deepek will shut him down. It looks to be a third round on the board here for Fnatic, unless Nux and Dark can pull the rabbit out of a hat in the 2v4, make that a 1v4. The plant looks to go down from Fnatic. They know exactly where Nux is. Bit of a pre-fire from Citizen with the DMR of Brava. And it's Bravo for Fnatic. 3-1 in the advantage. They are looking so tight-knit on this attacking side.
And you see big smiles from Citizen. He knew that he cooked that plan pretty well. So yeah, they fished for the first opening pick because they want the 5v4 going into execute because they're going to leave a lurker of Citizen. If you have a 5v5 and you have a guy backstabbing, you're effectively playing 4 versus 5 unless Citizen happens to get a kill. So now they put themselves in the best position possible to enable everyone to be successful. And they do it well. They attack Horse Door at the same moment Citizen walked in from lobby and took main staircase control. Now they have a good crossfire. They got their hallway together and they're applying pressure once again towards the bombs and towards those anchor players from more than just one single angle. It's why it's so successful. And they did this most importantly without the shield. And that's been the big conversation, right? Are they crushing the shield? Is that what's enabling them to play the game very well? Or can they be a good team without the shields? Well, a round like that shows me that they can actually play not off just miss, but as a full team, just with guns up.
Yeah. One thing in particular that I'm seeing Fnatic be so good at today is opening kills. They've got 3 out of the 4 opening kills so far. And of course, we talked about it in the CAG game as well. Fnatic dominated the opening engagements. They won the 5 last opening engagements while they were on their attacking side on Bank and won the game because of it. If they can keep that up, other teams are going to find it really hard to fight back from these 5v4s all of the time.
There's been big praise to Wizard. The young gunner had a great game earlier against CAG, having a great game so far against mibr.los. 6-2, playing almost like your Solid Snake. High fire rate weapon. With that FAMAS. I like the pulse here, practically scanning on where the attackers are, but the issue is you can only scan where the pulse is existing from Dafo. So what's happening on the rest of the map? Well, they don't know. So they have one area where mibr.los feel like they have full knowledge, then they have another area where they have no clue at all. So there will be a gap.
Oh,
almost.
Frag grenade out.
It's a good attempt from Wizard. Again, just fishing for opening pick. If they find it, they find it. If they don't, they're still making progress elsewhere. Smith is top lobby right here with that shot. So while we're watching one guy go fishing, we're seeing 2 other people working for the roam clear. That's the important thing. We're not waiting for Wizard to get that kill, but if he does, even better.
Yep. And as soon as Fnatic find an opening kill, they decide to pounce on that moment.
Oh.
Dark, though, hadn't been spotted He was hiding the whole time inside a
jammer,
bedroom.
right?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Finds one kill. Somehow, the dodge there, as he doesn't land enough damage to get the kill. And he is forced on back. mibr consolidate what was an okay roam. Thankfully, they went 1 for 1 by the end of it. Now, it's up to FNC to try and regroup. Notably, FNC got another opening kill, but this isn't the story of what happened in the EML. They were the second worst team for opening kills during stage 1 of the league. And now, today, they're looking so much better.
Big blow up. This pulse, though, if Davil finds a C4 kill, that's going to give them a huge way to win the round. But even if he doesn't, he knows exactly where that push will be happening from. DPIC is successful with a double in the round. I think Perez overswing with that DMR, feeling a little bit too comfortable in long-range engagements and goes down early. And so does Nox, the smoke. And last guy's pulls downstairs. This round was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, pulse downstairs below the bomb site is great and all when you're not in a 1v4. And that's the problem there.
Why are we peeking that?
I mean, mibr.los are looking quite mibr.los at the moment. Fnatic are running circles around them, 4-1 in the lead on their attacking half. This could be a very quick fortress if the Brazilians do not wake up.
That's gotta just be discipline or lack of comms. They have Pulse downstairs seeing all 4 attacking players. Who else has a C4? Showing, guys, I'm gonna go off the scan, I'm gonna flank main staircase. Wait for me. And before you even get to the staircase, both the smoke and the Aruni dies on the side by peeking out, seeking the fight. I'm like, guys, are you flanking or you're not flanking? You have a guy stuck downstairs. He can't help you. You're playing 3v4.
Fnatic have to make the first move. It's up to FNC to get into the building, get into the site, and start planting.
And they were tossing a smoke grenade while Rooney's peeking the door. It's like, are you fighting or are you smoking it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a small blunder. And I mean, we didn't get to see the previous game from mibr.los earlier because we had our own game, Fnatic CIG. But the fact that they had a tough time, on Nighthaven against CNL team, that's a question mark.
Yeah.
But if these are the counter rounds they're throwing into it, I can see why they would be struggling. Because you're underestimating your opponent, respecting him enough.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, mibr.los right now have 7 kills over 5 rounds. That is barely above an average of 1 kill per round. It's certainly not good enough to be competing here at the Esports World Cup. They have really struggled against Fnatic today. But for the Europeans, on the flip side, for the first time in years, we're seeing a Fnatic that can actually contend on the world stage. We wondered for quite a while whether they could even contend with an EML. They had such trials and tribulations for years, even playing locally within their region. 7th place in EML kickoff, failing in the SILCQs for Europe, not making it to Paris for the 6th Invitational, nor for Salt Lake City for the Major. And then to kick things off in the group stage of Stage 1, they got 7-1 slapped about by VP. And now the glow up from them with Citizen and Smiths bringing a new dimension to this roster. They are looking like they are ready to make a mark here at the Esports World Cup.
Slow and steady for this round. I am curious what they're thinking of here with Citizen playing the IQ. There's not a ton of counter ability, but he can find the Razor Blooms of Thorn, the Magnus of Omai, and try and scope up the landscape of what's safe and what's not. Other than that, Citizen has a very free role, and I do think that he succeeds the most, and he's able to just say, guys, I'm not needed to execute right. I'm not a Cabot, I'm not a Blitz. I can go backstab, sure, right? It gives Fnatic this other way of playing the game, an other way of finding openings by enabling Citizen more on the server. So he's done his vert, he's teched the scanner, he is now gone for hire. The other 4 people, your Flourish, your Gridlock, your Blitz, your Capital, that's gonna be bombs that execute. They gotta choose where that push is coming from. Do they attack medbay? Do they drop the hatch? Do they go for the bomb side door? They want medbay, but DPEC, bit of a misstep, falls down with Dark watching the angle, and Capital gone way too early.
Yeah, one of the first times that mibr.los have been the ones that dictate the start of these rounds.
They can smoke and go.
Indeed they can. Fnatic start to toss out those smoke grenades, but Citizen will fall as he tries to get deep inside of the bomb site. Looks to try and take Infirmary. Dark, Perez, and Daffo together. Lash out for mibr.los, and a second round is found on their defense before we say goodbye to the half.
Tertiary victories, huh? That kitchen bomb site may be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can play so much map with it. You can bonk down by the bomb site. And we saw Fnatic try and win the round almost the same time twice, going for a very simplistic attack. A little bit of mid bait, a little bit of bomb site. Neither successful rounds. I am very keen to see Fnatic on defense, though, because it does feel like from the eye test, they are an attacking team. Now, they played Fortress, they've played Bank, they are arguably attacker-feared maps, I would say. But there's just something about their ability to play the map itself and find those moments and find the space in the server where they are so consistent here at this event. Until they meet that bomb site. Because that's the issue, there aren't a ton of gaps here.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe that could be the counterplay. Like, if you watch Fnatic and you meet them later on, it's like, if you bunker down, play heavy intel, play a bit of plant denial, make them work for executes, that could be the struggle. What happens if Fnatic don't get open and pick?
That's right.
They tend to lose the round.
That's exactly right. I mean, yeah, Fnatic skills are not necessarily in problem solving. They're in capitalizing on advantages. If you prevent them from ever getting that advantage to begin with, it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I could see it. Now on the halftime vibe check, you get to talk to your coach for a good 2 minutes, and sometimes there's not much to say because you're swimming, you're doing just fine. Sometimes you wish you had more than 2 minutes because, guys, what the are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
I often think about this. Like, if you're a coach in Siege, do you really want to be the person who's throwing out 10 million ideas to think about? Because this is such a complicated game. There is a lot to think about, but there's also the other dimension of it, which is sometimes you just need to encourage your players to be chill. They know how to play this game. You don't need to overstimulate them with extra information. Just make sure that vibes are good. That's why we call it the halftime vibe check, because often that's just as valuable as coming into strategy. I mean, for Fnatic right now, they've been attacking. They're moving on to defense. What value are they getting? Like, you're not making a new strat right now. You have nothing.
Unless.
I'd be very surprised if you're coming up with a new strat mid-game just because you swapped to the defense. You've already done your dry runs. You've already got your little workbooks on the table with all your strats. You already probably know what operator bands you're going for.
I think for Fnatic right now, in the last 2 minutes, is talk about the high contest areas, right? We're talking about a horse, for example. The horse door that goes from inside the horse to the outside, super important. If you don't hold that walk in, your bomb site, if you play commando bathroom, which they are right now, instantly under pressure. It's almost like when you play clubhouse, gym, bomb site, office. It's the backbone that gives you access to everything.
Defender.
Horse works in a similar fashion. So think of Fnatic, guys, when we're playing this bomb site, who's the dedicated horse player? Who's the guy that plays there every single time, and what do you need to thrive? You start off with your baseline, and then maybe if he gets like, I don't know, Yin Candela spammed or Grim Beat or something like that, you go, guys, okay, I need Wamai or Jaeger for next time we play this bomb site. Those small adaptations. And you read into mibr.los and saying, what were they doing on the defenses that might actually bleed into their attacks? Yeah. Well, they were always swinging a bit. They were very too heavy to take a gunfight. So we have two choices now for Fnatic. Either you meet them in that danger zone of the fighting, or you say, don't give them any fights. Let them peek and let's wait for them to get to the bomb site doors where we have a crossfire, we have utility, where we know what's going to be happening. And that's the thing, when you have a player like Deadshot, and you have a backline that's Smith and Deepak, the complete opposite kind of player, you can play both styles of the coin, but you have to agree which one you're going to be going for.
Yeah.
Because if they're just going to fight the whole world, while 3 people play hide and seek in the bomb site, that's not going to go well. So I want to see them be aligned in the game plan.
Yeah. Los don't actually have any players who are primary shield players, funnily enough. I mean, Dash obviously played a lot of shield back on the wildcard days. But I'm noticing, you know, no shield picks here, no shield bans from Fnatic. All of the shields are very powerful on Fortress. But the fact that mibr just don't seem to favor that, they have a little bit of Blackbeard in their history from Nux, but just the fact that that's not their preferred playstyle does expose some potential weaknesses in terms of if this doesn't work, right? Twitch and Flores to try and util clear before executing, then they don't have that next idea. However, the Twitch has been helpful for countering those mirror windows. We've already seen one destroyed. The Twitch will also be very useful for countering Thorn and Fenrir. Fnatic really leaning into the traps.
Just been back and checked up against King Zero earlier, that 8-6 victory they had. Dash played 1 round of Blitz. That was it.
Interesting.
So it really hasn't been a shield time for this team.
Might be the first engagement here. Daff Let's try and find Citizen, who quickly peeks him. DMR doesn't find the shot. Worried that he's going to get peeked, though, from behind him. His spidey sense is tingling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he crossed.
Yeah, it's actually two players about to peek him. He's looking at the wrong side of the doorway. Dead shot. Goes for a retake. Very unusual. Perez looks to try and trade. He takes down Deepak, but looks the wrong way. Gets baited by his own teammate. Deadshot finds two before finally traded back by Dark into the 3 versus 3. In the latter half of this round, Pengu, mibr.los, they've got a lot of ground, but look at the way Fnatic continue fighting. That is a trap and a half there from Citizen. It does damage, and it does force Dash to limp for a brief moment as the Brit makes his way back towards that bomb site. He has bought mibr.los, or rather Fnatic, precious time.
But it answers the question that I had, right? Will they fight together or will they play hide and seek? They had two people, Deepak and Deadshot, going for the offensive play together, supporting each other, while they had a strong backline just watching that bomb site. We saw Citizen hesitating there. Do I go for the kill? Do I fall back? Okay, I would rather play 3-3 with the Warden, with the Razor Blooms, the Fenrir, than risking dying or getting a kill. Because time is on their side, position on their side, utility, save the story. C4 goes out, does a little bit of damage, that's it.
Smith's in position with the SMG-12, does get the injure, however, his teammate on the bomb site, Wizard, has fallen. It's just up to the new 2 kids on the block from Fnatic. Smith finds a second, he does it all himself! The young gun with the SMG-12 on the bomb site holds firm for Fnatic, and mibr.los continue trailing further behind.
Oh my. What did I say? The anger play, right? When it gets to the bomb site, Smith will be there, but it's all because of the early aggression here, trading 2 for 2, getting into an awkward position there. If you're attacking with 3 operators, you have less utility, less angles to, attack from, and just not a lot to offer in the round. You see there, Citizen? Oh my god. And he did say it. mibr.los, you need to fear Smiths. Worst rated player for Fnatic going into this?
I mean, historically, yes.
I love the game.
Yeah, and look, you think about the history of Smiths. I mean, Fnatic is his first foray into Tier 1. He's only 22 years old, and his first appearance on an esports team, that at least as far as what's on Wikipedia, was only a year ago. He's played for 2 teams, below the Tier 1 level. Joins Fnatic, immediately has the responsibility of being the primary shield player for this roster, and while also in a moment like that being able to clutch up. Great to see the young Ukrainian really making a stand here for Fnatic. I don't know if it's too early to say it, but have we finally seen Fnatic break that curse that has been born with them ever since the days of Koi, of now just not being able to be up to snuff? Ever since they won that major championship in Berlin 4 years ago, and then Spoit immediately took that fame and left, they haven't been able to be a top contending team. They've been doomed to mediocrity for such a long time. They haven't been able to attract good talent from other teams.
Constant roster changes every single season.
Yeah. And finally they get Citizen, someone with a lot of experience, who's been through a little bit of turmoil, especially what happened with Team Secret. And it's like something has finally clicked for Fnatic.
United playstyle perhaps, and same vision for the game. Either way, it's looking pretty damn good so far. Now, this is their map pick. It's what they wanted to play. But mibr.los, they are no slouch. They're a good team. They're a good opponent. They are being outskilled at the current present time. You see there Sam in the silhouette. It's Deadshot, always eager for a swing. But this is the thing. We gotta talk about the pacing. Right now, Fnatic don't need to be the playmakers. mibr.los are stuck outside the building, not doing a whole lot. They're applying a little pressure, sure. They're reaching some of those walls, sure. But nothing's really happening. The Deimos track, that's a bit of danger. You don't gotta be on that soft corner longer. They've spotted all 5 defending operators, so any track can go through. But look at the timer. 1 minute 20 to work. There is still a flank open for you inside a bathroom. There's still full bombsite control for Fnatic.
Fnatic like to play a very active defense. Wizard is just poised, ready to go for his flank, but Perez is the first one to find a kill. Deepak manages to thread the shot between the smoke and take down that glass. Big kill for him. But mibr.los have recomposed. They shut down the flank from Wizard. Now Deepak is exposed to the breach outside, but more so to the door, to the bomb site itself. 4v2 advantage now for mibr.los. The Brazilians have their best chance of trying to get around in what seems like forever. Smith clutched up big last time. Now he needs to do the same. The first of 4. Klein with the SMG-11 as his final gas spade is tossed on out to try and consolidate his position and allow for the reposition. Goyo pops. He knows that the Deimos will try and hunt him down from behind. Dark actually decides to sprint on through the fire as Dash opens the gates on the bomb site. mibr.los looking finally like they can handle this defensive side from Fnatic.
Fnatic wanted to fight. They had the smoke babes for plant denial. They had decent positions in the side, but they said, you know what, let's fight by the breach, fight by the bomb side door, try and go for a couple of rat plays. I like this push-up that happened to Deepak. Toxic big man on the door, covering it off. He sneaks up close, but then the flourish drone spots him, and that made the round super awkward, dying by the breach shortly after from an angle on the door. Because Fnatic had every option to just say, let's play far back, we have the smoke for plant denial, we can take the fights later, but no, they wanted to disrupt mibr. That was their game plan. This time it goes punished.
Yeah. Thing is, after such a stellar first half with 4 rounds of the attack, you don't need to go too crazy on your defense. I mean, already within 2 rounds of winning the map. Right?
When you're taking those swings and those fights and it's working, you want to keep doing it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? You're up against Brazil. They know a thing or two about taking those kinds of fights.
They do.
Oh, is it time for a blitz? It's gonna be Nox on it too, not even Dash.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, the stats tell me that Nox has played a bit of Blackbeard, and that's the only shield that's in a top-picked operator from any of the mibr.los players in the last couple of months. The great drone, by the way, at the start of that round, I believe it should spot out Deadshot there on the Solus. But then vice versa, Deadshot takes down the drone itself. Solus is a curious pick for me.
It just gives you that freedom to roam, right? Like, you know, if there's no drones and there's nothing you can track, then you're probably going to be fine.
And you might be able to see the blitz as well if he's walking around with his shield out.
It's worth noting that Nox did put the shield on his back immediately in spawn. Now it's on his front anyway, but there we go.
Oh, he has on his back now.
Yeah. So it could be the same reasoning. You can't get C4 or run out or whatever, depending on where you are from or where you're in the building. But yeah, when you're playing the Solus, it's kind of like the same as a Scopus. Scopus can be back towards the bomb site, but that's your entire gadget, so you can always escape. With the Solus, you don't have an escape tool necessarily, but you get to map the layout of the attack based on where the drones are, whatever else you can kind of scan around for. He's gonna see a blitz later on, he sees the diffuser carrier, he sees where the drones are, and the air tabs potentially. And it gives him a bit more staying power, because once you TP away with the Scopus, they just take the shell, destroy it, and you can't get back. So Deadshot is playing for his own life, with the other 4 members probably just playing for themselves. But as I say that, I did see a silhouette behind Citizen. They're baiting the play again.
Of course, this is a bomb site, tertiary bomb site choice here from Fnatic downstairs. So how much time can they delay on that top floor is the question here for Fnatic. They decided to just peel on back, give up the ground above the bomb site to mibr.los, allow Dash to start tearing up the floor. In the late round, they will look for flanks. Citizen has an impact. He could open up the wall right next to Dark, but he has no idea and walks straight into his waiting arms. Now the Dokkaebi call will ring on out onto Smiths. And a second. No, indeed, it's the ability to hack the cameras from Dark. A lot of info now for mibr.los as Fnatic find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, the issue is they know that Deadshot's also run because they killed Citizen, Melusi. It was Solus that they were looking for earlier, so they know there's a second creep upstairs somewhere. But he's actually kind of snuck past, and Deadshot, if he finds the good timing, could be good for one. The issue is mibr.los are not working the hack, not working the verticality, so he's kind of chasing his own tail upstairs. Meanwhile, below, a lot of pressure on site.
Nice.
Finds onto Dark, the Dokkaebi, but the damage is up here. Doesn't find the second.
Great shot from Dash. Deadshot thought he had the gap, but hang on a second. Wizard has snuck into the corner, denied the plant now. mibr.los are cornered and now eliminated. Wizard has conjured up a storm, 2 big kills after denying the plant. Now it's Perez up against 2. He's got 11 seconds. He knows where that diffuser is, but Deepak has the crossfire from Infirmary. Fnatic again out of nowhere. A reprisal, and for them, it's map point on Fortress.
Oh, they're planning outside the sense wall, outside the smoke grenade, exposed to just the angle on the bomb side doors. It's a way too easy kill for Fnatic that stops the entire plant in the push. And I feel like that's mibr.los maybe rushing that decision a little bit, thinking, hey, Deadshot is upstairs, he's got the Dokkaebi, side should be vulnerable. But then they deal with Deadshot seconds later with Ram getting that kill out of nowhere, And then I'm thinking, now he can restabilize. Now he can get Ram into the action, watch the verticality, try and get a plan down legitimately, not just hold F and pray for the best.
Yeah. They had time.
They did have time.
The saddest part is that mibr.los had time to play that slowly. They had the numbers advantage as well.
Oh, timeout.
That is a round that they're really going to kick themselves for losing. Now they take their tactical timeout, and we can really break down
35 seconds.
Crucial moments here. Obviously, Deadshot 1 up above, but it's a 4v3 plan.
Look at this.
4v2 plants.
What's that plant spot? His back is turned to the bomb site door, and they just die.
By the way, that's a 2 versus 4 for Fnatic, where they didn't even drop a single body.
I mean, Wizard did hit a nasty shot onto Blitz, to be fair. He's having a great time. He's getting the praise for it right there. And I think that's very important to see that the more experienced players, Deadshot, Citizen, Deepak, they are very quick to really praise when Smith clocks, when Wizard hit a nasty shot, and be like, because it means so much more to those players, right? They need that encouragement and be like, oh my god, guys, you guys are crazy. Confidence is everything. I think in the current meta especially, I was backstage with talking to Laxing, and we looked at the game that was happening, and Laxing went, Nick, are you happy that you're not playing this current meta? Because it's like Solid Snake, Shield, Deimos, you know, and I was like, you know, Lax, I miss playing Pro League, but I feel like I would struggle in this meta because there's so much uncertainty and so much chaos in the server. And Lax went, yeah, me too, man. My red plays would never work anymore. See what I was just find an elevator to hide in, right? It's
That's so true. Laxit was a little bit of a rat.
It's a very different game nowadays, and I feel like the fact that we're seeing Wizard thriving so well in this randomness, this chaotic moments, is such a good sign. Because if he can navigate that already, and he's got, you know, a much higher ceiling, you can build this guy into a much, much better player than he already is.
Yeah, you look at Wizard right now, 9 kills.
Same
9
story
rounds
against CAG.
so far, yeah, and he was very good against CAG. Smith has had his fair share of big moments. It talked about youth. I mean, Wizard is a young player himself as well. What did I say? Smith was 22 years old. Wizard is... I actually don't have his age on Wikipedia.
Oh, he's unknown age. Meanwhile, Parasix and fighting, stuck on the staircase. They know it. Oh, the timing is bad.
This is awkward, Smith. Watch out. Perez does a little bit of damage early in the round. Makes his position known. The shotgun with a Deimos from below. It's like a budget buck, but can be even more valuable if he gets that death mark going.
Yeah. But it does stop the initial push there, right? We saw Fnatic play that gap-finding playstyle, and they say, you know what? We can figure that out too. We're playing by the staircases, watching the entries.
Hasn't worked though. It's been shut down.
Yeah. But, I mean, trying is half the battle, right? The fact that you want to go for it at the timeout on 6-3 for lows? That's ballsy, if you will. But the issue is when you got that primary shotgun, you're very limited in where the fighting is good for you. Sure, there's a secondary DMR pistol sort of situation, but it's not an automatic weapon. It's not going to be as easy any longer. Smith could be stuck in this corner. Doesn't have that C4 for fallback. The nade goes way too wide, so he'll be quite fine in this corner. He can just kind of stick around, but the Cadillas makes it hard. Will fall back behind the wall.
Perez given space, and Nux tries to take that space. Out comes the Reaper, recently buffed. It finds Smith's head. The Fnatic bite back immediately, and Perez is now down. Shotgun brought out by Nux, but that will not be of assistance to him in these longer range fights that Deepak is looking to take. Worried about that Claymore, poked through the drone hole, but he's been spotted.
There's a reinforcement spare here. You could do something cheeky and, you know, barricade up those walls, fall back, play layup a little bit. Look at the timer, 60 seconds. The site isn't anywhere near.
There's a lot still to be done here for mibr.los. They have to get active as they start to try and peek on through Horse. It's Daffo with Wizard finding the kill. Great entry though from Daffo, finds one. Now assisted by his teammate coming in to support. It's Dash. The two of them together try and piece this up, but Wizard again making his presence felt in the server. 3v2 as Fnatic look to close up Fortress. They have that defuse. Dark brings it back into it. Now he is left all alone. 1v3 for the map as mibr.los are out of second chances. Fnatic are soaring high today. One map in the books and one step closer to the group stage.
Confidence-inspiring game as well from the individuals of Fnatic on the defense, but on the attack, very much a team effort. did a bit of gap finding, some fast attacks to start things off, then kind of went back to the fundamentals, the Brava, the Twitch, clearing the traps, finding opening after opening, and then also a bit of clutchness there. Smith had a moment, Wizard had a moment, Citizen had a moment. That was their map choice. So that's what they're supposed to be dominating, right? The real star will happen on the second map of this BO3 because that's the question mark. Can they do the same thing on mibr.los' playground?
Well, even if Fnatic had modest expectations, they have certainly exceeded them so far. I mean, this team that hasn't qualified for an international event in the last 6 years are now 2 maps deep, looking better and better with every single game that goes on by. Just one more map, and they're through to phase 2 of the play-ins.
Yep.
They're looking very confident, very comfortable. I mean, you can even see it on the stage. Watching backstage, you can just see there's a composure about them that is incredibly dangerous. If you are a team like mibr.los, you are worried going into that second map.
Oh, yeah.
Look, like you said, to be fair, Fortress is Fnatic's map pick. We expect them to be comfortable. But I think it's in the rounds that they were winning that I'm a little bit worried. They looked so confident on those rounds. Yeah. They were closing things out without a question. There was no doubt that they were rounds for Fnatic, and I think I don't want to shift too quickly into Cafe because we can wrap this up nicely in a little bow, but I think that for me, Fortress sets a tone for Fnatic for the rest of this tournament now. They've started out their first 2 maps really confidently, really comfortable. Moving over to Cafe, I mean, are you a little worried here for the Brazilian roster?
I mean, if I recall correctly, Citizen, he's a cafe merchant, okay? He loves that map. He's popping off on each league and plays aggro peaks, and we saw how well they're working together. We had that shot being on that, I'm gonna call it overly aggressive position, where I'm thinking, please walk backwards, don't keep walking forward. But then they have Deepak supporting him, Citizen supporting him, they're making a bait play all of a sudden, thinking, hey, I'm one sole roamer, JK, I got friends. Yeah. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, that's fair game, but the fact that they have the foresight to try and make that play together, that's the big story for me. It's a good way to play the game, and they did it time and time again.
Yeah, Fnatic are really working together, and I think what you've said previously really is ringing true. Is like, this is a team that is finally on the same page. Yeah. 5 players that want to play the same style of Siege. 5 players that believe that they've actually got a motivation to get new trophies, right? Like, I mean, Deepak's won trophies before, Citizens won stuff before. Like, they actually want to show that with this new generation, this insertion of young and up-and-coming talent, that they're eager to make an impact. And, you know, I've been really impressed by them. I think they're playing great Siege at the minute. I think that they haven't been truly tested necessarily.
I would agree.
No.
But, of course, you know, there's this BO3 and then one more BO3 and they make it to group stage. I think even that alone would be an achievement, but we can't deny and say, like, if most people look at this bracket for the play-ins, everyone admittedly has Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic making it out of it. Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that mibr.los is the only team in there that would throw a spanner in the work to that prediction, Dev?
No, I think there are a lot of teams that could throw a spanner in the works, but I also admit that today has not panned out the way I expected. I did not expect CAG to struggle so much.
Sure.
And I also didn't expect Chiefs to lose to King Zero. Sorry, to Tyloo. Yeah.
King Zero.
I also didn't expect King Zero to put up a fight to Los, so who knows? I think anything is possible. With the current state of things, I think that we could see all kinds of upsets, but one thing is for sure is whichever one of these teams loses this upper bracket match and drops down into the lower bracket, it would be devastating to lose that lower bracket game and know that you can't make it to phase 2.
Well, and you're going up against 2 teams that will be hungry for that chance, right?
Yeah,
you really do have a really dangerous lower bracket in this group specifically. If we just keep it within the confines of this discussion, KZ, CAG by Barrel, both those teams are going to be going toe-to-toe with each other. And the winner of that match is going to have momentum. I think the conversation that we can really hone in on a little bit for Fnatic right now is they're very convincing. At the moment, in their opening matches, they've been very
cautious, right? At the moment, right now,
doing it.
I know.
I hate it so much.
But I understand why we're doing it, because it is such a dangerous, kind of like scary position, because we don't want to be like, oh, they're so good, they're back, they've never looked better, and then like they falter the final hurdle, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to baby them a bit, because again, I think their own expectations are quite low, as they should be.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing them and like, oh my god, wait, they're better and better and better. We raise our own expectations, which isn't entirely fair. Because going into this, I thought, sure, they'll make it out, into the second stage of play-ins, but that's it.
Yeah.
They're not making it further.
Yeah.
But now they could, maybe.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Fnatic for one particular reason. I think they're playing with no inhibitions, which I don't think can be said for a lot of the teams that we've seen play today.
Do you reckon they're feeling the rain on their skin? Sorry, I had to just jump. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have ruined that point.
No, I love it. Now I just can't get that song out of my head. But
It's bad, isn't it? It's just on repeat.
I thought I was really onto something there, but now I cannot talk about having no inhibitions without thinking about that. So thank you very much. I was going to make a point about how I think MIBR are playing with inhibitions, but yeah, they're holding back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think Fnatic are one of the only teams I've seen play today that doesn't seem like they're nerfing themselves.
Yeah.
And I think it's because genuinely, you look at the players, they're having fun.
Yeah. I think that's a really important piece to that puzzle. But is it enough to go through groups? Do you know what I mean?
I think, we're still a few steps away from that.
Sure.
Who knows? Yeah.
Look, I think the way that they've performed so far is well and truly convincing enough to make that argument that if they continue this, if they get into groups, they could have a very confident run. Now, comfortable and confident are two very different pieces of this conversation. I want to make sure that we separate them with a lot of context, because you can be very convincing, very comfortable, but then making sure that you're consistent. There's a lot of C words that just keep appearing in this vocabulary right now. But it is finding that momentum and finding the path forward for Fnatic. I think right now, as it stands, Fnatic are in a really good position, right? We're going to Cathay. They've got a little small break in between, but it's the rounds that they're winning where there's just no question. They look like they're having fun. They look like they're enjoying themselves, but the no expectations on their side, outside of making it through play-ins, I think is really important, Nick.
I think so as well. I think this is actually a very strong position, because if, let's say you're Fnatic and you somehow made first in EML, for example, you had a bit of a one-off performance, right? Because that's not supposed to happen. And you go into groups off the rip. You're gonna get torn to pieces. You're gonna go straight against your FaZe clan, right? The best teams in the world. You go into play-ins. You play slightly better opponents. Get some warm-up.
Yeah.
You have Wizard, complete rookie, who's popping off right now. He's shaking against FaZe clan. He's shaking against the big dogs, right? But he's playing the smaller teams, and he builds that ego, that inner ego that you need. This is basic scenario. You start in the very beginning against the weakest competition that we have to offer, and you slowly get better.
Yeah. I want to flip the conversation, talk about mibr.los for a second.
Yeah.
Because these guys have, like I said, rebuilt their team this year, and they're looking for a lot more. I think there's a lot of potential. People went crazy about Perez. I think it was in kickoff. He almost broke a kill record, or he had one of those.
That was, almost did, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but I think it might be the highest EPS rating we've ever seen in Siege. It was something insane. He got like 19 kills to 2 deaths or something crazy like that. You look at the rest of this roster, Dash was so good on wildcard. Like, admittedly, the team is probably doing better since he moved on. But he was a scary player with that team. He's had experience in a couple of different environments, a couple of different metas, and I think the rest of this team has a lot of potential with, Dark, Nux, Daffo. I think that these guys are capable of much more than we've seen from them so far, but Salt Lake City was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, yes, they had quite a few games. They did make it through groups and into the Swiss stage, ended up losing to some pretty solid teams like Wildcard, Dark Zero, Weibo, for example, EP. Like, those are the only teams that they lost to in that tournament. They had some decent wins as well over CAG, namely. But I think that they need to continue this form. It might take a little bit of time to build up experience with some of these less known players like your Nux and your Dark and your Daffo, but I think they're going to get there. I just think that they've been dealt a tough hand because they're playing against a really fiery Fnatic. I mean, Citizen is such a confident and fiery player.
Yeah.
He's going crazy. Deadshot and Wizard are fragging out. Yeah. Smith is pulling his way, and so is Deepak. This is a team that I think is finally seeing the light. And for the first time in years, Fnatic actually start to have this little creeping thought. It's maybe this is actually possible. Maybe we actually can be a great team.
It's interesting about both of these teams having really good foundations, right? They've got some players with immense experience that have been here and done this before. And I think it's about those building blocks now. I think it's about finding your groove at EWC, given the fact that play-ins goes for such a short period of time. And for some teams, this is their entire event. Today and tomorrow could be the entire event. I think that this is the perfect opportunity now to set yourself into a position where, play-ins or not, you can build upon these performances. And I think for mibr.los, they're in a really weird position. From my opinion, when I look at them and I go, well, you at the current state of how the rest of the Brazilian scene and LATAM scene goes, you are that underdog. You are the dark horse. But you've got the makings of a team that could slowly start to chip away.
And it's hard, right? Because when you're the underdog, how many players can you talk to and be like, hey, do you want to play for us? There's so many bigger, better teams, right? And on the other side, it's also a matter of, okay, how do we make ourselves a Brazilian team that is just a little bit different? We're not going to be FaZe 2.0, Fury 2.0. No, we are mibr.los. What do we do differently? I'm not seeing any particular shield play. We saw one round earlier, we saw one round here today. 2 rounds of shields. That's not a lot, especially when one can go to overtime. We saw 1 round of glass, also just a one-off. I'm not seeing a distinct playstyle where I feel like mibr.los yet have gotten their own identity in the bigger picture scenario. So that's what I'm missing from them. When we're seeing Fnatic, we saw Deadshot make those plays with his teammates time and time again, trying to disrupt their opponent very decisively. So that's maybe the one area of mibr.los where I want to see a little bit more.
And do you know what the best part is? We do get to see a little bit more because it's time for us to get underway with our second map of Cafe. It's set up so nicely. You know what? I think I'll just let the professionals do what they do best.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Enjoy the bands, mate.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you, Rob. Look, I'm going to let you take this one because you're getting already very excited about the Wamai band.
I got the Monty.
Got your Monty band, Castle, Capital.
I'm a big fan of this mibr.los, okay? So, normally a Wamai band it deserves what are you doing? Why would you do that? Who's their coach?
Didn't you hear? Wamai's the GOAT now, bro.
Oh, that's right. He got buffed.
GOAT.
That's the thing, right? He got deployable shield, C4. He got 1 more magnet, recharges faster, bigger pickup radius, and they pick them up. They charge up faster, rather. So when you slam them on the ground to the ceiling, it'll just catch projectiles in 1.4 seconds of activation.
I was in the car, I was hanging out with Brito this morning to shoot some content. We were hanging out in the car afterwards, and mics were off, and we were just chatting. And I was like, dude, the meta must be so different for you as a support player right now because you're used to doing all this droning. These days, there's so many ops like, Snake, Deimos, Dockerby, so many crazy powerful ops. What do you think is the most overpowered operator in the game right now? And he's like, it's none of that. It's Wamai.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, that's the thing, right? Is Wamai, operators like your Wamai, your Asami, your Mira, I'm gonna call map-changing operators, if you will. They can shape how a position changes, and that affects every operator in the game. Because all of a sudden, they can have a defender in an area that normally is easy to clear. Now it's no longer clear. And Clash is similar, which is being played right here. If you play Clash in piano and you don't bring a Nomad or something like that, how are you gonna deal with the Clash? You're probably not. You're gonna do something else and be forced into a plan B. So yeah, Wamai got buffed significantly. It's been target banned away. Same with the Castle, which often could also be the Asami instead as a substitute.
Yeah.
Because it really weakens the piano hold, and piano gives you access to all the bomb sites, with the exception of the, I would call it basement, but the kitchen bomb site. So I like this initial start of mibr.los. I love Fnatic banning the Capital and Monty saying Cafe is an execute-oriented map. We're gonna weaken you on the executes by banning these operators that are great for it. And they're getting active. C4 goes out on Whitestairs window to enable the fallback from the defenders of Fnatic. They're gonna say, you know what, let's play 5v5. We have Clash, we have some C4s. Funny enough, Wizard is not playing DMR, but Deadshot, he's still upstairs. This guy, he always wants to fight, got the yellow ping, has the intel, wants a second, C4 goes side, his teammate gets the kill instead, and just like that, 5v3 for Fnatic, just like Fortress, they bring the fight to mibr.los.
That's right, active defense, they're all about it, they love their own. Now, it doesn't matter that mibr have vertical dominance, doesn't matter that they can start opening up the floors. They're not going to find these kills. I mean, even if Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, it doesn't matter. Deadshot tries to get away. No, he doesn't go down brown stairs, though. He stays alive.
He's going to keep fighting. What do you mean?
This guy cannot be contained.
No.
Surely the kill comes through here. A little bit of damage. Look at the way Deadshot actually doubles back. A lot of people would have probably gone down the stairs, but no, he instead goes into laundry. And yeah, you're right. I think that they're aware of it. In comes a flash. In comes a nade as well. They look to try and get the kill. Eventually, finally, Deadshot will fall.
Interesting. I think maybe his teammate of Wizard gave it away. He tossed a Soto canister, a freeze from Tubrow on the ceiling, so below his feet of Deadshot, and it showed where the freeze was happening from to disable any gadget and drones. Air jab goes out, but there's the Clash in the back portion. Gas fire popped as well. Bit of trouble. Shield will get rid of it with the grenade. But 30 seconds, James. This isn't the site. There's a whole hallway after this.
5 minutes have a big impact here for Narcs, but Wizard, Smith, and Citizen together rip apart mibr.los. A defense that was chaotic in the start and chaotic through to the end. but textbook for Fnatic. So classic, so on character. mibr.los on their map pick already off to a headache.
So the only thing right now for Fnatic that I think they have to be very conscious of is what Deadshot managed to do this round isn't supposed to happen. Sometimes it will, that's phenomenal, but if you play this 100 times, maybe works 10 of those, maybe 15 if you're really skilled and experienced. I don't want them to feel like he can keep doing these kinds of plays, where he will get misdroned a couple of times, stay top floor, take a fight, win it, and keep disrupting, and because he stalled for so much time single-handedly. So there's two things that I can do long-term right now. One is that Deadshot is not going to keep making that kind of play, despite the fact that it's working. The other one is genuinely look and consider to scope us. Because then you can go as crazy as you want and always TP back and escape. Because if I'm an mibr.los player right now, I'm going, guys, when we go roam clearing, there will be a player Deadshot. He's not going to fall back. He's always going to be in the corner, double drone, everything, no mistakes. We kill him, we play 5v4, now we can win the round. So just Fnatic really keep that in the back of their minds right now. They cannot keep leveraging that same way to win the game. It has to change throughout Cafe.
Yeah, look, if I'm mibr.los right now, I'd consider playing a Solid Snake or something just to try and track down these roamers. One of the great things about Solid Snake on Cafe is if you're on the rappels on the outside of the building, you can quickly sprint around the rappels with your gadget out.
Oh yeah.
And you can quickly go up and down, check the different floors. You get so much info so quickly. You combine that with someone entering on the top floor, and these roamers are going to be really under a lot of pressure early. Speaking about pressure, early, Wizard tries to hold on. Impact comes out, a little bit of damage onto Nux. In comes the flash, but the crossfire. Deadshot comes to help on out, traded back by Dash. Damage has been done though. From Fnatic, they've read into this rush. mibr.los are into the bomb site, but they need to find more kills. Perez will do so. The Finker has an impact, a banging impact at that. But they need to find the numbers advantage, almost acclaimed, but Smith quickly rips it back. This map is so bloody fast. Fnatic continue fighting back and forth. The round is over before it even begins. And while it was a valiant effort from mibr.los, it is not to be.
That should have been a round victory. They were quickly in there, they got the good trades, they had the bomb site control partially instead of dining, and yet Fnatic, they're all there. Whenever a fight happens, a defender dies, somebody else takes their position, they get the trade back, they regain the ground. They are suffocating mibr.los despite the fact that they're a defending team. They're not fighting back, they're outright fighting them.
Yeah.
They bring the fight as quickly as possible. We saw Wizard running away from the shield, but again, Deadshot was above, had the angle, they bait the kill once more. There's never just one defender. mibr.los, they're kind of running into these rounds very blind. First round, they misdrone Deadshot top floor, he gets a freebie. This round, they chase Wizard with the Blitz Flash, thinking that there's going to be no support, but the whole team was there.
It's a three-way crossfire onto the Blitz as well. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you kind of need to take that ground and then not hard commit to the rush.
Either you catch Wizard or he escapes.
Yeah.
You can't have him escape and then chase after him into the bomb site. That's too far.
Yeah. No, I think Fnatic are really good at playing smartly into these crossfires, right? Like, in moments like that, like mibr.los have taken up like map control. In theory, they could be planting. But Fnatic, no, they don't have to panic.
No.
You can just sit back and wait. Oh, I don't hear that plant going down. Okay, let's not go crazy. Oh, I think there's a sledge just standing in the bomb site because they're held on in, doing nothing. We can just peek him. We don't need to stress the hell out and peek one by one. Recompose, play it together. It's a strength of Fnatic, their ability to just not panic and lock in, just have a very chill attitude.
It's a big praise to Smith. He was the pulse inside our train who was like, he could have easily just swung the sledge and died. He waited till his teammate got the combat and then he swung with him and got a trade instead, having a weaker gun, the Reaper.
Okay.
Bit of a bait there. Wizard was looking for the air for the run out, but Dark was there actually watching with the angle as well. That's the issue about playing the solos. Oh, guys, it's free. You go for it. Well, they're watching with a gun as well. Good counterplay from mibr.los. This time, they actually just outbrain them, bait them into an offensive play, get the opening pick, and this is the round of theirs. It's tertiary bomb site, right? Technically speaking here, third round, and they got the opening pick. It's not going to get any better on Cafe than this round right here. But can they convert to a round victory? That's the question.
Oof. Nice angle from Wizard. The flash pops off though, and he will be forced back. Perez just hoping there's an overpeak here. But no, instead, Deadshot was never dealt with inside of Cigar. And yeah, inside of Piano, he just peeks on out, takes him down. We're into a 3v3. I mean, this is where Fnatic lives.
There's 3 guys on the roof. Nox just dropped down the hatch. Like, how have we not entered the building yet?
So disjointed.
They were in Cigar, they were peeking Piano, they had a guy on White Window Repel earlier. That is just, like, not synced up on the plan from mibr.los right now.
A lot of breakdowns here. Finally, the vert starts to open up here from mibr.los. Remember, this bomb site is actually mining and fireplace, which means it's a very loose type of round. In a 3v3, it's very hard to execute onto this bomb site. However, Dark finding that kill on the D-Peg might just give them a chance. Now, there is a Mozzie drone in the bomb site for Deadshot. In the late round, that B bomb site will be more vulnerable.
Yeah. No C4 though, and just 1 Toxic Babe, so the guns have to hit their shots here for Fnatic. They cannot play the plant denial game. They can take the fight as mibr.los are planting the 2v2 though, but Deadshot finds 1. So
it's too late to be opening this wall with Hibana. And you just walk straight into Smith. Now it's a 1v1. Nox has the defuse, but surely going for a plant here would be a massive mistake. The peak hole gives the audio cue to Smith. Now he knows that there's no way for Nox to try and go for the kill. Tries to swing him from the other side, but he doesn't land the kill. Smith, with the patience of a god and balls of steel, waits it out and wins a 3rd round for Fnatic.
Keep banning open the walls with 14 seconds left, and there are peak holes, not even entry holes. I'm thinking you have to walk down the hallway regardless at that point. Why not just walk down together, shave off the 5 seconds of breaching, and just get it done? Those Hibana breaches worked against them, because now Swiss can peek through them from Laundry. Small things again. Hold on. Hold the
Deadshot ban.
We have banned Mozzie. Have we lost the plot?
To be fair, there were a lot of moments in that round where they were trying to drone, but the Mozzie stopped them.
Like, it's cafes, single doors, windows, sure, but I'm also just like, Mozzie ban? In 2026?
I think if you're struggling because you can't drone, then you're not playing the meta, because you don't need to drone nearly as much
now they
in
play
this
mute,
meta.
which also stops the Deimos track, which also stops the Solid Snake, which stops... Don't get beat technically if you're in it already.
Let him keep playing Mozzie and just bloody play Solid Snake already. Seriously. You haven't seen a single Snake
I feel like the mute jammer is going to be just as big of an issue, if not bigger, because you get SMG11, a good primary shotgun, you keep the C4 BP. Again, I'm not going to judge it too hard. Maybe it's the fact that mibr.los, they're down 0-3 on their own map. They've had a couple of rough rounds and a questionable ban. But also, you're leaving open Asami, which you haven't seen almost any. Have you seen actually? Oh, we actually have seen it twice.
Yeah, we've seen two Asamis. I think you should be banning.
Asami is good for every side.
Ban Asami, or ban Mira, or ban Smoke. I don't care. Like, ban Melusi if you want to go for these rushes. But just don't bother banning the Mozzie. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity when you're not really leveraging the other Intel operators nearly as much. You ban Mozzie, you know what Deadshot's going to do? He's going to play an operator with more utility and roam on that instead.
With a better gun.
Yeah, he's on Goyo now. He's got a better gun.
TCSG ACOG, man, it's over.
Better gun and better util. So even if you do kill him on the roam, you're going to be fighting against this stack of util on the bomb site. Kayi Tubarao, Azami Goyo, Echo. Good luck, mate.
And again, we look at Fnatic's operator bans, right? They are actually... I feel like at this point, they're disrespecting mibr.los a little bit, but for good reason. They're still banning bomb site execute operators, Capital, Monty, Ying. They haven't felt pressured on the roam clear because, like we keep saying, they haven't played the roam clear operators. Like, if they played Solid Snake or Deimos or Blackbeard every single round and it was working out, they would have to ban it, surely. Not the Ying. But they're like, well, they don't play those operators.
And they're not very good at shield, so let's not bother banning out the Blackbeard or the Blitz.
It's just the Monty, because Monty is that, like, impossible to kill operator and just walk in piano and take map control for free. That's why they targeted. So I feel like mibr.los, like I said before this map started, I'm failing to see an identity of why they're different from every other Brazilian team in a positive way. They're not like superstar glass team. They're not all-star entry fraggers. They're not super good at executing. They're like a bit of everything, but I'm lacking like the identity. And I feel like the operator bans almost show it, because there's no key operators being utilized the same way as most teams at this event.
Yeah.
Not in the game that we've seen, at least.
Yeah. Fnatic have really been dictating the pace of this game, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I think this round will be even harder than what LOS have faced so far, just because of the stack of bomb site util that Fnatic have brought to the table. We need to see maximum value here from the Twitch and IQ combo.
Oh.
Deepak going down early is big, though. We need the IQ and Twitch to work together, though, to find these Electrocores and these Yokai drones.
Thankfully, a decent amount of time, though. There's a nice bit of self-destruction. You put the Bridgie Charge crouch level on the wall, vertically, and it's like, or horizontally rather, and it's going to break the floor past the wall as well. You get a very nice and deep angle in towards the side for a bit of pressure. That's the third and final charge there from Dash. Now he's just solely on the scanner, drones or guns up. They got the claw, they got the hatch. It's going to be a good old backside take with the sense, with the vert. Blackbeard can walk in with the diffuser. There's not going to be a ton of counterplay here for Fnatic. They shouldn't be able to C4 the plant there ever because they're going to be playing very far away. And the Ogre drones, like you said, can be found with the IQ Twitch combination. This should just be a relatively free plant.
Set up well here for mibr.los. However, they are flipping the push and instead going for Bakery. That's very risky. Great play from Deadshot. Quickly traded back. Perez finds a double. Numbers advantage for mibr.los, a 4v2. But we've seen them let these slip before. Fnatic still have very much a real chance of winning this round with 30 seconds left to play.
They do. Perez very low on HP, and they spent all the util earlier on the back portions. This frontal attack is very limited. Smoke goes out. Darkens at the bomb site itself. There is 2 C4s. When they start landing, but Dark with a nice angle finds the kill. Devil with the second. All of a sudden, there's a bit of life. I was worried for a second, but they get a round on the board regardless.
Finally, first round on the board for mibr.los on the attacking side. A second is all they need to hit par for the course of attacking Cafe, but we've seen Fnatic on their attack today so exceptional. If they swap onto the attacking side later at a 4-round advantage, I do think that Fnatic might still be able to find 3 attacks and put this game to bed 2-0 without even needing overtime.
A little bit of energy there on the player cam, that's good. Very well needed. Now, I'm curious if they're going to stick the Blackbeard once again here and get a shield on the board. It didn't technically match in the previous round because you died to the Goyo fire into a pre-fire, but still, I do think that the shield gives them that pushing power that they're so desperate for, and it's also not a fair gunfight. If Blackbeard walks in a room and the defender is looking at them, not much is going to happen, but they have to respect the existence of the Blackbeard. They do go off it, last second onto Ram instead. Get a bit of verticality, so this is very clearly a full map control, top floor, air jab stuff off, do the vert, go into a plant position. So once again, it might be our lows, they're saying we need to fight them early in the roam clear and work through the layers of the map. And that is something that they usually don't succeed at.
Yeah.
They are working against themselves a little bit, up against the mirror windows, the pulse C4 downstairs. There's a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I think it's really telling, looking at the mibr.los lineup, what they do and don't respect out of Fnatic.
Yeah.
The one thing they really respect is flanks, because they've got both the Nomad and the Gridlock.
Guy, dude, he keeps flanking us.
Yeah, but interestingly, they're not bringing any util to deal with Mira. They're not bringing any util to find players, to execute on players. Obviously, Ying is banned, Capitao is banned, but yeah, Lion, Dockerbee, Solid Snake, Deimos are all left open.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in the lineup, just like as a final comment on it, is I'm seeing a lot of things that's great when they have the map control. But how are they gonna get the map control, right? Let's say they clear top 4, Gridlock, Nomad, bit of verticality, what's not to love. But like you said, how do they deal with the mirror windows? How do they clear piano, stock, top floor cocktail? I don't know. But when you look at the attack and lineup, that's what they need to do because they have Ram, they have Sophia, they have flank watchers. They need to take top floor control. They're on the piano repels, half the round burned away, nothing gained, waiting for a run out, waiting for a flank somewhere, hopping on their drones. And guess what Fnatic are doing? Nothing. Because they don't need to do anything right now. They're chilling.
You're right. Fnatic have been so active on their defense, so aggressive and keen to jump out. As I say that, they do it back. They do it again. They do it again. They don't care. There's an air jabs in play. They don't care about the Nomad
the bomb side
or the Gridlock. They'll go for these plays anyway. They find one kill. Elsewhere, Smiths will fall, but still, Fnatic retain their advantage. Dark may be inside of the bomb site,
Nox
but it does not matter.
Nox is nearby. The red corridor 90.
You can
found.
You can trade back and forth, it doesn't matter.
That's the lab on site.
Triple for Deadshot, and now Dark is still on the bomb site. 1v2 as he gets that defuse back.
Solis is dead.
Still so winnable here for Deepek and Citizen. Dare I say favored for them. Dark has to play this perfectly. Both of these Fnatic players are actually very much separated. They will let this plank go down and look to play it in the retake. They need to bide their time, get the info together. Now the smoke actually helps provide an avenue of safety for Dark, but of course the feet holes behind him will leave him vulnerable. Citizen will take him down. A fourth round of defense on the board for Fnatic as mibr.los have one final chance to conjure up a little bit of valiance before the half will close.
And it's good how they got inside the bomb side and got a couple of kills, but again, from the top-down perspective, no pressure, right? I didn't see it execute. I didn't see a game plan happen in the server. They never took piano. They never contested cocktail. They're on the window repels. Guess what? Wizard jumps out the window. SMG 11 in hand, gets a kill. Not supposed to happen, but there's no punishment because guess what? There was no air jab. Nobody's watching it, and there was no pressure anywhere on the map where Fnatic felt, okay, going for jump out is a risky play. There's no one anywhere, it feels like, from the attack of mibr.los. They're paying the consequences right now, being down 1-4. They've done this to themselves. Fnatic have done the things that they need to do. And that's it. In mibr.los, they have fallen short on these attacks. And if you want to go to a map, I know you gotta start on a harder side. That happens. That's always the case, technically. But you gotta be able to play both sides of the coin. You can't go 1-5 on your attacks and be like, you know, we got defense coming up. It's like, no.
Also, like, listen, you can't be bringing Gridlock and Nomad and getting jumped out on.
No.
You are investing.
And not take top floor control.
You're investing 2 entire operators into preventing one thing.
And the Ram, what did the Ram do that round?
Nothing.
Bugger
all.
They should have played, and we can keep saying, right, a shield, solid snake, Dokkaebi line, and just stormed the bomb site. That would have had a better chance at working out than what that last round was.
For sure. Look, I'm okay with the Nomad. I just think that doubling down here is such a waste. And yeah, I think there are so many operators that mibr need to be leveraging here. You just, like, you're irresponsible if you're not trying to play a solid snake or a shield. We do have the Blackbeard here for the final round of attack of mibr.
Good. Let's see what the plan is then. I would love a step-by-step. Again, there's no real counter for the mirror. I mean, you can technically say Ibanez Kairos is a counter, but that can be dealt with relatively easily if you play in piano or have any sort of denial or impact grenades. In this case, they could just Asami off an angle, run in, shoot them, but we'll see what happens later on. C4 downstairs, Fnatic playing the layers, a classic style on Cafe, using the verticality. You say, hey guys, go on piano, C4 below. Go into cocktails, C4 below. And on paper, what Fnatic they want to do in this round is just get 1 kill with any of their 3 C4s, and they're happy. Then they get the 5v4, they play first hole, they play downstairs, beneath the bomb site instead of mining and dining. And they got the pulse, they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Smith is in such a pivotal position here. Sandwiched between the 2 bomb sites on his pulse scanner, continuing to just feed info to his team. A missed opportunity there from Dash, trying to cut off Deadshot. He fails to do so. However, Citizen will go down. Good angle on the windows from Daffo. But mibr.los still do not have full piano control. There's more work to be done.
Piano control. Now they got Cigar control. That's the first step. And if they're in Cigar, they can watch that pixel angle in towards piano itself. Then they can Expo off the mirror window, and then they can keep progressing. But then we're talking about the timer. 60 seconds left. There are still those C4s lingering downstairs. Now, guess what? Citizen gets permanent cam watching duty, utilizing those Valkyrie cams are great. C4 goes out. Pretty perfect. That's the 1 C4 kill they needed. That's the pulse downstairs, and they can't get the hatch any longer.
There's no more hard breach.
The hatch is reinforced, and Ibana is dead.
That is devastating.
Now, they have the vertical pressure to get the angles, yes, but there's no way into the bomb site except for the hallways of the staircases. So they're super limited now in going quickly.
Without breaching the hatch here, not only do they not have a way onto the bomb site, as you said, they also don't have a very strong way of isolating these players that have been playing inside of Train before. Smith has been able to escape into Fireplace, into the other bomb site.
Not enough control here from mibr.los. There's 15 seconds remain and continue ticking down. A big opportunity now, but Dark misses his shots. Devastated. Now our mibr as they desperately need to get into a plant position. Nux inside of mining. Needs to look for the plant, but he has no friends on site. And so now it's up to just Plant and R from Wizard. Gets in a position. The plant is denied. Fnatic dominate 5-1 on the defensive cafe. Just 2 rounds away from sending mibr.los into the lower bracket.
It's so convincing as well. Every single round. Nox is solo on the bomb side with the Blackbeard holding F, praying that somehow they don't shut him down, that no C4 gets tossed his way, then he walks into the bomb side. There are 2 other attackers upstairs, looking down the vertical angles, almost baiting, trying to get a single kill. You gotta get in the action, guys. Your teammate is by the bomb side, fighting for his dear life. And the highlight package will show it all. It's been individual moments by Fnatic, team victories from Fnatic. They have been better at every step of the way. And this has been mibr.los' map pick. This isn't Fortress, this is Cafe. But it's the same result.
Yeah, Fnatic have really leaned into this chaotic play style, and they have used it to run rings around mibr.los. 5-1 is such a devastating pill to swallow here for mibr.
I mean, they gotta go crazy on side swap.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty confident this is a 2-0 in the books for Fnatic. They'll be our first team to qualify through to phase 2 of the play-ins, which means that they are just a single best-of-3 series away from the group stage. For a team that hasn't qualified for an international event with this roster at all, not since they had an Australian team 6 years ago, that is everything. For a player like Deadshot, who spent so much time in the hell that was that Wolves roster, doomed to qualify for every event, and then achieved nothing at every event.
Grouped every time.
Every single time. For a player like Citizen, who has been bouncing around between different teams, drama-filled region swaps. For a player like Deepek, who remembers what it was like to lift the major trophy 4 years ago with
Stuck
Rogue.
around all this time.
And he's the only player that remains from that roster, the only one that hasn't decided to leave for greener pastures. What a moment this is for Fnatic, and of course for Sathis as well, who's been coaching this team for an extremely long time.
He's still a fraud.
Thank you, Reddit.
I'm pretty sure they could win this event flawlessly, and they would still hate Tristan on Reddit. Just because of the years of anguishment that they suffered in Fnatic, you know?
Poor guy, poor guy. What can he do?
He's doing good
to regain public trust?
I spoke to him a couple different times. We speak about the roster situation and like what they need as a team, and he always told me that they needed like a shield player. And I was like, but who are you gonna get? You're a bottom EML team.
Have you heard of this 22-year-old Ukrainian fella called Smith?
Apparently now I do. I have heard about it, right? And then I swear to God, when they qualified for EWC or maybe it was either when they qualified or after we cast them one of the days. It's after we cast them.
Yeah, I remember
he
who the hell is this guy?
And he was like, so Smith on shield, eye emoji. And I was like, you got your shield player.
Yeah.
You got your shield player.
I love that.
So, no, I feel like they have finally, and it took so long, but they finally found the players that they were missing. Not the starter, not the experience necessarily. Yes, they have Deadshot and Citizen, whatever, but the roles in which the individual can fulfill. Whether it's going to be the solo confidence, the backstep lurking, the proper ag.al, the shield player. Also, first map where we don't see a shield ban here from mibr.los. They're leaving the Monty open, every other shield with it, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before that Monty will come into action, because Monty thrives on Cafe, especially top floor attacks.
I mean, Fnatic only need 2 rounds of attack here. They got 4 on Fortress, by the way.
Yeah.
And yes, Cafe is a different kettle of fish, but I do very much think that this is the real deal here from Fnatic. They actually mirror mibr.los' bans. They get rid of the castle and the Wamai. And funnily enough, mibr.los actually playing very similar lineup to what we saw out of Fnatic. Azami, Mira, Mozzie, and Aruni, all operators that Fnatic lean into very heavily on their own defensive side. And I think as a result, Fnatic will be very familiar with what it's like to counter them.
Yeah.
Also funny to see Nomad Gridlock. I talked a lot of smack about that, but it's being brought here as
Either
well.
you gotta keep doing it now, or you gotta back down. What do you choose? Do you fight back on this, or
Well, like Fnatic are running it. Even the MIBR ran it like every single round.
but they run Solid Snake too, so they're
That's
forgiven,
true.
right?
Okay, yeah. And they run a shield as well.
Yeah,
so.
that's the difference. They don't just have the flank watch; they have everything else on top of it. And they are containing the aggression pretty well here. Opening pick.
I have no problem with them running flank watch as long as they're not getting jumped out of windows on and there's no air jab there
not
or
getting in the
claymore there.
building.
That's the difference.
No, I feel you. I mean, we look at this again. A lot of phantom pressure from Fnatic on the windows, the doors, the hatches, and mibr.los, they are starved for intel. They have a Mossy drone right now, which Dark is moving around, but that's all internal information. There's no pulse scanner like we saw before. There's no... Well, there's a drone that
Oh, he's jumping out. He's jump out.
But if you... There's an air jab.
No, but
So
the
he-
air jab is only on the stairs. He knew that there was a drone at the top of white. He actually didn't take down that drone. There's a lot of info here for Fnatic as they sneak their way towards the bomb site. Wizard on the verge of looking for... Oh, hello. That's a nice little grenade. It's going to force Dash out of position, expose him somewhat.
Oh, it broke the cabinet.
The push from Smith. It will also break the cabinet, which exposes him completely. Smith pre-fires as the nades go out. The plant looking to go down here from Fnatic. mibr.los
top floor.
look completely lost. 2 versus 4. How do they get back into it? The plan has been confirmed. Fnatic can retake post-plant positions from outside. They still have Smith on the shield. He'll find a second. Daffo up against the world. 1v3. I don't care how good this DMR is, mate. There is no universe where he's getting it done. Fnatic, 1 round from phase 2 of the play-ins.
Oh boy, the pressure is really getting there now from mibr.los because they need this to start turning around. I keep seeing the same thing though. When we're on Fortress, I was saying on Fnatic they need to play together and have 2 people fight 1. We're seeing mibr.los fighting on the bomb site, the smoke and the mute or whatever by the drone, getting double grenaded, cabinet broken, swung by a Blackbeard. There are 2 defenders in cocktail. Looking at what? Fighting what? Stopping who? Nothing.
Smelling
the bomb
the
site
roses.
is on fire. You have a water bucket and you're not using it. Use the bucket. Put out the fire. Help your teammate, please. It's a bit baity.
Yeah.
And they're paying the consequences massively. And it's not the first, second, or third time this has happened. It's almost every round in Cafe. Somebody from mibr.los is watching his teammates suffer. And they could do something about it, but they aren't.
Yeah. mibr.los have just been all over the place today. I mean, how are you down 6-1 on your own map pick? Fnatic looks like so much more of a refined product today. And they are showing us a taste of the Fnatic that knocked G2 out of contest. They're showing us a taste of the Fnatic that beat Twisted Minds in the group stage of EML.
That's better.
This is not the same Fnatic that we saw get 7-0'd by GK in EML. Not the same Fnatic that we saw tossed around by virtus.pro. They have finally refine themselves, develop a bit of consistency. My question is, Pengu, after today, can they keep it up? Because they could well be eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah.
Even if they just lose a single match in phase 2, that best of 3 will be the end of their tournament.
And right now, they have that parachute, right? Lower bracket right now exists. And maybe that gives you a bit of mental comfort. But once that's gone, once it's do or die, that's the question. I mean, can they stay up above the water in that scenario? Right now, feels like nothing can stop them. Deadshot is dancing mid of the building. 30 seconds of the round, popping the verticality. They got Smith on a different, not a shield operator. He gets the vertical.
He's the GOAT. What can you say?
I mean, this is what happens when Deadshot has 0 respect left for his opponent. He's not watching his flank. He's not worried about anything.
He's popping the Goyas.
They have 1 player watch the white stairs for him now. Wizards holding down the red stair. Because if anybody walks up, they're going to be dead. And because they already got the opening pick, they're going to feel desperate for a play. Drone shot. The scan came out. Perez will know of where Solid Snake is, but it works both ways. And just a matter of like pick apart the verticality, break open the hatch, and then Fnatic can go for a backside take down the hatch. They can go for a Baker with the shield later if they want to. They got options and they got time.
Yeah, it's patience here for Fnatic. They don't need to overextend. Play the slow game, try and find out where these final positions are. Perez and Nux Both positions revealed by Wizard here on the red stairs, who is in such a deadly position, and that F2 will tear apart anyone that tries to contest him in close range. When it comes down to an execute, Citizens sends walls will be helpful. Smiths as well, ready to drop down this hatch with the blitz, but a C4 is prepped by Dash.
If C4 lands, that can change everything. A smoke goes out as well for a trade-off. Timing is everything. He holds it for now. And he's holding his nerve for as long as possible, waiting for the sound cue perhaps of that thump of hitting the floor. Here it comes.
He hears it. He tosses it out, but he gets shot out of mid-air.
In the smoke.
Massive play from Fnatic. And Dash looks to try and peek. He needs to retake down. The plant is going down. Wizard is cutting apart Nux from the red stairs. Smith eventually will confirm that plan, but the post is too strong for Fnatic. It's Dash up against the world. Fnatic, their return to the main stage surely is just a matter of days away. They have returned to the international stage with a massive performance, undefeated through the bracket of their group here in the play-ins and through to phase 2. They knock mibr.los down into that lower bracket, and now they will play for elimination tomorrow. Whereas Fnatic now find themselves in such a beautiful position. It's everything this team has hoped for such a long time. All it took was one more roster change to finally break through. And a 7-1 domination over mibr.los is one hell of a way to get the job done.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really important moments for them on both the maps of Fortress and Cafe, and I think every single player we spoke of a lot when it came to Fnatic. It wasn't like anybody was falling behind or one person was carrying them. It was very much a team effort, people taking turns at being successful. Not the biggest celebration when they won. I'm not sure if that's, again, keeping expectations low, saying, guys, that was good, we go again tomorrow, you know. But
bro, they're just chillers.
They're just chill like that. And I think that right now, honestly, I think they're taking a lot of emotional control. Not feeling the pressure in the server, not applying it either outside with too big of a celebration or being too hard on themselves. And I know that Tristan, back when he was in Rogue with Cancer Kitty and Krine, etc., Leon Gitz, they had a mental coach back then as well. Forgot their name at the current moment.
Yeah,
but I think they're trying to maybe apply some of that emotional coaching from back then. Because right now, it's a bit of a mental game. You're the underdog, you got new rookies, you gotta play the right mental side.
I think, as you said, though, it could change very quickly once we start to actually have expectations on Fnatic. For example, going into phase 2 of the play-ins, they will be the favorite team. They'll be heading through Seed 1 into that single elimination best-of-3 match against the Seed 2 team from Group A, and they will be favored to win that. If that pressure, that expectation gets to them, then maybe that'll be the end of their tournament.
Look, I think that you put it best. Muted celebrations at best. Yeah. Honestly, like it was just another day, another dollar for them. But my massive concern in this conversation, that second map was never in question. No, there was not once where I thought they lost control. Even in that 4th round, where they managed to lose the round, it came down to a Perez swing that found a double kill in Bakery. If he doesn't get that double kill in Bakery, they've just killed the Blackbeard. They've got control of Bakery and they've got control of the site. I think that this looks like probably the best Fnatic I think we've seen in a long time. Actually, dare I say, ever?
Oh, no, that's a bit of a stretch, mate. Are you disrespecting the Aussie Fnatic right
I am
now?
Absolutely.
That is
absolutely.
Mag is going to be flying here a couple of days, and he'll have a few choice words for you.
I'll have a chat with him.
I would watch out.
Will you? Yeah.
I'll bring him on.
I don't want to burn things too brightly too quickly because, as you said, I think part of Fnatic's success is the fact that they do have fairly humble expectations.
Yeah.
They aren't taking this too seriously. Okay, we're going up against this team first. We're going up against this team next. We're having fun. We're playing our strats. They're kind of, honestly, like playing pretty simple Siege. They're playing aggressively. They're playing the meta. They're not reinventing the wheel, but nor are they trying to do anything too crazy. And I just think that they've found a playstyle that works for the 5 players that are stepping into the server each day.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that just seemed to continue to spiral out of control for mibr.los, if we just kind of quickly, side tangent away from Fnatic, all of their win conditions, every time they had the ability to win a round, it was like lost on a dime. Whether it was a jump out, whether it was an operator that went a little too far, it felt like every single time there was an opportunity of control, mibr just lost it completely.
Yeah, it's like, small mistake, small gap being found, huge consequence.
It's massive.
The worst thing that could happen in any of those rounds for mibr.los was to find themselves in a 4 versus 2 advantage. Because they lost every single one of them.
It's funny going back to the conversation. I think that the way you put it, Nick, was pretty perfect when you said that there doesn't seem to be a personality or an identity for that team. And whether that's just in isolation right now, I can't speak to that. I don't watch enough of the LATAM League to be able to make that comment comfortably. But what I can say is 100% they didn't have something that they were leaning into. And your comments about like the operator selection that they had, considering the meta that we're in at the moment, it felt like, James, they were almost trying to go against the meta for some reason.
I was a little on tilt. And
I could hear that.
Honestly,
what are they doing?
And, like I said, I'm Brazil's biggest non-Brazilian fan these days. But it's very hard to back in the way that mibr.los chose to play Cafe. Especially when, even when they did have some of the right ideas, like trying to suppress aggression by playing Gridlock and Nomad, they're still getting jumped out on because the Soulless checks, okay, no Claymore, no air jab, I can jump straight out. And so Fnatic, they really figured out the best way to play around mibr.los. For that, I'm really impressed. However, job not done yet.
Job is not done. That's a very well stated point from you, but I think it's time for us to maybe hear from someone who has a little bit more knowledge on the game. Laxing and Citizen stand courtside.
Listen, I don't have that much knowledge, but what I do know is Fnatic are on an absolute tear. Citizen, it was like I just spoke to you just a couple hours ago. It seems like nothing has changed but the weather for you guys.
Yep, told him to watch out for Smith, and he showed who he is. So, yeah, I think it's a good day from him.
Well, so we heard the desk talking about it. We heard the casters talking about it. It seemed like with you joining this edition of Fnatic, Smith's being able to join the team, it really seems like you guys are being able to gel inside of your roles. I mean, a 7-3 into a 7-1. I mean, you want to elaborate a little more on those roles and just kind of how well everything is synchronizing?
Yeah, I think everyone has like the perfect roles in his team. We have the shield player, we have the cheese player, the sports, the fraggers, we have everything, and I think that's why it works so well.
Now, I want to talk about fraggers really quick because Wizard has been on an absolute tear. I mean, in the first series, 12-5. In the first map, 11-6. I mean, he's being very influential. He's very elusive. I mean, what is this guy eating in the morning?
Chicken nuggets. That's all he is.
That's the gamer diet, everyone. Well, I'll let you get back to celebrate with your team. You guys aren't out of the water just yet. One more best of 3 to decide if you guys are going to get to that group stage. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, say to your opponents going forward?
Just thank you for all the support and haters.
All right, well, you heard it from Citizen. He's silencing the haters. He's silenced Los. Again, congratulations. I'm going to send you guys back over to our studio.
I like that one. Just shh, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Like Groundhog Day at a massive point there. We're literally back with Citizen, feeling comfortable after a very successful victory. I think Fnatic are really in a great spot right now. We're saying it, they're through to phase 2, which is such an instrumental part of this conversation for play-ins, because I think if you leave doubt in the mind, if you're Fnatic, if you're, look, even you could kind of make the point for mibr.los, I think that you cannot afford in this play-ins group to look weak, and Fnatic have looked anything but.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. The only downside to not looking weak is that no one's going to underestimate you either. Yeah. Because Fnatic going into this are like, they're a bit of a whatever team,
Fnatic
right?
the small fish in the big pond for EML, right?
Yeah.
EML is a big pond.
People watch
at
EML.
G2, Falcons, VP have so much hype, but Fnatic are kind of, I mean, Fnatic are kind of in a similar position right now to where VP were a couple of months ago, where you make a couple of roster changes and then suddenly they look like a completely new team. A few young up-and-comers, and suddenly, immediately, everything is clicking for them. Yeah. But it does mean here at the Esports World Cup, in the play-ins, Fnatic are looking like the best team, maybe alongside Shopify Rebellion, who we'll get to see a little bit more out of later today. And now that those two teams are looking like the strongest at the moment in the play-ins, everyone's going to have a massive target on their back. They're going to be studying them. They're going to be ready to try and take them down. And like we said, Fnatic actually, funnily enough, even though they are done with phase 1 of the play-ins, they still have to face a single elimination match in phase 2, which means you can't afford to make any mistakes in that best of 3 series. One thing I really liked out of Fnatic that we got to see from Citizen, Citizen's known for being a bit of a character. He's got quite a reputation. I love the guy. I think he's very funny. But notice what he's saying. He's not saying, guys, everyone who doubted us, go away, whatever. He says, guys, I told you, Smith is the GOAT. He's hyping up his young up-and-coming teammates. And I think any player that is gassing up their teammates is a good teammate.
Yeah. Good leader. It's a good leader. It's the middleman, right? We talk about middlemen so much in instrumental teams, and right now what you're seeing with Citizen is exactly that. He is propping up the young guns. He's giving people, as Lax would say, their flowers.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately when you look at this matchup, look just on Cathay alone, it was very, very dominant. But across the course of the series, it was never in doubt. And that is just a huge fundamental part as to how we now start to storyline Fnatic for the rest of the event.
Honestly, if and when Fnatic become a bigger and bigger and better team, I'm gonna be so keen to watch Citizen's evolution in interviews, because we're gonna start where we're at today, very humble, very honest, very modest. He's gonna start smack talking when he gets the credit to do. He will. Because
once he's earned it.
He gets in the mindset, but he's not going to do it without the credits for it.
Yeah.
So let's say they start taking a couple of names in EWC. They go back for stage 2. They start beating G2 maybe again. Gatekeep another team for a major. Go to the next another one. Maybe make a side. Have a top, let's say 12 finish. I think next year, beginning of, we're going to start seeing this. These guys are awful. We are better.
Come to think of it, I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern with Citizen as a player. He's obviously always been known to be a star fragger, but the teams that he's played on, he has performed best when he has been the underdog. Cast your mind all the way back to 2019. One of Citizen's greatest achievements was winning Pro League finals with Na'Vi in Japan in 2019, right? And they were not the favorite team. They were the second seed team out of Europe at that event. They were not favorites to win it, and yet he over-delivered, right? When he had the most expectation on his shoulders was when he was in G2, and that was the era of arguably one of the worst G2s that we ever saw.
Yeah, and on top, I think the pressure is shifted now as well, because quick change right here. You catch that?
No.
Okay.
I'm
talking about how terrible G2 were in that period, and Rob's giving me eyes. I'm
a fly on the wall of this conversation.
I was like, okay, enough of that. Let's go over here.
Like they're talking about G2 again. Let's move away.
Okay. So I was thinking, like, when he was in G2, they say star player, star fragger. He's supposed to perform. Now we say he's a leader. He's a captain. He's praising his young gunners. The pressure is different now. Now he's like, I gotta call the strat, I gotta play the operator, I gotta enable my team. That's new for him. He used to be the guy that would be enabled, that would have the freedom, that would just have to go for kills.
I think it's also easy to be a player like Canadian, for example, or Shopify Rebellion, and be like, I'm the old man, I'm not gonna get kills, I've got Ambi, and every interview I'm gonna gas up Ambi because he's my guy that's getting 15 kills a game, right? Citizen, known to be a fragger, not known to be a support like Troy, for example, but he's not gassing up Deadshot, he's not gassing up Wizard, the star fraggers. He says, guys, Smith is the best shield player. He might be the bottom-rated player in a lot of their matches, but he is the most instrumental part of that team. And for that, I respect Citizen even
more. And Wizard eats nuggets for breakfast.
Oh my
Very important to know.
Is that how we're going to close it? Is that all that we have
I think we should close it like that. Come on.
Eat more chicken nuggets? Is that what we're saying?
That's it.
Okay, well, you heard that here first. Make sure you eat more chicken nuggets for breakfast, and you may just well play like Wizard. It is time for us to go to a break. On the other side, this matchup for me, Tyloo, Shopify Rebellion, this is an interesting one, and it's one you can't afford to miss. I know I say that often. You don't want to miss this.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
How long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay. Okay, I think that'll work for now.
Are we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We got to get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Back underway with our final best of 3 of the night. It is the upper bracket. This one is exciting. It's CNL versus NAL. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Tyloo. And to run you through the action, I have 2 incredible analysts with me, if you will call them that. Jason Oxen, Teddy Michael Gaston.
I would not, Rob.
I would not at all. I would, but you've moonlighted as analysts before.
On the APL couch?
I think it's good enough.
Yes.
I think it's good enough to get you
say
here.
so. I will say, though, excited for this. I know you said you were excited for this.
Yes,
But you
I
say
am.
that often.
I do say that very often. In fact, I'm starting to lose the trope a little bit. I probably need to rein that one back in. But honestly, this one does excite me for the fact that CNL is such an exciting prospect when it comes to the leagues in general. But when it comes to unknown entities, the CNL are really unproven at multiple international events, right? We've seen them a little bit, but now it's time to see them unfold. It's time to see them actually get into their strides, guys. And I think this is... this is just a mountain to climb for Tyloo. This is probably the best opponent that they could have to test their abilities.
Yeah, arguably the toughest opponent in this particular phase of the tournament, right? So it's very much trial by fire for Tyloo. Have shown promise over the course of the day so far, but this is going to be an intriguing test. I think on a personal note, though, I'm most excited to finally cover a CNL team, but also some familiar faces, namely Jackie Wu, Songler, obviously way back in the day. We've covered those boys for several years. So very excited to see what they can offer this afternoon and if they can make this a contest.
I don't know if they will. Shopify Rebellion was very, very good in their match against ag.al Club. So, it's going to be a difficult task. I think that was the premise we had for that match when it came to Shopify Rebellion. And I think you'll apply that again for this too against Tyloo. What I will say, and we've spoken about it, obviously, for the CNL teams, they play a lot of best of threes. So it's not an unfamiliar territory for Tyloo. How much that's going to help them in a match against the North American Giant, it's hard to say, but it's something.
It's actually nearly impossible to say. I'll be completely honest with you. I think this is an untested area for the CNL. I think, obviously, we saw him in Salt Lake City, and I think that there were elements there that we were starting to become a little bit surprised by what they could actually do. Now we get to see them on I don't want to say an early playing field, but it is. This is the opportunity for them to set the tone for the rest of the tournament.
You talk about play-ins.
I do talk about play-ins a lot.
This is where it's a little bit different. It's an asterisk because Shopify Rebellion's not really a play-in team.
They are not, and it's not even close. They are not in the same realm. They are not in the same discussion as what a quote-unquote play-in team should be, which is why we're expecting such great things out of them. Of course, as you alluded to a little earlier, ag.al Club got absolutely dominated by them. That was the performance that we had to do to set the tone for Shopify Rebellion. They did so perfectly. But it was in that other match that I think expectations might have been broken. I think, we're a bit split on the APL Help Desk, and that's what I'm going to call this right now, because I think a lot of you would have expected Chiefs to put up a better performance, potentially take that. It was an 8-6 win to Tyloo, so they're not coming in with the most amount of confidence ever.
No, not necessarily, but a win is a win. And
it is.
And they went into that. Maybe, I mean, we've heard some mixed reports as to sort of what the approach was for Tyloo, whether they're the underdogs, whether they're not, etc., whatever, but they got a really positive result. And so looking ahead at the map veto for this particular best of 3, I gotta say, there's some interesting highlights. I mean, especially straight off the rip, Nighthaven Labs is one of the most played maps in CNL. We've heard some jokes behind the scenes. It's just a map that they seemingly are wanting to go to all the time. It's super frequent. So for Shopify to be the ones to pick it in this series is interesting.
It is, but it's Shopify's second preference map.
Yep.
And they've only lost it twice in the last 6 months, which one of them was Team Falcons and the other being Dark Zero. That was a 7-8 and a 5-7.
Yep.
So they're going to be very difficult. Now, what you were alluding to, Nighthaven Labs is the map when it comes to CNL. All these teams play it often. And to clarify on that, 9 times played for Tyloo, and I'll get that. That's all within the last 4 months. Yeah. That's a lot of time spent on Nighthaven Labs.
So much.
But they don't have a great record 4-5. Now, this is where things actually get quite kind of good for Tyloo, is that their map pick of Bank, 4th preference, 2-2 record, and a 1-2 record, 7th preference for Shopify Rebellion. So not exactly the kind of map that for SR, they're going to feel as if they're going to be ultra dominant. Then Border as a decider. If we get there, Tyloo's never lost on Border, and a 4-3 record for Shopify Rebellion leaves them on shaky ground. They lost 100 Thieves only 2 months ago. In fact, have only played it that time in the last 2 months. So this is an intriguing map veto that does give Tyloo a sign of life.
Jeez, we're stretching, aren't we? We are really stretching.
Paid the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. Which bucks are you getting paid? Because I need to get on that train. It's time for us to get on this one, though. I tell you what, this could be a puffing Billy if I've ever seen one.
What does that mean?
Shopify Rebellion.
That is a reference, by the way.
Actually, to be fair,
Australia.
Sorry, I actually didn't realize that the world doesn't know the infamous Puffing Billy. I think that Shopify Rebellion are going to be the train that could. They are going to steamroll through this game. And I think Tyloo, their best bet right now is to show us what they can do inside the server against a giant. We are expecting big things out of Shopify Rebellion. This is Tyloo's free hit.
Yeah, free hit indeed, guys, but I tell you what, as much as we want to try and paint this in a way in which the CNL team against a very high caliber NAL team has a chance, let's be real and let's put the main story out there. Shopify Rebellion should win 2-0. But we had the caveats being, of course, as you've said, the map veto is not quite bad for Tyloo. And this is a team that plays only on LAN in best of 3. So this is not an unfamiliar environment for them, just against a, well, more high-quality opponent.
Yeah, arguably the most challenging match of these Tyloo players' careers up until this point.
Rob!
Rob,
don't go too far!
No, he's
oh, no! He's not even turning. He can hear me 100% as well.
He's kicked the feet up. He's long gone.
Straight into the rehost. Gives us more time to kind of dissect things. And I want to kind of go back a little bit to the second map being Bank. Now, Bank, 2-2 record for Tyloo. That was the pick that they elected to go for. Their losses being against Titans Esports Club, 5-7, and King 0, 4-7. They did, though, Gus, and this is the big one, beat Edward Gaming 7-5. Now, for those unfamiliar, Edward Gaming are the best team in CNL. So that's actually a pretty good result for them on Bank. And going to Shopify Rebellion, they lost to Team Falcons, they lost to Dark Zero. They did beat G2. So they've only played Bank against really high-quality opposition. But all of that was 3 months ago. Haven't really played it since. Not really been in their wheelhouse. Didn't play it stage 1. Again, 7th preference. They prefer to ban it. 18 times banned by Shopify Rebellion, 11 times against them. So that second map for me is where the series will get interesting. I'm expecting Nighthaven Labs to go the way of Shopify Rebellion. But once we then get to Bank, if Tyloo could do the impossible, Border is very much a map they could also win. So it's a very intriguing map veto.
It is, but I think it is to be taken with a grain of salt, right?
I'm trying here to set this up. You've got to come with me on this journey.
I'll be the realist for a moment.
Okay.
I don't think that the map veto, unless you completely throw it, which Shopify haven't, it really shouldn't be having a major influence in the end result for this matchup. Now, it may result in it being pushed to a third map as opposed to 2. I think that's a fair and reasonable argument, but to make a case that any map veto would be strong enough in favor of Tyloo that it tilts in their favor in any significant fashion, I think is a stretch, but that's not really to take away from Tyloo, what they've been able to achieve, qualifying for this event, having a bit of a splash, and still, you know, being a shot in terms of being able to make it through. It's more so a testament to Shopify Rebellion, strong team, strong region, stacked team.
Now, of course, Tyloo played earlier on the B stream, so for the A stream viewers, maybe didn't get to catch much of the Tyloo game, so I will go over it during this rehost. They did beat Chiefs Esports 8-6. That was on Fortress, and they started really, really hot. Got out to a 4-2 lead in the first half, eventually then got to a 6-4 lead, but Chiefs were able to send it to overtime, where Tyloo then won, both on Dorm's games, actually, funnily enough, attack and defense, to close it out 8-6. Now, where they dominated, guys, interestingly enough, was actually in their opening kill department. They only allowed 5 opening kills to the side of Chiefs in a 14-match game, so clearly dominated in that department. They were able to actually get plants down, the only of the 2 teams that were able to do that on Fortress. And in terms of multi-kills, they had Abe and Jovica that were able to do the most damage there. Abe actually 15-9 was the star. So when we come into this series, he is one to watch. 15-9 from Abe. He went 2-0 on entry for a 123 EPS. But most importantly, it wasn't just him. Duha, Songla, Jovica all got basically double-digit kills. Jackie Wu actually had a very quiet performance, but he's one that can perform well, just very inconsistently.
Yeah, but he's a bit of a hot and cold player at times in terms of his performance, but it seems like the rehost is coming to an end, so we can jump back into the server in a moment's time, which is positive news. Of course, the bans...
Build that perfectly.
Oh, you did. The bans will carry over from pre-rehost, and so it's Kaid Bandit doubling down by Shopify Rebellion on the side of Tyloo. It's a combination of info and utility with the Ying and the Solid Snake benched. Top floor is expected up first. Tyloo looking to get off to a positive start.
Yeah, and Nighthaven Labs, guys, this is where we have to kind of suspend belief in terms of, okay, defender sided. But as we've seen over in NAL, attacker sided. CNL, I'm not too sure, to be honest, because we've never covered actually CNL before, so I'm excited for this, as you were alluding to before regarding Tyloo. So let's head into this upper bracket of play-ins. Now, to reiterate as to what this game means, if you win this game, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and I would recommend anyone who's not quite sure of the format, go check out Liquipedia. It makes it very easy. You qualify for play-in phase 2, which is what Fnatic have already done by beating mibr.los. But Shopify Rebellion, if they were to win this, of course, will not play Fnatic. They will play the second seed from Group B. Teams being either mibr.los, King Zero, or CAG, depending on the results.
And circling back quickly, 54% defense in CNL for Labs. It had 301 rounds played in Stage 1. The second highest was Lair at 237 rounds. So that, again, illustrates just how much this map is played in CNL. This is comfortable for Tyloo.
Absolutely.
The map, but the opposition maybe not so much.
No, exactly, and they may not expect the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to play this. A minute into this round, by the way, and not much really to say about it. It is top floor on Labs. We'll typically play a little bit slower. Canadian on the Monty, so that's been allowed through. We didn't really talk about the bans, but the Monty through for Canadian. Most played operator for Stage 1 of North American League. Kaid Bandit, along with the Ying and Solid Snake, the bans. A lot of pressure here onto Canadian. Tyloo getting the ability to kind of just peek out rafters, apply this pressure. Canadian's going to go down. Tyloo, at the halfway mark of this opening round, got aggressive, and Shopify Rebellion just didn't have people in position to punish that.
Can't really fault Canadian there. There was good util layering there from the defense. He tried to hit the escape button, but couldn't get out in time. Spoit aggressors and does find a delayed trade onto Songlot. And so a 4 versus 4, but with the Monty down, taking space will be tough. 70 seconds available here for Shopify Rebellion. Ambi in a position to maybe creep Aqua late. But it's not a great position at the moment for the attack. Spoit and Ambi may look to combine. Oh, a little bait out there from Spoit, but Duha will remain up for now.
They do still have the Nitrocell from Jovica. He'll play towards Electrical, so E-Box can be controlled. Cuts off quite a lot for the attack, hence why they're going towards blue. Duha opted to go prone, was out of gas babes, and now they can push through this hallway. Bit of a pinch as well through the rafters side, but it does mean nothing coming from Connector for Shopify Rebellion. Does not matter. And the star for Tyloo down, courtesy of Ambi. 2-player advantage. Make it 1. Jackie Wu caught. And Shopify Rebellion have been able to manage the ability to clear out positions like rafters and blue. That's enabled them to now push to the site, and Ambi gets the final kill. Nicely done from Shopify Rebellion, because the early pressure was there from Tyloo. In fact, Canadian, by the way, in chat has just said W-util. You know what? He's not wrong. That was some really good utility layered onto him, but it also meant they had nothing else for the rest of the push.
Yep. And there is, perfectly on cue, Canadian falling courtesy of the double smoke layout. Duha was then left in a very exposed position, and Ambi was patient below, waited for Spoit to connect. Had that trade potential, trade not needed, then gave them advantage for the late round, and Shopify Rebellion were pretty brutal in how they were able to finalize that. So I think good insight as to the quality of Siege that we can expect from them here on Labs, at least reflected there in the opening round. And setting the expectation that if Tyloo are to look competitive here in this series, they need to enter the mode of mistake minimization, which is obviously easier said than done when you're under pressure from one of the best teams in the world, but unfortunately that's the stakes that they have to contend with in this matchup.
And I think for Tyloo as well, in a round like that, you deal with the Monty and you think, well, that's a big chess piece taken off the board, isn't it? And then they kind of maybe get lulled into that sense of satisfaction.
They got Magnus Carlsen at the end there.
They certainly did. And honestly as well, looking at that round, Shopify Rebellion's ability to then pivot, the way they went blue side, rather than just trying to put all their eggs into that Rafters basket, and created that pinch. Down to basement for the second round.
Heavy kitchen extension for this round was scouted out though, courtesy of some strong drone work from the attack, and so we'll see whether or not Shopify Rebellion elect to play into that or go for a more avoidance style. Groundwork done pretty easily early on here with the
presence here from Tyloo, by the way. Double stack top floor, got control as well around that first floor. Only Yovica is going to play site. It does mean Shopify Rebellion will go into this clear game. Big for Spoit on the Deimos with the death marks, can look to put pressure on these roaming defenders.
Typically plays that solid snake as we mentioned in the earlier matchup, but banned out here, so forced to pivot into different info gathering.
And a Canadian, by the way, on the Zofia, if he can get into maybe a position to go for a bit of an impact trick.
Yeah, probably unlikely on this site, but...
In fact,
he's good counterplay onto the castle.
Absolutely. Puts the pressure towards the site. That in itself inadvertently means the defenders may elect to go back to site, but that hasn't happened. They've held their positions.
Surprised there's still second floor presence here from Tyloo. That is a big investment from the defense.
Razor Bloom on to Spoit. He'll be debuffed for a bit halfway through this second round, and as you said, Songla and Duha are still top floor.
Brace for it!
And it means that this garage control for Shopify Rebellion playing around the hatch, it's not possible right now.
Yeah, it's volatile.
This is a lot of control.
It's a cat and mouse game at the moment. 70 seconds on the clock.
But you also can't go direct because of the gas base from Jackie Wu, and then caught headshot with the SMG-11 from distance. And Jackie Wu then pushes up close with a shotgun. Spoit caught by Obey. The Tyloo trap so far working.
That's been sprung. And the plan C now to be actioned here by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi clued on, has the intel. Canadian though falls to Duha. That's top floor still controlled for Tyloo. They're going to go direct, but Tyloo have got Vert. Ambi's going to go for the plant. Cover's going to come from Surf. It's going to force out these defenders. The plant looks like it will be successful. Now this is a little bit of an error on the side of Tyloo. Pop up from Surf, headshot onto a base. Sports the second, but the Vert is still there for Tyloo, and Songla managing the headshot onto Surf. Leaves Ambi by himself, 1v3 post plant, but not an awful position.
Here's the drop. Needs to try and isolate these positions up close.
He wins the first battle against Yovica, expecting a pinch. So far, Ambi playing this perfectly. He's locked in. He's got the intel, but what a swing from Duha. He gets onto the kit, and Tyloo will even it up. One apiece. They got a little dicey, and while the plant was successful, Tyloo had numbers, had Vert, and had the ability to get to site.
Yeah, certainly don't hate the macro there of going for a retake, but I will say, going for plant, they still had players positioned second floor, so seemingly a little bit of a disconnect then. It left them in a vulnerable position late, but still able to clean up in the end. Great start to the round from Jackie Wu, being able to flush out Rexon. Spoit fell elsewhere, Surf was under pressure then from Vert. Ambi tried to isolate as many picks as he possibly could, but not quite enough in the end. So
solid
a solid round from Tyloo.
I mean, this is the thing with the CNL teams. They play so much Siege throughout their stages. For the viewers at home that don't get to follow CNL, they're not going to come into these events like the old APAC teams, where they're just going to be running and gunning. They've got good strategies. They've got good fundamentals. They know how to play the game at a high level. And even the way that they played that round, I haven't seen a team play basement like that so far this stage. With that setup, the double stack, controlling towards Garage, teams maybe have tried to do it, but they executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
But they also had the second option covered as well, with the smoke drop back towards the main breach, expecting Shopify Rebellion to think, okay, well, we'll circumnavigate.
This map is like familiar territory.
Exactly.
It's as familiar as the back of their hand. It's the most played in CNL. They themselves have played it a ton.
And control storage here, looking at this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, does sort of indicate that it should be an IT clear focus rather than a potential rush attempt, which is sometimes that you see with storage.
Time to rinse some ears. Air jab deployed.
I think one of the benefits, though, for Shopify Rebellion is they're not the kind of team that will panic. They're happy to play slow if they need to. Rexon knows there's going to be pressure. Rafters Surf with the exothermic to open up IT. That's a big checklist item for Shopify Rebellion. Next step is probably clearing out Songla.
Bit of util layering direct here, courtesy of Canadian's drone just prior to that, so maybe considering a direct approach towards the latter portion of the round, but we'll hinge on some control above to mitigate Vert. And that will come courtesy of IT wall being opened up and Songla being potentially pinched above here, but does have a decent amount of utility to play off courtesy of the keepers.
And they've got Jackie Wu as well, by the way, playing Garage first floor. He has been pinged out. He's going up the stairs, but Rexon can't really punish that because of the position of Songla. And then into the air jab, but it's going to catch them both.
The
Ends up
stalemate.
being neutral. Rexon happy to just throw the flash and then fall away. Ambi into IT. This is looking very messy all of a sudden now for both teams.
A lot of back and forth. It's still a stalemate, but Jackie Roo does fall. Yovika as well. Shopify Rebellion spring into action as Canadian goes for the plant.
Well, Songla's got to try and disrupt this IT push, but as you said, Canadian plant down will be successful inside of storage, and eventually Songla will fall. It won't be flawless, but Shopify Rebellion, again, like the first round, able to navigate on the attack of Labs. A well-fought round. They had to really work for it there.
Well, I think the approach was pretty clear, right? Early in the round, we see Canadian drone side. They clear the utility on the objective to open up plant potential, but they had to get Vert control up above. And Tai Lu, especially without the Bandit or the Kaid, IT wall always going to be opened up. You have to play ultra aggressive above to retain that control. That's kind of what we saw with some of the util placement and the positional placement. It almost worked. Just needed a couple of those key fights, key moments to go their way, and then it would have been a lot more challenging for Shopify Rebellion to get into site, get plant down safely, etc., etc. So close one, decent effort from Tai Lu, but Shopify Rebellion were able to find a bit of peace in that round when the chaos was starting to form, and that's a good sign that this team is in good form at the moment. 2-1 lead, additional bans to be the mirror, so additional Waldenal taken off the board, Thermite as well in response from Tai Lu to try and mitigate that a little bit.
Is got to just be textbook from Shopify Rebellion. I don't look at it as a target ban. Tai Lu haven't played it so far in this half, and in fact in their opening game back on Fortress where it was available, played it twice. Once in the first half and then once in overtime.
It's just Waldenal.
Yeah.
It's just a triple down.
So we go top floor. Successfully won by Shopify Rebellion back in the opening round.
5 seconds remaining.
A decent start to this game, though. It's been lively. It's been really fun to watch.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I know nothing about surpassing others. I only know how
It really feels like, so you kind of look at the time of opening kill, usually as a metric of what's the pacing like. Now, the first minute is almost a feel out from both teams. Then you look at a minute and a half, a minute 10, and a minute 10 being the opening kills for the next round. But every single time that we see at around that minute mark, it just doesn't stop. There's not really then that kind of fallback, eye of the storm, everyone kind of calms down. Once the action starts, it doesn't really stop. And that's where Tyler's got to be a bit more prepared. Big change up too for Shopify Rebellion on this top floor. They're going to drop the Monty. Actually, it's pretty much a full swap except for Rexon on the Nomad.
Keep it deployed. We have some time.
And it's the exact same lineup for Tyloo. No adjustment.
Yeah, playing a lot of this as Army over the course of the first half, so Shopify Rebellion respond with the Floras. Capital for crowd control if required as well to dislodge those positions. It's aggressive IT side, but Jackie Wu clued on, ready to go.
Third opening kill for Jackie Wu so far in this half. He switched on. We know he can perform to a high level,
well,
but
he
every
was,
3-4 games.
Yeah, it was quiet earlier today. I think bottom performer for the team, but doing well here so far.
Breaching activated.
And that's the impact of it as well. You get rid of Surf on the Grim, so no Quan Hive launcher, less information gained for Shopify Rebellion. Deep position rafters for Spoit acquired. Rexon, though, inside of IT. And a little moment for things to calm down. Rexon wanting to creep and maybe catch out Duha, but no damage applied.
Oh, this is a high-risk position.
Oh, he could get swung. Damage onto Duha. They know that he is sitting inside of IT. Rexon able to fall back. They lose Canadian to the Nitrocell of Yovica. And under a minute remaining, Tyloo have an opportunity to once again tie the scoreboard. Rexon needs to get aggressive towards rafters. He's going to go and get a free kill onto Duha, and even then a chance on the Songla, but couldn't follow up. 6-1 start for Rexon.
Setting Selma.
And now they go connector.
Yeah, courtesy of the Selmas, they'll have a route towards site. Still, though, largely hinges on Rexon finding value. Over towards IT side, and he's looking sharp at the moment.
Oh,
2 in the round.
He is switched on. 7-1. The Razor Bloom will calm him down a little bit. Ambi wins his battle towards Electrical, and suddenly Shopify Rebellion doing again what they did in the opening round. Rexon's got up to 8 kills, 3 in this round alone. Spoit to finish it. Well, that was a comeback round win for Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo started hot again. But the North American team are just navigating the stormy waters.
Yep.
3-1 lead.
Yeah, so close yet so far for Tyloo. Positive start to the round. Dealt with early aggression from Surf. Great Nitro onto Canadian. Got caught in electrical 3 versus 5. 50 seconds on the clock, but then the air jab catches one raft as Rexon looks sharp. IT wasn't dealt with when there was a window of opportunity probably for a potential double swing from Tyloo. They opted not to. Proved costly late. Spoit Ambi were able to switch, and even though Ambi hit the deck, Spoit claimed that kill for himself. Pausing the action now after that round is Tyloo called there. Tactical time out. Only 20 seconds remain. It's a short period to try and make some big adjustments.
Yeah, it is, but I don't mind this tactical timeout if I'm Tyloo. Now, of course, we don't know what's being spoken, but in this scenario, it'd be, for me, a positive outlook. The rounds haven't been awful from Tyloo. In fact, they've dominated the opening kills in the first 4 rounds. 3, all courtesy of Jackie Wu. Just got to find a way to capitalize on these early advantages. That round too, 3 versus 5. That came down to a big round from Rexon. He was the difference maker, and he's done that back-to-back rounds now. 4 kills in round 3, 3 kills there in round 4, and currently 8-1. Ahead of the timeout for Tyloo, 2 rounds to go in this opening half. Again, reminder, best of 3 here in the upper bracket of play-ins. It is double elimination, so this is not an elimination game. It is a qualification game, though, for play-in Phase 2 tomorrow, which if you win that game, you are into group stage and you join the top teams. But yeah, so far so good if you're Shopify Rebellion.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's kind of got that feel of Tyloo are playing well, but Shopify Rebellion are able to just play a little bit better. How long can Tyloo keep this up? Because
Will the damn wall break? I think it's kind of the analogy,
right? It feels a bit damn wall, doesn't it?
There's cracks forming. Tyloo holding firm for now, but we'll see if that lasts for too much longer. Shopify Rebellion positive start on attack. The Jackal in play alongside the Deimos for information here in the 5th round, which is a rarity. Maybe looking to just expedite this process, and that's a great catch from Ambi.
We don't see the Jackal often these days, but Ambi puts it to good use. Wonderful clear. And again, that's the ability then to adapt and change. We've played slow in this opening half. Have Shopify Rebellion. 1.5 to about a minute roughly has been those opening kill margins. Bang, quick entry, quick kill. And we know they like to play that top floor. So the information gained earlier in the 2nd round, they used that here in the 5th. Now Tyloo have to play from behind, but lovely play from Jackie Wu in storage, plays the vert, gets rid of Ambi. Songla overly aggressive, ends up taking himself out with his own impact. and re-establishes the extra player for Shopify Rebellion.
To be fair, I think he was probably dead either way. If he jumps out, he gets shot. So it is what it is.
Surf is low, but Yovika caught by said Surf.
Is the damn wall falling? Are we watching it in slow motion?
Down to Jackie Wu and a Bay for Tai Lu. Can they get a clutch? Can they keep this alive? Out of the timeout.
Jackie Wu trying to be positive here. Unfortunately, though, he's now in a 1v4.
That damn wall from cracks now to the foundations falling apart. Jackie Wu will try as he may, but Shopify Rebellion with a minute on the clock and not just going to rush into him. And Rexen cuts him off back towards the side. 4-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Well, they know at this event they've got bigger fish to fry. And so far they're just trying to do what they've got to do to get to that group stage and haven't put a foot wrong to begin with.
No, they haven't. Good tempo switch up there in the last round with quick entry con side. And be catching Duhar off guard. And
this was nice.
That was nice from Jackie Wu. Unfortunately, Songler got caught up above. Again, would have died irrespective of the impact. Tyler then trying to remain positive for the remainder of the round, but so low in terms of player count. And Shopify Rebellion positionally were basically on point. 4-1 lead, final round of this first half. And unfortunately, it's not really been a case of a match so far where we look to the second half for Tyler to be able to form a comeback, and especially going onto the attacking side, which again, from CNL, defender side of the map, unlikely that there's a comeback brewing.
But again, NAL, attacking side of map.
Yeah, true.
9-1 for Rexen.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And the Monty back in play for the top floor here from Shopify. So Canadian's going to be potentially peppered with utility once again, but notably no smoke in play this time from Tai Lu. Instead they'll bring the Clash, so a bit of additional protection and maneuverability on site. And the introduction of the Wamai for Catch, likely to protect the Izami.
I think the biggest takeaway for me in this opening half is Shopify Rebellion have been in control for the vast majority of the time. But even when they haven't been in control, they've had the ability to then get themselves back into a position where they can then control the remainder of the game therefore. Whereas Tyler haven't really at any point been able to really control what Shopify Rebellion are doing, trying to force them to play the way that they want them to play.
CCE.
Very reactionary defensive half from Tyler, and I think that's a reason why they're 1-4 down.
Going for a drive.
I mean, I don't mind the Clash pick here if you're Tyler. That probably is a sign, though, of desperate measures.
I mean, they're probably looking to try and defend this IT side. It's been a vulnerability for them so far, despite good presence, rafters typically. So maybe this additional pressure from the Clash can aid, but Surf's already in a deep position. And be caught elsewhere, though.
It's been the one element of this half, though, for Tai Lu that's been successful. His opening kills have been 4-2
in the first half.
Nitrocell, is that going to work out? No. Surf able to avoid it. Ending the kill onto the Clash of Abay. A very, very difficult half for Abay. 1-6 after he was the star back in their earlier match against Chiefs. And again, Shopify Rebellion have the advantage, although Surf is down. Will get brought back up, and a freebie onto Canadian. Just walking in the middle of Garage, and he gets caught from Songler. I'm not sure if that was maybe a miscom. Rexen, though, gets rid of Duhar. Well, he's been the star in this half. Goes double digit. 60 seconds remaining. Songler and Yovika need to hold on. They need this second round.
Decent positions, but the pulse with shotgun may limit playability. It's up to Songler to make this play rafters. An ill-advised swing.
And Surf will punish Yovika by himself. And it seems like 5-1 is almost inevitable, barring a colossal throw. Maybe has the 1v1 opportunity, but the way Rexen's playing, you're not beating him even in the 1v1. He goes to 11-1. A dominant half from Rexen. Even more so dominant from his team. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they go on defense. Their map pick looking solid.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion have just been dominant over the course of this first half. As you said, Rexen up to 11, look like a Terminator inside of the server, getting good calls and info and being able to mop up. And for a map that Tai Lu and by extension CNL have played so frequently, and it's a comfort map, etc., etc., Shopify Rebellion did their best to make that not look the case over the course of the last 6 rounds. An opportunity now for both teams to assess the situation. A couple of minutes to discuss the plan for the remainder of this first map. But as I look over my shoulder to Shopify Rebellion, it doesn't look like there's a ton of discussion taking place. I mean, Sipper's in a pretty chill position. He's probably feeling pretty positive about their current spot. And they also have the added benefit of still having that tactical timeout. So in worst case scenario, if Tai Lu mounts a little bit of combat, they can have a chat. Tai Lu did burn theirs in the first half, so they don't have that to fall back on.
Well, they're getting a good combination of two things. Number one, Rexen's clearly playing a very high-level individual game, the way he's hitting shots. The best reference would probably be back in round 4, which was the 5v3 lead for Tai Lu. But Rexen's ability to win and control IT gets them that round win. So he's playing individually at a high level, but then the team is also in sync. The way that they're not panicking in certain situations, they're clearly all on the same page. Obviously into the halftime scheduled timeout. 20 seconds to go on that. But the way this match is going, I don't think we're going to be here much longer on Might be Labs.
Yeah, another 20 seconds and the game might be over.
Bank's going to be the interesting one. So this is what, I was kind of getting at in the pre-match discussion. The Nighthaven Labs may be a map, of course, Tyler have played a lot, but it's a very, very good map for Shopify Rebellion. Bank and Porte will be more different compared to Nighthaven Labs. Or at least that's the hope if you're Tai Lu. Back underway in the second half and into the bands.
Yeah, I'll see what kind of direction Tai Lu specifically want to go with for bans. Is it wall denial like we saw from Shopify Rebellion in that first half, or do they go for a little bit of an alternate angle? Seems like they are going to go wall denial. Kai first, Bandit likely to follow, and then from the side of Shopify Rebellion, the Capital out first. And the Nomad as well, which we saw quite a bit of play time of on that first half. So some of the crowd control dealt with, so no huge surprises there. Does leave IT wall, of course, naturally very vulnerable. One of the key walls to be dealt with by the attack, where a lot of those attacks are spearheaded from. Second floor up first, and Shopify Rebellion will be looking to get this one done quickly.
Yeah, but it's one of those kind of things where, when it comes to like IT wall, whether it's vulnerable or not, when you know it's obviously going to be vulnerable, you're going to defend it very differently anyway. So it's almost irrelevant. You know that they're going to be putting pressure through IT. You know that's going to be an entry. And so you're going to position and play with that information in mind. Canadian onto the clash. And Rexen having the mirror. And this is the other thing as well, by the way. So, okay, Kai Bandit banned out. Guess what? Now you've got Clash. Now you've got Mirror. Now you've got the Izami. You've got all these other operators that you don't care. IT's probably going to get opened up anyway. Especially even if you have the Bandit. Yeah, it's not that difficult to go storage, deal with the Shockwave batteries. And so you're giving them quite strong operators to deal with later on. Whereas on the flip side, losing the Capital makes Rafters clear a little bit more difficult.
And control will mirror check the wall as well. So.
I mean, it's not going to be easy for Tai Lu in this second half, that's for sure.
No, it won't be, but they'll be looking to show some fight here on attack and build maybe a little bit of tempo heading into Bank, which is still going to be a super structure heavy map and be very reliant on execute timing, especially for attack. Border is a whole different kettle of fish if we get there. Let's see this hard breach battle though, with the mirror trick deployed, hole in the wall. May make things a little more complex here for RB, but maybe it won't be the end of the world. Good impact trick though from Canadian will ensure that
just delays really.
Some of the X-Turrets are delayed.
I don't think he's going to stop this one.
Also not an entry point just yet. These ones need to land. These are the last 4, I believe. And tricks. So with the mirror up...
He's got 2 more, but that's not still going to be ideal.
No, it'll be enough though. Right as the overlay went down, I was like, oh, maybe that's it. But no, they'll salvage it just, but a little close for comfort.
Jeez, it
should be good.
I
think it's good. It should be.
the tight squeeze, and either way, they've spent, what, a minute and a half? They've spent half the round on just this little mini game. And that's, funnily enough, with no guy even banned it.
Yep. That's the power of the mirror. Spite was the third ban back in the first half.
Flashbang.
This is seemingly going to be quite difficult. Either way, entry made. Jackie were able to feed his way through. So at least into IT, but they do need to open up other avenues.
It's a one-dimensional setup here from Tyler.
Very, very simple. Canadian can then bring the clash over. Although he's actually just going to fall back a little bit more towards the site. This means Shopify Rebellion can kind of fall a little out of sight. You can play electrical. You can play blue hallway for Surf. So they're almost enabling Tyloo to push through. But that does mean Duha, with that Rafters control, does get the headshot onto Spoit. How aggressive do they want to be off this? May as well, at this point, flood into the site as there's only 30 seconds left. The Nitrous Elf from Rexon will not connect. Can Canadian get into a position to at least block them off with that Clash Shield? As Rexon will sit inside of Electrical, allows the first cross, now expects him to peek. Rexon, though, loses the battle. Really, the first one he's lost all day. Jackie Wu gives Tyloo a 5v3 advantage, 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Diffuser on the roof, only just collected now. Can Tyloo go for kills?
Might just need to do just that. Canadian still up along with Surf. Canadian, the double! Surf then combines two! A base going for the plant. Canadian and Ambi both down, so it's only Surf. He does connect onto a bay, but it's a post plan, and Songla hits the shot as Tyloo get their second round on Nighthaven Labs.
That got real dicey at the end there. I thought there was maybe a world in which Tyloo just go for flood, go for kills. I was looking off to the second monitor and I saw the Diffuser was stranded on the roof. I was like, wow, are they going to realize? And they did. Late, 15 seconds. Did path it in the right position just in time. But it left then an awkward 1 versus 1. I mean, good fight from Tyloo. The minigame IT wall took an extended period of time. They still committed to the play, and whilst the initial shape-up was a little one-dimensional, they were able to fight their way through, and Songla with some good composure there to just give Tyloo a little in here for the second half.
And not just for the second half, but the series. But this being a best of 3, you want that form momentum. You want to be able to play well, carry that into the next map. Just what Tyloo ordered. A nice clutch round win here in the 7th round. A 1v3 technically for Songla on a technicality basis, but not really.
10 seconds to go.
And again, they got the opening kill. Like that, 7 rounds played, a 5-2 split in their favor. That's a good sign. They've got the ability to win gunfights. I think where they've probably, well, so far being down 5-2, lost this at the moment, has been the more structured gameplay, the experience of Shopify Rebellion, as a rehost will be called, so we're going to get a little bit more time here. And the 8th round will be voided. This will be a rehost.
Well, hopefully it's not a rehost if hitting escape actually fixes it, but apparently that will not be the case. Rehost confirmed. Well, so pausing the action.
Yeah, I mean, technically, even if it had fixed it, once the rehost is called, I'm pretty... Yeah. And obviously within, as it was, within the guidelines, I think at that point it's just a rehost, but it does give us a little bit of a moment to sort of sit back, reflect, look at this series now, 5-2. That was a big round win for Tyloo. Does it kind of give you some thoughts for the remainder of the series that, from what we've seen so far, they've got any kind of chance going into Bank? Will play incredibly different to Nighthaven Labs.
I certainly view it as a positive. I think there's glimpses, but the harsh reality is when you're versing Shopify Rebellion, glimpses and positivity and around here or there is great, but it's never going to win you a series, right? So I think so far this map has illustrated the rift between these two teams. And whilst there was discussion before about will the damn wall break and the Shopify Rebellion end up walking away with like a 7-1 in this series, almost felt like that was going to be the case. And so they've been able to at least put the brakes on that. Can maybe look to rebuild that dam for now and see if it will hold for a little while longer. But I think it is a case of an inevitability that the first map, unfortunately, will go against them. And the second map being structurally somewhat similar gives the vibe that a 2-0. I don't think that storyline has really changed all that much so far.
Well, I mean, if I want to find the positive spin on it, it definitely is their ability in the gunfights. When you're winning opening kills 5-2, that's quite successful against a high-quality opponent. Where there's maybe a little bit more of the negativity would be you haven't had a single round where someone from Tyloo's gone and got a multi-kill. that's the only caveat, being that who's been the individual to really stand up, because for Shopify Rebellion, that's been Rexen, 11-2. But no one on the side of Tyloo's got more than 7 kills. There's 2 players for Shopify Rebellion that are 7+, being Surf and Rexen. Abay actually 1-7, and he was the, I mean, I don't know if I still have the numbers. I do actually have the numbers. So Abay went 15-9 against Chiefs earlier today, now 1-7. A huge turnaround.
I'm looking across at the lobby and I see 10 faces in the pre-match, so hopefully we'll be able to jump back in shortly. Given it was a game bug, I doubt we'll be waiting around for too long.
Well, it was a game bug.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't. Sorry.
No, I said it. Given it was. It's not going to be a 40-minute pause for audio issues.
No audio issue.
Earlier.
Get PTSD from the earlier point of
we're loading back in.
Yeah, we are loading back into Nighthaven Labs. Shopify Rebellion still up 5-2. Yeah, I mean, this is now an opportunity. Can Tyloo get 2 rounds in a row? That's going to be the big thing. Because, like, even if they go on and lose this, let's say 7-3, if they do show they've got the ability to win multiple rounds consecutively against Shopify Rebellion, that's going to definitely put them in good stead going into their map pick of Bank. Again, a reminder in terms of the statistics going into Bank, Shopify Rebellion, a 1-2 record, 7th preference. They ban it more often themselves than their opponents to them. Tyloo, just a 2-2 record, but 4th preference pick. So they actually ban it less themselves. And Border, the decider, if required, at Tyloo undefeated this year, 2-0. One of those actually being also against All Gamers, which is that's a pretty decent win. All Gamers being kind of the 1B of the 1A, 1B of Edward Gaming and All Gamers in CNL. And just a 4-3 record on that final match for Shopify Rebellion as we return to Nighthaven Labs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm reloading.
My magnets will protect.
Are we actually going kitchen?
Yeah, I'll go kitchen.
Oh, hang on a second.
It hurts me every time, Jake.
Let me stand up here. So we're going kitchen cafeteria, which I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't need the stats in front of me. Globally, this is so attacker-sided, it's not even funny.
In fact, I'm pretty sure, I feel like every time we've checked, typically,
it's like 100%.
It's the worst site in the game.
Globally. I'm excited for this. The only time you see a team pick this is hopefully if they actually know what they're doing.
It's CNL, for a point of reference, as I said before, most played in the league, 301 rounds, 9 rounds on this site. And, what's even funnier, 56% defensive win rate.
Oh boy, well, let's see what Shopify Rebellion are cooking here in the kitchen on Nighthaven Labs. They've got, again, Canadian on the clash, but he gets taken down so low immediately.
The Dokkaebi call into the spam with the little shield break, it actually almost worked. Totally cooked. Unfortunately, though, Canadian's still alive.
They put some work into Canadian on this match. He's had a tough time on the shields.
The shields haven't really been the main problem for Tyloo. Dealing with it, as you've mentioned, has been a positive.
Big Nitrocell from Ambi, though, on to Duha. Clearly wanting to play a big part of this map, but a heavy focus around this first floor. Canadian, top of blue.
Yeah, he's resumed his original position. Can no longer be called as he ate the last.
That's true, and that's a big factor now. Obviously still low on health means he does need to be careful with his positioning. And a rare opening kill for Shopify Rebellion heading into the final minute. This is a site that really Tyloo need to be winning. They've been afforded the opportunity. But down a player early. Dug a payload call going out onto Ambi.
Oh, more cash.
Active, so much cash. Well, hang on a second. Shield goes down. Canadian falls to a bay. And with Jackie Wu fighting that kill onto Sploit, it's a 4 versus 3 advantage now for Tyloo. Jackie Wu, bit of information as well on the radar of the Solid Snake. And going back, Ambi did eat that Jugger payload call from Songla. Can't be called again. But Surf and Rexen still in the sightlines. In fact, Surf may be up next. The Songla does have a charge still available. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, if Rex can hold down Kitchen, this could be tough. Ambi having impact elsewhere. 25 seconds on the clock for Tyloo.
Big kill from Jackie Wu. 20 seconds, as you said, not a lot of time, but where is that kit? It's not in a good spot. Rexen can play this site, same with Ambi. Very winnable now for the defense of Shopify Rebellion. Tyler's just going to have to flood in and hit the kills. They do, though, straight away. Bang, bang, just like that. A quick double and a third round for Tyler. They go back to back. And we're not done yet here on Nighthaven Labs.
No kitchen, no more.
No,
never, please. Every time.
I had to double check. I saw it in game and I saw it on our STP tracker, and I still didn't believe it.
Look, credit to Tyloo. Laid a lot of pressure early onto the clash. It was a great little combo there with the payload and shots fired. It meant that Canadian was in a very compromised position late, and despite Shopify Rebellion stacking so much catch on his position, and some of that still even being caught towards the end. We saw the frag grenades. They were trying their best to flush it out. One landed. Canadian then caught. And then the rest of the follow-up there from the attack was a good snowball. So credit to Tyloo. 5-3 the scoreline. Still hesitating to see this as a potential comeback.
It's a lifeline that's now been given to Tyloo.
Yeah.
As a courtesy gift from Shopify Rebellion.
They got thrown the life raft. Tyloo have hopped on.
They've hopped on. Well, let's see where it takes them, though. Now into the 9th round we go. Control storage.
5 seconds left before
This feels a little bit pivotal because you go 5-1 up, totally in control.
5-4 is where there's just a little bit pressure.
This has been incredibly attacker-sided. Only one defensive round win so far. That was Tyloo back in the 2nd round, and so far that might be enough.
Storage control then for the 9th. Before the additional bands get introduced, as you mentioned, Glaz selected here by Tyloo.
Oh, the timing. Rexon holding that window angle to able to cross. But they haven't gone into this Glaz and saying that's the way we're going to win the round. They haven't brought any smokes alongside it, so it's only a Bay with his own smokes.
No impacts remaining here for Shopify Rebellion, so Sungwood could invest that final summer on Garage for the entry as per his original plan, but elects not to for now and can retain that for elsewhere. Currently watching the defense, not the attack. That's surfed with a hacked drone, hence Jackie Wu trying his best to clear it. Back on to the Solid Snake for this round once more, and we'll play the lurk role for the round.
Yeah, so interesting drones right now. Songler droning towards top floor, same with the Bay, but then Jovica towards first floor. It clearly, at the moment, for Tyloo, looks like they're trying to just poke and prod. Where can we maybe find...
Oh, that's the default.
A gap in the defense. The default camera up.
Onto the IQ, how ironic.
It's default. Onto anyone, but yes, the
I know,
IQ
but
even
it's just
more
even
so.
funnier.
Oh boy, well, it has been dealt with.
Credit to the observing team. Of course, not entirely sure who's actually on this game, but we have the all-star lineup for this event, of course.
We certainly do. Well, I'm a little concerned with the time. 60 seconds on storage control, where you haven't really cleared this top floor and kind of forced Shopify Rebellion out of these positions. Do they go for maybe a control side hit?
There's a lot of posturing at the moment for Tyloo. I think they're just trying to gain a little more info.
Well, it's Duha that finds the opening kill onto Rexon, and control now may be a little vulnerable. He's got the hallway established. And what that means is he'll shuffle these defenders around. That too also could open up a gap elsewhere towards, say, storage side, rafters, etc. So Tyloo trying to play off that first kill. 35 seconds doesn't leave them a lot of time. They need to go and do so now. Jackaroo inside of storage. Canadian, though, won his battle. Nicely done from Surf. Leaves it in a 2 versus 2 after a flurry of kills.
Diffuser.
The diffuser, though, has been the common enemy of Tyloo in this half. And it's going to mean Jovica has to go back out and get it. If he can. And no, it's over towards IT. He's not even remotely close. 14 seconds at this point. They need to go for kills. Canadian is sitting next to the diffuser as well. This seems now very difficult for Tyloo. Canadian just needs to stay alive. Shield dealt with. Swing is important. MP can stay alive as well. Canadian wins his battle. Time runs out. Calamity again for Tyloo as Shopify Rebellion with map point.
Well, it finally catches up with them.
Bring the diffuser.
It's been a common trend. In a lot of these rounds, Tyloo are comfortable with leaving the diffuser in compromised positions, either willingly or unwillingly, which is probably more of that case.
It just means they're going to be more careful with it in general.
And they've often gotten away with it by either being able to collect it late or transitioning to, potential kill win conditions, etc. That round, they they didn't afford themselves that opportunity.
Well, if you have Kit there, then there's not as much of a reason for Canadian to sit IT like that, brings him a bit more into the fray, and shuffles him around. But also, if you have Kit there, you probably can go for a control plan.
Attackers need to locate.
As well played by Canadian, just retaining life there was the perfect play.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, really at that point, you have 14 seconds left. You know where the kit is. You know at that point it's either get the kit, which they have to do so in a hurry, which means he can probably get a kill, or they have to go for the kills and he can sit tucked in corner with the shield up, and in the end that proved to be a difference maker. So good heads up play from Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. They have a 3-round lead to close out the opening map of this series. Bank to follow. But again, signs of life from Tyloo here on Labs. Clearly, a lot they need to work on.
Yeah.
But the foundations seemingly are there.
They're not getting completely demolished, which no one would fault them in this kind of matchup if they walked away with a super one-sided result. Interestingly, Tyloo electing to take Clash out, not the mirror, so that tool's still available for the IT trick, and we saw that pose some problems last time out. Ultimately, the breach was opened up, courtesy of the Habana. But this round, they actually pivot across to the Thatcher and Thermite combination.
It's interesting they didn't ban the Monty in the first half, but then they banned the Clash in the second half, taking that away from Canadian.
I felt like they dealt with the Clash quite positively so far, so I mean, maybe they didn't go for the mirror instead and triple down.
Duha hoping to kill onto Spoit. They have absolutely rinsed Shopify Rebellion on these entry battles.
I feel like the vast majority, and I feel like the vast majority of Spoit's deaths so far has been him being caught out. It hasn't been a fair fight.
0-2 on the entries for Spoit, but 0-1 for Canadian, 0-1 for Surf, 1-2 for Rex, and MB the only one positive, 2-1.
Let's see how this goes.
Some serious drywall.
Looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable for Obey to open up IT. Actually did so far quicker than last time too.
Slightly faster. A little less painful. Thatcher now can be used against the Wamai to counter the catch. Can also be used against BPCs and Ambi's util on the Fenrir.
Again, they're playing like a team where their fundamentals are at a pretty high level. They know what they're doing. Nitrocell thrown out from Canadian. That got shot out. Good reaction. And then the death mark onto his position towards Rafters. Yeah, Tyloo not panicking. They know IT, you don't need to rush in at the minute and 15-second mark. They're holding angles. They're trying to keep Shopify Rebellion on their toes. Maybe force a mistake out. Good pressure being applied now over towards Connector. So now they're actually bringing pressure from different angles of attack. Can go through electrical as well with this blitz. Yeah, so far liking this round for Tyloo, but it's all about the finish.
Yeah, and can they get Songler in on the action with that Deimos down below?
Timing.
Rexon's back.
Abe can get picked up inside of Connector. Don't think that's going to be a kill. Songler down below inside a lounge. Can he get involved on this Deimos? Abe indeed will get brought back up. Remains low on health. Now, though, the time starting to get a little bit too low. Songler able to just barely stay alive.
Got to deal with Canadian. This is key. 20 seconds.
They lose Jackie Wu. Big kill from Canadian. Trade back though from Duha. Time expiring as they lose the blitz. Here comes Surf double with the shotgun. And only Songler left on 1 HP. This should be the map. And indeed it will be. Shopify Rebellion will ward off the CNL team on Nighthaven Labs and go 1-up in the series.
Yeah, positive start to the BO3 for Shopify Rebellion. And despite Tyloo's comfortability on that map, the North American squad clearly just too good and in good form today. In a brutal format, it's what they needed, and so far, delivering the goods.
Of course, series not done. It is just the first map for Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo's map pick of Bank will be coming up, where they'll look to try and get themselves back into this series. And again, there were signs of life from Tyloo there on Nighthaven Labs. I don't think they walk away from this completely disappointed. Some good positives.
Yeah, I totally agree. Again, though, it's going to be the case if this is a challenging series and good is not going to be necessarily good enough for a series win. So certainly some positive takeaways, some learnings as well, I'm sure, going forward over the course of their journey. But I walk away from that pretty satisfied, right? I think Tyloo had good moments over the course of that map. bit of refinement here or there could have potentially been a different result.
Yep.
I think what you said there was actually pretty much perfect. Good is good enough against some teams, not against this team. I think nearly anyone else in the bracket, maybe even the entire play-ins, you could get away with good, but it's just not going to be your best. That is what's needed to beat Shopify Rebellion. You saw so many times there, especially in that second half. It's 1%ers for Tai Lu. It is constantly the 1%ers on their attack. It is leaving the kit on top of the roof. It is dropping kit out of electric. It is those last-minute plays where we're trying to get the vert on Canadian. We can't. 2 seconds later, Canadian gets a kill, locks down the site. They don't have options. It's all of these things, Jake, that culminate into 1% that Shopify Rebellion will take and run.
I think in the long run, those things are fixable.
Yeah.
So the fundamentals clearly are there for Tai Lu. I wouldn't walk away from this thinking, geez, this is a team that don't know what they're doing.
Not at all.
To me, it looks like a team that does know what they're doing. Yep. There's some areas that need fixing up. And with VOD reviewing, more experience, those are the things that are actually very easy to go back and say, take care of the diffuser better. You know, our entries are really good. Oh, what can we do after that? So there's actually a big piece of the pie that's already there. It's just about finishing it off.
Now, I missed the first 3 rounds of the actual map because sometimes you're going to eat some food. I know it's a crazy idea. But what I will say is the second I started watching this, every single opening pick looked dangerous for Tai Lu if they didn't get it. It looked like a favorable gunfight. It looked as if they had actually set them up to find that opening pick. And it really became prominent on their attack how many opportunities they were able to capitalize on. I think that what you kind of said in the last final round where it's like they actually look like they have a really clear idea. They do. The Thatcher into the Zofia, just very quick little things that they don't spend a lot of time on. I actually think Tai Lu right now are looking really good. Again, you are up against one of the best teams, not just in play-ins, but I think you could probably put Shopify Rebellion into a top 4 conversation for this event. And look, maybe that's a little too early to say, but that's okay. Moving across to Bank now, though. Nighthaven Labs is where CNL lives. That's where they are comfortable. But Bank, does that change the conversation at all? Are you at all worried for Tai Lu moving into a second map?
Well, I mean, worried would be more, I think, in a match where the teams are even and maybe, or going into the series even. Clearly not the case for this. I don't think you can ever worry for Tai Lu. The expectation clearly has always been for Shopify Rebellion to win this series. Fair. What I will say is I'm worried in the sense that they actually dominated the opening kills so much. So Shopify Rebellion won 7 rounds. 2 of them were with opening kills, 5 where they had the opening death. Yeah. So that's quite significant, and it means on a map like Bank, where I honestly think opening kills on Bank matter even more than Nighthaven Labs. I'm not as worried for Tai Lu. I genuinely think that the fact they won 2 rounds in a row here on Labs shows they can get back-to-back, a little bit of continuity. For Shopify Rebellion, again, they will be favored on Bank. This is where we've got to make sure we don't kind of misspeak out of turn. But I'm not worried for Tai Lu. The foundations are there. They showed enough on Labs, but they've just got to be a little cleaner. In fact, a lot cleaner against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
They've basically got to play the best map of their career, and that's...
They're going to be faultless.
That may sound a little crazy to say aloud, but they're not a team that's obviously been around for ages. CNL is certainly in its inception phase, right? So they need to play the best they have. This could be an opportunity for them to present that here, but it's still a question of, is their best even good enough against the Shopify Rebellion, who have come in today with really good form? And I think for me, that's probably one of the big positive takeaways is this is the kind of format and the kind of day where if your mind's a little off, or if there's niggles in the background in terms of the mental, etc., that can compound. And in a day that's so brutal, it only takes a couple of bad results and you're packing your bags, you're going home, right?
Yeah, correct.
So I think for Shopify Rebellion, they'll take a lot away from what they've been able to produce so far. And this next map is a case of, let's just get a 2-0. Let's, have an have opportunity now
Still a big game tomorrow.
Relax and build up for that second game.
This is the thing. So for Fnatic and potentially Shopify Rebellion, the way the series is going, you can go win-win today. You lose tomorrow, you're out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much form you had today. It doesn't matter how well Shopify
You're still playing an elimination
plays.
game tomorrow. That's the
correct. And that's the thing with the 2-phase play-in. I actually quite like it because it means that you don't just have to be good for 1 or 2 games. It actually comes down to that third and final game where it does become so important.
You're going to be playing a higher quality opponent. You don't just get to, we got fortunate. We played a Alula club into Tai Lu and we're in. No. Yeah. Whoever you're going to be playing tomorrow is likely to be a top-level team as well. So, I mean, I think that when you kind of look at going into Bank now, for Shopify Rebellion, starting on defense, I think that's a good point for them to be at. I think they can control the game really, really better than Tyloo. That's where Nighthaven Labs was lost. Tyloo never was in control. So for Shopify Rebellion starting defense bang, I think they can control the game pretty nicely.
I hope they can, because right now, look, they are a good team, and you can see, as you said, foundations are so important in Siege. Their foundations, their mechanics are really on point. They look very, very comfortable when they're in that server, and now it's about capitalizing and actually making sure that you can kind of find your ways into what would be a bank. And I think, realistically, if you look to one of the key factors as to why Ty looked so close on that 7-3, I don't think actually accurately assesses how close this entire game was. It's the opening kills where they seem to find so much success. You have a look right now, the scoreline's actually flipped when it comes to the entries. Shopify Rebellion only managed 3 out of the entire 10-round game that we played on Nighthaven Labs. Jackie Wu, phenomenal in the first half. But then Duhua, that we were talking about, where did that come from? Every single time there seemed to be a fight in the second half, he was there, he was taking it, and he was on his own terms. And I think moving into bank, like you said, it's going to be important to see how they can manage to control the game. I actually don't think that, when we love to talk about win conditions, I don't think that there is a win condition. I think that condition has to be a snowball. I think that Tyloo have to get control at the start of the rounds and keep the pressure on them slowly. I think that where they started to fumble is when they left it too late. They left it too late in 2 or 3 rounds, Michael, and every single time they either didn't have kit or they just fumbled the ball on an opening pick or an opening engagement in that late rounds.
Generally speaking, the early round was actually pretty positive from Tyloo. Not only just the entry metric, but I think the tempo that they were able to employ, a couple of occasions that they caught Shopify Rebellion off guard, a couple of occasions where maybe they forced a faster play style, which is again atypical. Shopify typically a lot slower and a little more refined in how they go for their approach. So a lot of it is mid to late. Attack, in terms of diffuser location, some of the positional, some of the attacks as well, maybe a little more one-dimensional than you would typically require against high-quality opposition. And then defensively, a couple of occasions where they kind of allowed Shopify Rebellion to sneak back into rounds that they should have been closing pretty confidently. So I think for me, I'll be analyzing pretty heavily on bank the last 45 seconds of the round. I don't foresee massive issues early round. If it plays out similarly to the first map, that could be a condition that they play into, and maybe a discussion that they're having backstage right now is, early round was great. Let's keep it up. Good information, good execution. Comms were flowing. Late round, though, that's where we need to see some improvement.
But, I mean, that's the credit, though, to Shopify Rebellion, understanding that, yeah, okay, maybe the opening rounds haven't been great, but we've got the ability to close the game out. We know when to fall back. We know the win cons late round. And so clearly for Tyloo, that's going to be, I think, a gap, just for today, a gap too far. I don't know if they can do that. So if I'm Tyloo, I'm thinking, forget about the late round. Let's try and win this earlier. Around the minute mark, minute and a half. If we find that opening kill, go. Doesn't matter. Who cares if there's a minute 45 on the clock? Let's just play a little bit more aggressive, up the tempo, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard, especially on a map like Bank, where I think it can be a bit more applicable than, say, Nighthaven Labs.
Well, you were talking about Abe in the first round of the second half, where it was like 1-7. He is statistically their best player over the last 60 days. And he was 1-7 in that first half. Imagine what happens if you can engage him earlier. If you can actually get him into the game, into the second half, and he has a little bit more of like a ramp rather than like this up and down trajectory. Right now, I do think that Tyloo are looking good. And for everyone at home, we did just talk about Tyloo a lot because I don't think you can really fault anything from Shopify Rebellion. They look like the team they should be.
Same from their first match today, Shopify Rebellion. Again, just did everything they needed to against EWC Club. So I think coming into this, it's the same metric.
Yeah, 100%.
Just doing what you got to do.
Yeah, but this is the important part as we get into this second matchup. It is all on Shopify Rebellion. The pressure is entirely on them.
Well, the pressure's a little off now because you've won the first map.
But no, but I'm talking about like from a perception. They are by far the best team in play-ins, and it's not even close. They are not a play-ins team. They're a back half group stage team. They are a playoffs team. So this needs to be convincing for me. I don't think they can leave any doubt in our mind as we get underway with Bank, and I leave you boys to it.
Thank you, Analyst Rob. Doing a great job. Good to have him on the desk. And honestly, I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think that for Shopify Rebellion, they've actually handled the quote-unquote pressure, if you will, because there is pressure when you're the top team and you're playing against teams you arguably should be winning. That's almost as pressurized as, say, if it was Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons later on in group stage, for example. The pressure levels would be quite similar, but just for different reasons.
Well, let's jump into it then, as the bands have rolled through. It's double hard breach from Shopify Rebellion, looking to make that a challenge for Tai Lu. They respond with the Kaid and the
update
Clash.
the Stream B result?
You can go ahead, Jake.
It seems like CAG by Varel have also been able to win their series Gulls 2-1, which was against, I can't remember.
King Zero, I believe.
King Zero? Yeah. That would mean, I believe, King Zero have been... That was an elimination one, wasn't it? Yes, that's unfortunate. So they will be the first team eliminated from the Esports World Cup. So it means for Group B, it will be mibr.los versus CAG by Varel in that lower bracket final.
Reload.
Winner of that will qualify as the Group B 2 seed, which actually could end up being against Shopify Rebellion, provided they win this map of Bank. They will be that 1 seed from Group A. Of course, this is, by the way, the last match of the day for Stream A, but good news, Stream B will still have EWC Club versus Chiefs, which is also going to be an elimination game. But over to Bank now. Tai Lu on the attack. Shopify Rebellion. As I said before, I think starting defense here, this is the kind of stuff that they can do. They can control, force Tai Lu to play the way that they want to play. Basement to begin. Drop down from Ambi. So small amount of pressure as per usual towards staff and open area. Play the drop and so much delay available for the defense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Fused is going to integrate into this lineup. Both the Blitz and the Monty were available. Secondary hard breach, though, will benefit here of the Fuse, and so we'll see if that has impact. And indeed it will right on cue. Notably, though, the Grim did have also secondaries in the Fuse charge at a benefit as well. A bit of util clearance onto side could counter onto the Goyo. We'll see just how much of those canisters end up being cleared. And unfortunately, 3 still standing.
Which is the hope, really, with the cluster charges, is to hopefully deal with most of those. But the fact that there's still 3 up is a concern. Factor in the 3 gas babes available for Rexon, double Nitrocell, then the Shamika launcher.
Let's see if that one lands.
If Tai Lu go direct here, which right now is seemingly what they want to do.
Okay, that missed as well.
I don't think this is going to work out well for them. They need to pivot here.
Will this one land?
They cannot expect this to now work.
Nope. Oh, no. That might be the most ineffective Fuse I have ever seen casting this game.
He does still have 1 cluster charge. You can.
Oh, that could be the golden cluster charge. That could be the one to beat all the cluster charges.
I think this round's done. 28 seconds. They're going to need Jakku to push main and find 3 kills. They have nothing else.
Oh, it worked. It worked.
Well, it did work, but
too late.
There's 20 seconds. Still 2 gas babes, double Nitrocell, and the Shamika launcher of Surf. There's no way in which they can push through Server and get this round win. Shopify Rebellion have a 99.99% chance to win this round. Jakku, funnily enough, gets the opening kill. It's irrelevant. Duas still has to get this plan. Abe, though, does have the smokes up, coupled with the class. Surely not. Canadian goes down. There has to be a denial. They will not deny. Plan will be successful. Despite all this utility for Shopify Rebellion, Tai Lu through the front door.
99.99.
No way.
They're not retaking this.
I surely don't think. Well, now I will say this is 99% chance. Tai Lu should win this round. It's a huge flip. Surf does get the down onto Duha, but a 1v3 post plant, 18 seconds. Not happening. Oh, what a round win for Tai Lu.
Well, that round had about everything.
I cannot believe they just won that round.
I don't think they can believe it either. Oh, my. It didn't feel like there was a world in which Tai Lu could get that plant down, yet they were able to do so. Good coverage from the Thatcher. The lack of flames from Surf.
It was a Hail Mary play once they finally could get into CCTV, which was the smoke layer with the glass. That was it.
My goodness. At least you didn't say 100%.
I didn't say 100%.
You've learned.
Really, it was a way of trying to signify how bad a position Tai Lu were in with 20 seconds to go. Finally, that golden cluster charge actually won them the round.
Yeah. That was a massive talking point. The Wamai was catching a lot of that util and making it very difficult for Tyloo to set up for that eventual plant, but with the stage set, they were able to secure it, and with that, the opening round is theirs. And that's probably the only round so far for Shopify Rebellion today that we can look towards as a bit of a frustrating one where it should have been theirs and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah. I agree with that.
Certainly not the first round they've lost, but
the
first in that
fashion. Round where they were dominant, they were in control.
And they'd be like, the immediate reaction is, how did we lose?
Well, can Tyloo follow on from that? Yeah, Siege is a game of momentum. You win that round in that fashion. Yeah, the blood's pumping, and you get to kind of celebrate briefly to start this second map. It's half an open area for the second round. Of course, the bands of the Ace and the Habana mean Kanto wall over towards elevators will not be able to get opened up. No clash available for Canadian. The funniest part out of all that round is the fact that Tyloo again got the opening kill. I don't know how they just keep finding a way to get that.
It's been a strength.
Slow and steady here in the second round. Almost halfway through it. Jovica with a little bit of direct pressure. And then it's Canadian that pops up, finds the kill. Although Ambi caught at the skylight of Jackie Wu. And Abay follows up onto Canadian. And suddenly, Tyloo, despite not getting the opening kill, don't have the extra player.
Well, in classic Tyloo fashion, they don't have the diffuser.
Well,
let's see if that poses problems.
They might not need it, though, with Raxon falling to Duha. Spoit and Surf. Last two up. Surf able to connect onto Abay. Falls back open over at the bomb chassis. Answering the Jugger payload. Spoit now low. Could be susceptible to that. Well, no, I guess he won't. Jackie Wu, by the way, is planting, and that is going to be an easy plant. No way to deny that one. Lovely shot, though, from Spoit.
And Song was all the way over towards Lone.
Jackie Wu.
Oh, timing.
Oh, they know he's here as well because they had the cross covered. They knew he was still over at the plant. Here comes Songler, catches out Surf, but Spoit's just sticking. Songler has no idea. That's the round one. Pros do not fake. Songler had no clue.
That was cold from Spoit.
Well, Banker started a little sloppier than Nighthaven Labs. But who does that favor? Maybe Tyloo in the long run.
Yeah, chaotic round, but Shopify Rebellion just able to successfully execute the retake. Sharp shooting from Spoit.
There's a problem with staying there at the default plant too, if your position is known. Because Surf was still playing over towards Staff and Open. He knows, okay, yeah, they popped in, they've got the plant down, but he hasn't left. And we know exactly where he is. So that ends up being an easy clear for Spoit. And then it's a 2 versus 1. Spoit obviously just gets straight on the kit. Songler's not aware of it. He doesn't have the information. Easy counter defuse. But if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just want to get the round wins. You don't care how.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But far closer rounds to begin here on Bank. We had top floor, CEO and executive for round number 3. Interestingly enough, Duha actually going to go on the Monty himself. Haven't really seen too much shield play from Tyloo. Did bring the blitz a little bit back in the second half of Nighthaven Labs. Only 2 rounds.
It's looking like heavy repel play again, lobby side from Tyloo. May look to stage an attack on that side of the map. Especially with the Monty in place, ended up Nana go for a play front.
I mean, this has to be a Zofia below to clear out Janitor, right? I mean, that has to be the play. Bay, though, gets rid of Canadian. It's just on the rappel.
Well, it could be Jam below or just for the U-tool and the castle barricades. I don't think there's any point getting too fancy now with advantage.
I mean, this Monty's going to go up banana 100%.
Electrosensor active.
Puts Surf under quite a bit of pressure here. He wants to try and retain position and ward off that Monty. And a drop isn't necessarily always to safety from that position either.
I mean, the elevator position's quite volatile if you don't get help from long desk. And with that shield, but the problem is it's a solo push right now from Duha. Like the smoke play, they know he's there, they've got the information, but where's the follow-up? So Duha gets into a good position. This is where you want to be if you're Tai Lu. Oh, Songler's just going to go rappel straight down. That's one way in. The Gas Babes, though, from Wrexham will delay the push up Banana. Yovika caught by Ambi. You do have Wrexham playing long desk and can provide a little bit of help for Serpol. In the end, he gets cleared out. Tyler retained the advantage. And good position as well around front desk.
Good drone. Fundamentals at the moment from Tai Lu are really sound.
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly a point we brought up back on Nighthaven Labs. They're following through here as well on Bank so far. Job's not done. But they do have Ambi already low on health. And they've got good control in towards the site. Good damage from Ambi onto Duha. Does still have that Nitro Cell. That could be the ticket to get rid of this Monty.
Sitting C4.
Throws it out, but doesn't quite connect. And over towards top main, Rexon almost found an angle. Holding right side. Covered. Does get the kill. Onto Songler. Then knows one is up close. Took a bit of damage and then goes prone. 20 seconds left. Jackie Wu does deal with him. That's long desk now opened up. Ampy still holding in a good position towards airlock. His position unknown. Catches out a Bay. Duha falls and only Jackie Wu left. The duo for Shopify Rebellion on site will hold strong. There's no time for Jackie Wu and once again doesn't have the kit. Runs past it, time expires, Shopify Rebellion, hold on in round 3.
It's a late round breakdown. It's late round breakdown number, I don't know, because we're losing track at this point. Early round, even mid round, pretty good. They got great value from the Monty again. Tai Lu positioned pretty sound, had a good chunk of time spare there at the end, but Ambi was allowed to reposition. Spoit was a looming threat stock side as well. And unfortunately for Tai Lu, the 1% has come back to bite them once again.
Well, you can have good fundamentals, but you still got to follow through. Glass Castle will be the bans.
Yeah, Castle's been a mainstay from Shopify Rebellion, so Tai Lu wanted to alleviate some of that util clearance. Glaz yet to be selective, but a preemptive ban there from...
It was selected in the first round.
It was. Pardon me. Excuse me.
And we'll be the round.
And we'll be returning back down to the basement, presumably.
It's actually a pretty good ban when you can consider that opening round.
Yes.
Glaz in general, too, on Bank is pretty much playable across the board. So into round 4. Been a good contest on Bank. Man, it's kind of the way we build it up. Palu have followed through. They've been better, but as you said before, the late round issues clearly plaguing them still here on Bank, as was the case on Nighthaven Labs. It's a cruel game, Siege. I mean, for all intents and purposes,
it should be 3-0.
It's almost like there's 3 stages. Start, middle, and end. And they're almost 2 out of 3 every round. But it's that final piece that matters the most.
Yeah.
I'm reloading.
They'll bring the Sense for the 4th round, so that's indicative that we'll likely see a hatch drop execute in this round. CCTV, the lineup is well known now at this point. And that will offer some counterplay onto this defensive lineup, which has seen a significant shuffle from Shopify Rebellion, probably a little bit scarred after their failed plant denial attempt last time on basement. Once again, their presence first floor with potential fallback through open.
This is pretty aggressive from Spoit, this position right here. Because if someone does push... Oh my god.
Default again, guys.
Again. Gets rid of the shock drone too. Still up. Yeah, that's
bad fundamental.
But this is, again, where in the VOD reviews, they're going to learn quite a lot. This is a round loss based off this default. Easy Nitro Cell for Canadian. And if it wasn't going to be that Nitro, it was going to be Spoit anyway. They lose Duhar immediately. Jackie Wu is main stairs. Now, it might catch them by surprise. This is a rather deep position. Barbed wire is below, so he can't just push through. A couple of Candelas used as well to clear out the first floor. Jackie Wu had a small opportunity.
I'm clear.
But this now should end up being a rather difficult round for Tai Lu.
Gotta reload.
Job done from Shopify Rebellion and punishing some really basic fundamental mistakes. As much as we talk about the fundamentals overall, Tai Lu being quite good, they do have
the odd one here or there where it's like big red flag.
Yeah, big red flag moments.
60 seconds on the clock. Can Tai Lu formulate a round-winning plan? Tough on this site when you're a player down. I need a hero moment.
Hold on. I have
could come courtesy of the Solid Snake. Jackie Wu's been good in this match. And that's a lot of information gained, but playing off it, whole different story.
You're at the point now where I think server push is not going to work, so it's going to be elevator drop, main stairs.
Garage work, yeah. I don't mind this plan.
Hold it. Enemy nearby.
Get some information from the radar as well with this positioning. Helps out that push towards Garage, but Jovica loses it anyway despite getting that called out from Jackie Wu. You would imagine, the timing. Nice push from Canadian. Well, this is probably the most dominant round that we may have seen actually in the series as a whole, certainly here on Bank. Some big issues for Tai Lu in this fourth round, and Shopify Rebellion have put them to the sword. While Songla denies the flawless nature of the round, it's still an easy round win for Shopify Rebellion as they go 3-1 up. They make it 3 straight.
Yeah, they do. We talked about the dam wall back on the first map, and it feels like a similar kind of storyline potentially developing here on Bank. Tai Lu trying to now reset. They called their tactical timeout for this map. Unfortunately, the fourth round, it was poor from the start. Default camera left over towards back alley. It meant that Shopify Rebellion had a pretty spot-on read as to the push. Electrical and open. Facilitated Spoit to play in advanced position. Allowed Canadian to get a nitro over towards Printer. It then evolved into a situation where Tai Lu will play it down, having to go for the plan B, plan C, kind of a amalgamation of a back hit plus a garage lock, and even with the Solid Snake information, that too also didn't go their way. A 50-55 garage was their best way in which they could have potentially opened the round, didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can, if you want to find the positive angle, like if you were a coach or an analyst for Tai Lu and you're walking away from this event, there's so much that you can actually look at on paper and say, we can fix this.
Yeah.
We can fix getting rid of defaults. we can fix our late round execute. Yeah, there's a lot to work with. So that's going to be the positive spin on it for a region as a whole, let alone the team that's still new in this department. And a 3-1 lead, though, for Shopify Rebellion. Should, again, remind, in terms of the format, this is not an elimination game.
Correct.
Provided Tai Lu are the team to go on and lose this series, they will drop to the lower bracket, where they will play the winner of Al-Ula Club and Chiefs, which is happening right now on the B stream. I don't believe they've started just yet, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Tellers and archives for the 5th round.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think for me, the way I would frame the remainder of this match is, do we see a Shopify Rebellion now that can kind of put a foot to the throat?
Yeah.
Can they be ruthless from this point onward?
Show people in the early portion of the round.
Exactly. Can they put Tai Lu in an even more uncomfortable position? Early round has been the biggest strength for Tai Lu over the course of this series.
But it's also,
to sharpen that a
but also, it's Shopify Rebellion are winning in the way they want to be winning here. Better fundamentals, better late round. They don't need to just run around and click heads. Like if this were Weibo versus Tai Lu, Weibo are spawn peeking, they're rushing, they're just, they know they can beat them in the straight up gunfights. And while Shopify Rebellion know that as well, they're still just sticking to a play style that's going to serve them in good stead for the remainder of the tournament.
Playing a more gentlemanly game of Siege.
Oh, love that from Spoit, though, onto Duha. That is one thing, by the way, here on Bank. They've now got the opening kill advantage, 3-2. They've got decimated there on Nighthaven Labs.
Spoit as well, having a much better map too. Noting back on Labs a couple of key moments where he was getting caught out, put in uncomfortable positions, but
that's his first opening kill of the series. He was 0-2 up until that point. Which
not his primary role.
No.
There's more so the mid to late where there were some weaknesses.
Ooh, Yervika cool. Okay, things starting to unravel for Tyloo. You called it. You wanted to see Shopify Rebellion put the foot on the throat, and it seems like in this 5th round we're getting a glimpse of that. I think at this point now, Tyloo, while they're not waving the white flag, I do wonder if they're sensing this might be a task too difficult to complete from this position. They won't give up on the round.
I like this lurk.
But they're searching. They're digging deep. And when that starts to happen, your fundamentals then fall away. And while Tyloo's fundamentals have been largely good in the series, I don't think they've got the ability to offset. Now, Jackie Wu does go down at the same time as Abay slipping into Archives, catching out Surf. 3 versus 2. Abay pushing over towards Admin. Spoit able to get out of the way. As Songler is eliminated, it's only Abay left. He does at least win the battle against Spoit, and he does have 45 seconds in a 1v2. Not impossible. But Ambi will hold top floor on the Solus, and he is the full trump card here. Even if Ambi gets kit and tries to plant, Ambi has got him covered. And Rexon, though, has Abay covered up close. 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion. 3 rounds away from securing their place in play in Phase 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, is this now too far gone for Tyloo? Game of 2 halves, of course, it must be said. And Bank sometimes can be favorable for defense, but it does feel like there's some breakdowns now for Tyloo. Early round, that timeout, not as good as we've come to expect over the course of this series so far. Abay with a bit of fight shown, but needed some support, and Jackie Wu was on the ground.
I mean, that round, to me, devolved into, I'm just going to lurk push. Are you okay, Michael?
I'm great, how are you?
You just look a little staggered there for a moment.
Oh, it's been a long day, hard work. Might not be too much longer though with Shopify Rebellion firing.
No, but there will be the halftime break after this, and as you said, game of 2 halves. Still, if Tyloo can win this round, get a second. I mean, the good news technically for this, because it's not an elimination game, you don't want to be in a position where you hang your head and think, this is too much. You've still got every reason to just keep fighting here. And who knows what can happen.
Yeah. Tyloo have shown enough over the course of the last hour or so to still remain competitive here on Bank. This is not a complete foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, though, the last couple of rounds, we're seeing the standard slip. They need to regain a bit of confidence and go back to that previous form that we saw glimpses of on Labs. Again, the sense to be deployed here, final round of the half for the top floor hit. Yokai is once again in play here from Shopify Rebellion, but a perfect counter pick from Abay on the IQ.
I think Tyloo, final round, do you just try and slow the pace down, deal with the util, play into your IQ. You look at the opening kills, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes in the last 3 rounds. A far cry to what we saw back on Nighthaven Labs, where it was far more around that 1 minute mark. So the pace in this map of Bank is expected being a very different map, playstyle-wise, to Nighthaven Labs, has increased. And with that, they just haven't really been as successful in the opening engagements. A 3-1 advantage to Shopify Rebellion in the last 4 rounds, signifying that. But this now being a round that's actually going to play out very slow. Essentially the slowest round since the opening round, which, funnily enough, Tyloo won.
Well, Spoit's been active here on Bank. Sensing an opportunity here in round 6, but Jackie Wu pounces.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought Spoit had him on
So did I.
and Jackie Wu very clean with the pre-fire.
Jackie Wu the GOAT.
Well, is that going to be enough for Tyloo? You've still got a minute, so the time is pretty good. Spoit has been playing a very, very good half of Bank. And now can push up Banana. Good pressure onto Canadian. He was basically trapped. Even if he had have walked away from that nade, he's dead anyway. A 2-player advantage for Tyloo, seeking their second round on Bank. Now it's within their sights. Surf, though, holding strong towards Talers. Nitrocell, is that good enough? Yes, it is! Double from Surf! Hits the highways onto Songler and Abay, and with Rexing getting rid of Duha, they've flipped this round again! And only now Jackie Wu left! He probably cannot believe from 5 versus 3, he's now the solo!
My, oh my, what a play from Surf. I don't even know if he was going for the second kill. I think he was just going for the confirmation. 20 seconds on the clock and Jackie Wu presents something special. No! And Shopify Rebellion 5-1 up at the halftime break.
Unbelievable play from Surf. 5-1 lead for the Rebellion. So clinical, so dominant. I mean, there's not much else to really say to it, as much as we want to try and sing the praises of Tyloo, find the positives. It all just circles back to there is a huge gap between these two teams, as expected.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's a testament to North America, right? Shopify Rebellion is still so deadly, irrespective of how they've been seeded for this event, right?
The lowest seeded North American team who also happened to play in the most recent major grand final.
That's harsh.
It's a very strong region at the moment. Some may argue the strongest at the moment. As a collective.
Are you one of those some?
I'm in that, yeah. I'm in that camp. Hand up. I think NAL as a region collectively right now is number 1.
I don't think that's that hot of a take.
No, it's not. but that in itself, you know, if you could have 24 months ago, would have been an incredibly hot take.
Well, it would have just been flat out wrong. Yeah, replay package of the first half, of course, playing through Tyloo. Their one and only round coming off the back of some extraordinary circumstances down below on that basement site where they were able to clutch up and get a plant on the ground. But outside of that, Shopify Rebellion have been largely in control. And whilst Tyloo, in some instances, have looked good early round, I think that narrative has shifted a little bit here on Bank, where Shopify Rebellion have refined things a little bit. There's been some gleaming issues and mistakes as well from Tyloo, and Shopify Rebellion, to their credit, have capitalized.
Well, we've got 25 seconds left of the halftime break. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Let's put our thinking cap on for a split second. mibr.los are playing CAG by Veril tomorrow. One of those are going to then play Shopify Rebellion. Who has the better chance of those two, realistically, against SR?
Well, before you even pose the question, I was just going to say Shopify Rebellion just flat out win against either of them. So, in terms of who has the better chance,
has to be
it's
mibr.
A tough question. Probably mibr.los. As much as I would love to make an argument for CAG by Veril, but
and I'll ask you the second question: mibr.los versus CAG. Who have you got?
Probably mibr.los. But I expect that to actually be a pretty competitive 3-map.
So back underway into the second half. Don't imagine we're going to be here on Bank for much longer. But with that is good news when we've got a whole nother series still to be played on the B stream. So there will be more Siege action still to be played for
and that
day
is
number 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
Allure Club, I believe. Yep. And that is an elimination matchup as well, of course, over on the B stream.
Yeah.
Big stakes for the Aussie boys in the MENA qualifier.
I think at this point in the series, this is now where I kind of look at this and think this one's done. I 7-3 on Labs.
Is this a 99.99% chance?
That was quite funny. Quite funny. Hilarious, some would say. But since then, they haven't won a single round, unfortunately. They probably should have won the second as well.
Yeah. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's the tail of the tape for this matchup. Tyloo on a better day with a little more experience. Maybe next year they could do some damage. Important to note that this is this team's first appearance at this level of Siege on this stage, right? So I think they've done a decent job.
And again, most importantly, against the quality of opponent, this is what you gain from this, the ability to scrim these teams from North America, SAL, EML. Songler falls to Ambi. This one well, the sting's out of it now. Shopify Rebellion have been the better team, no doubt about it.
They'll continue to play it on their terms. Nothing silly. Fundamentals will remain in check.
And I don't think they'll walk away from this being like, man, we're playing so well, and it's just job done. Move on to the next one. Build up a good, solid foundation going into group stage, provided they get there and win their series tomorrow. But that's the thing, you lose tomorrow and you're out. So
exactly, yeah.
They have to kind of keep this same focus.
Can't get too far ahead of themselves.
Exactly.
Exploit being lit up by the Tachenko. And as Jackie falls back down to lockers. Advantage for the attack. And still 90 seconds in this action phase for Shopify Rebellion to manipulate. We will see an advanced position over towards blue stairs for Tai Lu. Shotgun in the hands of Duha. Can he inflict damage? He could potentially bring this round back for Tai Lu, but likely hinges on him finding two.
He's pretty much going to have to play live unless he gets a good timing, which maybe he might, depending on the way they're watching Square.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. A little bit of damage into Canadian, a little late with the Razor Bloom. Canadian able to get the pistol shot. This is all too easy for the Rebellion. Straight down blue stairs. Only two remain now for Tai Lu on the defense. A bit of a shield swap now for Abay. Knowing that pressure is going to be direct to the side. Still the Shamika launcher available for Jackie Wu. Flash into the face. Shopify Rebellion going for the plant. Free kill onto Jackie Wu from Surf. And the drop down. That's Ambi that gets the kill. Would have been Surf anyway. Flawless and 6-1 lead.
And I'm looking across at Tai Lu on screen now, and they look pretty muted.
This is where it's strange, because 7-3 and almost shaping up to be 7-1. So on paper, you walk away from this series. For those who maybe didn't watch the game and they just look at the scores and think, yep, complete dead rubber, big stomp. But there were so many elements that I think the scoreline doesn't really pay dividends to what we've seen. Tai Lu dominated the early portions on all of the rounds in labs, basically. Had good moments here on Bank. Yet they've only got the one round win. It's just the difference in experience is the most damning thing from this series, the biggest takeaway. And now it's, as you said, you kind of look over and I think they realize we've fought hard, we've tried, and while the scoreboard maybe doesn't reflect the overall play that they put into this,
there's not much gas in the tank. They're running on fumes.
I think they've run out of the gas in the tank.
Yeah.
And on a better day, in terms of if they had, let's say, play this 6 months or 12 months into the future, and on a better day, they could have done a bit more damage on the scoreboard. But you're leaving defaults up. Yeah, you're forgetting kit. So while the overall fundamentals have been good, they've also, as you said before, I think the best thing you said, the red flags have been hugely still there for Tai Lu.
But again, not elements of their gameplay that can't be fixed pretty quickly.
No,
they're not that structural or that difficult to rectify, even over the course of overnight. They're that gleaming and that easy to fix.
But look, as a team, it's hard to fix someone's aim and their ability to play the game.
Or larger macro issues.
You can fix team issues like, hey, you guys are leaving default up. Deal with that. That's pretty easy to fix. You can fix the way that you play around the kit.
As long as they're receptive to that feedback.
Oh, yeah, you would hope.
If it was you, I'd be a bit more questionable.
Lost cause. Lost cause. As the Xenox Goes Pro series was clearly able to provide the evidence.
So 2 minutes remaining then in what may be the final round of this series. The Kali to be deployed here from Canadian. BPC to counter some of the utility from the attack, namely that shock drone, which has been shot out in response. Surf will send the second over towards top square in search of additional utility, namely the Denari tripwires, so good utilization of the shock drone. Kali as well chipping away at that castle utility, making life uncomfortable for the defense. And be up close. Sound. Oh, okay. Well, netted it in the end. Duha falls. And that is an element of the game that has broken for Tai Lu. The early round here, as this match has gone on, has gotten a little weaker.
Surf now very much wanting to end things quickly. Good kill onto Jackie Wu. And Songla wanting to provide some kind of a last dance, but no, it's only Yovica left. 1 versus 4. Nice little pistol shot onto Emby. You'll take that as an individual. Good little play. But this is going to be 7-1 territory. A little bit of a tussle in the first half, but Shopify Rebellion far too good in the series as a whole. 7-3, 7-1. They book their place into the second phase of play-ins. They will be Group A's #1 seed, and tomorrow we'll play Group B's #2 seed, which will be either mibr.los or CIG by Varel.
Yeah, it was an entertaining tussle, but Shopify Rebellion clearly, so far today, I think proving that they are the best team in play-ins. Of course, tomorrow, though, they'll need to voluntarily prove that. I think they'll be pleased with how today has proceeded. Respect to Tyloo, though. They didn't go down without somewhat of a fight, and whilst it did start to peter out towards the tail
double
end.
fist bump there from Canadian.
You take that. Look, they played some pretty positive Siege over the course of the last couple hours. And
that's the best VOD review material you will gain as a team at this event.
Yeah.
And that's usually where we say for APAC teams, that's the positive. When you get to, say, see a team like Chiefs make their first appearance, well, this iteration of Chiefs. And it's the same for the CNL teams as well, when you get a chance to play the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So, taught a lesson. Now it's a matter of they'll go back and what can they actually learn from it and then implement into their next games. That's going to be the takeaway for Tyloo. It's one thing to get taught the lessons, but you got to then actually learn from it.
Yeah, and then furthermore, actually implement it in future games. Right? So I think for Tyloo's trajectory, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if we see rapid improvement and refinement, and then maybe fast forward 6-12 months, right? Where does that team find themselves at? But for Shopify Rebellion, they'll be very, very pleased. I don't think today has, gone astray really at any point in time. There's been no crisis meetings required for them, and they'll be pretty pleased heading into tomorrow.
We got the big man back on the desk. Rob, it's good to see you.
Thank you, little man. I appreciate that.
Little man.
Big man, little man. That makes sense. Little mini me, it's okay. But I think nowhere near yet. You also, I don't think you have the guttural power, we'll say, of the big man. But we'll get there one day. Look, I think overall, this is what we expected. This is what you hope for out of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
We continue to put the pressure back onto them throughout the course of today, and every single time they stood to the challenge and they continued to look the team that they should be. For Tyloo, you boys have put it perfectly. Great VOD material, this. They can see where they went wrong because it's very clear. When you look back at this matchup and you actually have a look at how Tyloo played, they didn't play awful. It was just when those kind of push came to shove, the 1%ers that continued to go wrong and snowballed out of control in the second map. Unfortunately, it could have been a 7-0. Let's just say it. The second map could have been a 7-0. But you're going to be happy if you're Tyloo. You take away from this match what you can, Guz, and move forward as Shopify Rebellion are well and truly on top. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, it feels like it's all building up to tomorrow. And as we have probably said 1,000 times at this point, it is a really brutal format. Today could easily go down as very forgettable pending the result tomorrow. So I think for Shopify Rebellion, it's about having a quick chat, what went right, what didn't, what can they improve upon for tomorrow, and then locking in for that, because they're obviously still going to be favorites and retain that particular advantage, and it's about implementing that game plan. Today was good from them. Tomorrow needs to be just as good, if not better.
You imagine the social media reaction if Shopify Rebellion lose tomorrow, regardless of opponent.
Exactly.
So today, then, it's not like people will be like, oh, but what a good day one they had. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But what it means is, I kind of look at their day. Obviously, we got to cover both of their games. Is they just got the job done. They let their fundamentals and their experience do the heavy lifting, and because of that, they ended up winning quite convincingly in both of their matchups. Certainly 7-3, 7-1 against the Tyloo team that looked pretty good against Chiefs on the B stream earlier, and in the end, I think, as you said, especially on Nighthaven Labs, just the late round was the biggest difference maker. And then as the series stretched on, Tyloo's early round advantages also then didn't quite go their way. So they lost that element, and then that's why it was such a blowout on Bank.
They had to play perfectly, I think, to extend it to a third map. And as you're kind of alluding to, the longer it went on, the rustier they kind of looked, a bit of gas lacking in the tank. Maybe that lack of experience at this level in this environment that started to shine through. Shopify Rebellion have played in countless best of threes in this kind of environment. They'd be used to the fatigue factor and all the rest of it, the lights and sound and everything else that goes along with it. Whereas for Tyloo, unfortunately for them, they just didn't quite have it in them. Some good moments, but unfortunately, as we've said, good moments don't necessarily equal a result against such high quality opposition.
But I think that the takeaways for Shopify Rebellion is this is where they need to be, right? they needed to implement a day like today to assert their dominance and really kickstart their campaign. Many would have expected them to finish in groups and really look a little bit better than this, Jake, but ultimately, now moving forward, we have really clear storylines for the top two teams, Fnatic and Shopify Rebellion. They look like the best teams that we have in play-ins.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly just the way that they've played their games and just the results in general speak for itself. It's not like they scraped over the line. It's not like they had a bit of a sloppy day and they navigated this tricky scenario, but they got over. They just were both very, very clean, very dominant.
Yep.
And the best thing with the format is they don't have to play each other, which is probably the right thing, I think, in play-ins. You don't want Fnatic versus Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. Let them play as the number one seeds as they are, and then see what their opponents, of course, are going to be.
Let the kids play? Is that what you'd say?
Yeah, why not?
Let them have a bit of fun.
By the way, I know a little bit of a spoiler here, Rob.
Wait, no, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Because do you want to know why?
Why?
Because, prepare yourselves.
Ooh.
We have one of the greatest players of our generation, and he's standing next to Spoit.
It's about time you guys stop yapping, Spoit. Congratulations on the win today. You guys started here with your campaign. 3 consecutive wins back-to-back, 7-2, 7-3, 7-1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Just building up momentum like we did in Salt Lake. So yeah, I'm excited.
I was gonna say, speaking of Salt Lake, I mean, it looks like you guys are kind of already on that form. It's definitely a completely different form than what we were seeing in the NAL. But for me today, I mean, it seemed like all of you guys were just a hammer in a room full of nails. Everyone was hitting their shots. Everyone was making the right decisions. Even you in that round 2, that was such a great plant denial to be able to just go for that defuse. I mean, you really stuck to it. Pros don't fake.
That's true. Pros don't fake.
All right, well, here, you got one more game. You guys are setting yourself up for very early success. I think your matchup is either going to be between Los or K going into tomorrow. Is there one opponent that you'd rather verse over the other?
Whoever it is, we're going to beat them, We're just going to take it one game at a time, and I don't really care who I'm playing. Unless it's DC, they kind of own us, but yeah.
All right, well, I'll send you off here on one last thing. Is there anything you want to say to fans, weapon skins, or anything out there?
Get the Twitch F2 skin, of course. Make sure to buy it. It's in the shop right now. W Shopify skin, yeah.
All right, well, you heard it from Spoit. They are ready for their match tomorrow. And be sure to get that Twitch Spoit SR skin. It is right there for you, up for grabs. I'm going to send you guys back to our lovely desk.
Now, I want to do a picture story time here. If I was a nail, Guz, and you were Shopify, what would happen to me? Show me. Boink, and we're down. Thank you very much. That's right.
Do you boink nails?
I don't think well, you kind of could. You could boink it. If you had like a rubber mallet, you could boink a nail, couldn't you?
I would hope not.
Look, I think that they went a little bit further than that one. That is the performance we were hoping for, and pretty much what I expected out of Spoit, which is it doesn't matter who they verse, unless it's Dark Zero, apparently. But guys, I think the context that we've got moving forward in play-ins, it's very, very clear now. Do you see Shopify Rebellion being that team to push through play-ins, groups, main stage? Do you think they've got them? Considering what we've just seen, do they have it in them?
Yeah, I think it would be pretty unreasonable to say that Shopify Rebellion can't go on to honestly go all the way. I genuinely think that provided they build good positive momentum, clearly they have, hopefully tomorrow goes their way and they don't end up falling short, because that would be a very unfortunate storyline for them. The sky is really the limit. I mean, they were literally in the grand final of the SLC, right? So I don't see a world in which they would falter there. I think they're in really, really good form. They can carry that forward over the next week and a half, then I really do envision a situation in which they can really push the limits. Top 4 is, I think, a pretty fair benchmark.
As long as they don't play Dark Zero at some point.
They're in the pocket, mate.
They're probably in a good position. And the other aspect, actually, there's a positive for them by starting in play-ins. If they, again, can actually win tomorrow,
they're warmed up.
Group stage, they're warmed up. Yeah. And then they understand then the environment, the decks, etc., the heat, all of those things. Those environmental factors that you can't necessarily prepare for coming into an event like this. So you have that as a benefit. That's the biggest thing. And I think that for them, they're already naturally a very good team.
Yeah, they are.
They should really be a group stage team. And so for them to get that warm-up, I think that will be a big boon for them. But again, it all hinges on tomorrow. Like we sit here and talk about both Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic as being, wow, how good they were today. If they both lose tomorrow, it's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, can you really call it a warm-up buff when they just did what they did against all 3 teams? Or 2 teams, 3 maps? I don't really think you can. They've well and truly found themselves in a very comfortable position moving forward. Look, I think for Tyloo, just to kind of wrap their story up a little bit here, guys, obviously they'll be disappointed. They would have wanted a little more out of this, but now they await the victors of the match that's over on the B stream, over my shoulder at the moment. That is a big one because I do feel as though that one could cause a little bit of ruckus.
I envision a world in which Tyler can look competitive in that next matchup.
Yeah.
Right? They have enough skill on that team where if they go back tonight, have a look back at that VOD and identify an action on some of those big, obvious mistakes, which I think is possible. Again, we're not talking about complex macro. We're talking about some pretty fundamental errors that were made. If they can refine that and fix that going into that next matchup, I genuinely think they're a shout.
Speaking of that next matchup, it is the lower bracket elimination right now. Alula Club Esports taking on the Chiefs Esports Club. They've just swapped the names around on the final two words there, but I do think that Chiefs have a decent chance. They are currently playing, I'm not even sure what the score is at the moment, but that one, obviously, it's a soul-crushing, a key-crushing match. However, we have already had a key crush.
Yeah, King Zero Esports, they won the opening map against CAG. I actually saw Sparky during the break, and he wasn't really happy with their performance. And I said to him, I said, it's the mentality again. And he agreed straight away. He was like, they've got the ability. It's just something to deal with the mental on the land internationally for CAG. But I'm glad that they were able to get over that particular hurdle against King Zero for CAG, win that. Their quality is good enough to beat mibr.los. Mentally, not even close. So that's something that they've got to work on.
Look, at the opening point of the day, I said very clearly, this tournament, this event as a whole, have the greatest trophy system. I'm not just talking about esports, sports. I don't care. There is not a trophy system like it because, we just said it, it is a soul-crushing, key-crushing opportunity for those that do seek victory, and CAG got that win over what was a, look, I think a decent performing King Zero, considering we haven't really seen them at this kind of place before. Let's just take a minute to bask in the very first key crush at C26.
So happy to be doing this.
Oh, look at him. He's got the cheek about him. Bang. Oh, I got to watch that.
You can hear it from here.
It is so loud.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it, DD. He knows what it feels like to crush the soul.
Could you imagine Anderton did it, though? I think it would have obliterated the key.
I genuinely think Anderton could do that
you
without...
actually need the press machine. You jump in.
No, you do.
Wait for it. Take a bite, DD. Take a bite. Oh, that's got to feel good. I don't think it matters where you are. If you crush someone's key, Gus, that's going to be the best feeling in the world.
Honestly, it's such a cool system, right? And look, unfortunately, though, if you're on the receiving end of it, though, we're going to see that develop pretty rapidly over the course of this tournament. You get sent home pretty empty-handed, so...
You do. Unfortunately, it's just the way
everyone's key is going to get crushed except one.
That's true.
That's very true.
That's an obscure observation from you.
And what do they get? What do they get? Do they get 3? They get 3 crush keys. Come on, mate. I needed you to pick that one up.
Sorry, I didn't know you were actually throwing it to me. I thought you were
fair enough. I just looked directly at you. We've only worked together for 8 years, you know. I wouldn't expect you to pick that up. Very true. And who knows, maybe it will be one day, Jake, but not today. Boys, before we go, any final comments before we get into tomorrow's matches, which are the most important of play-ins?
It has been a pleasure. And I am very tired, so I can't wait to get a bit of rest and rejuvenate for tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, for day one play-ins, well, it feels really good about this iteration this year. It's 2 long weeks. So it's really, really good that we don't have to feel rushed going through day 1 into day 2, and then we're already halfway through. We get to really kind of slowly just work our way into the tournament. Day 1, really good way to start. And then day 2, already big matches. Shopify, Rebellion, and Fnatic, as we were saying. Great day today, but they play an elimination game tomorrow.
Yeah. It could all go out the window. Yeah. Literally everything that they've done could completely go out the window. It could just throw a spanner in the works, but at the moment, they do look pretty confident. They look very good. However, we're not done with play-ins. As we're alluding to tomorrow, that's where the conclusion is for this first phase of what is a 2-week-long tournament. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow, as per usual. Are you going to do it with me? Take care, stay safe, and good night. Ciao, ciao.